mean to you? Exploring the world? Creating memories? Meeting new people? Disconnecting from it all? But what about making a difference? Because our travels mean so much more than we realize. And those memories we've created together in travel, they're even better than we thought. Remember that restaurant where you'd never felt so full? Know that when you paid your bill, you helped feed your waiter's family of 4. And that time you stared open-mouthed at that incredible dance, you maintained jobs that keep important cultures and traditions alive. Travel is not just life-changing. Travel is world-changing too. That photo you took on safari, the one that hit new levels of likes, your trip supported the tireless fight against the illegal wildlife trade. Remember that spontaneous city break? It helped maintain schools in the local area. And your tour guide, the one who made you laugh so much, she is one of millions of women employed in a sector leading in gender equality. Remember how you made a difference when you traveled? Remember how much your travels meant to others. Now, just think of all the good you can do in the future. Travel the world. Make a world of difference.
Good morning, Simon.
Hello.
How are you?
Good, thank you. Not too bad. How are you doing?
I am great.
Oh,
Okay, your background. Okay, okay, I guess it has to work.
is that all right?
Yeah, it's okay. 1 second, please. Hello, good morning.
What does travel mean to you? Exploring the world? Creating memories? Meeting new people? Disconnecting from it all? But what about making a difference? Because our travels mean so much more than we realize. And those memories we've created together in travel, they're even better than we thought. Remember that restaurant where you'd never felt so full? Know that when you paid your bill, you helped feed your waiter's family of 4. And that time you stared open-mouthed at that incredible dance. You maintained jobs that keep important cultures and traditions alive. Travel is not just life-changing. Travel is world-changing too. That photo you took on safari, the one that hit new levels of likes, your trip supported the tireless fight against the illegal wildlife trade. Remember that spontaneous city break? It helped maintain schools in the local area. And your tour guide, the one who made you laugh so much, she is one of millions of women employed in a sector leading in gender equality. Remember how you made a difference when you traveled? Remember how much your travels meant to others. Now, just think of all the good you can do in the future. Travel the world. Make a world of difference.
One.
Hello, everyone. It's my great pleasure to welcome you all to the ITIC Virtual Investment Summit in partnership with WTM London. It's on the theme Invest, Finance and Rebuild the Travel and Tourism Industry. We're all getting rather used to these Zoom conferences, aren't we? Perhaps a bit too used to it, perhaps. Certainly here in Europe, where many of us are now in a new lockdown and leisure travel again is forbidden. But in this conference, we are looking beyond the immediate present and pinpointing exactly how tourists, governments, people who work in the industry and potential investors, how we can create the conditions together that will reactivate and indeed reset the new world of travel. We're talking what I would call solutions focused here, constructive, positive solutions with a positive frame of mind. I'm Rajan Datta, a broadcaster and journalist specializing in travel, and it's my great pleasure to be the moderator for this event. We've got a packed agenda ahead with many of the most influential and forward-thinking people in the travel industry to offer you tips and guidance. These are key players, from health economics experts to people who run the biggest airline, to major investors, to and to regions of the world like the Middle East and China, where there is most activity and progress in restoring tourism as normal. Before we proceed, though, just a quick introduction to the conference organisers, and I would like to welcome first the man whose passion for tourism and its healthy future is never undimmed, and that is Dr. Talib Rifai, Chairman of the ITIC and former Secretary General UNWTO. And I want to put a specific question to you, Talib, which is how critical are the planning and investment decisions we make now to the future of travel?
Very, very critical. Thank you so much, Rajan. But first, let me thank Simon and WTM for this wonderful partnership. We have never could have gone this far without you, Simon. I know that. Our relationship goes long time before this, but this is a culmination of much of what we have done together. Thank you so much. Without WTM, we would have never been here. This is the first time WTM is held virtually, and I hope it will be the last. I sincerely hope it will be the last, because you know the complications there. Now, I also want to thank another person here, Ibrahim Ayoub. Without him, this would have never been possible. Ibrahim, you've dedicated your life, your energy to make these conferences a success. ITIC would not have been ITIC without Ibrahim. Ibrahim, thank you so much. ITIC, my friends, is holding its second conference on investment and tourism. First one was last year with WTM, at WTM, but it was real, not virtual. Today, everything is virtual, as you can see. And I think what Rajan said is very, very important here. Now, why investment is important? Investment is an activity that only comes out when things are good and settled. No investors are going to come in when things are up in the air. So it's important to connect investment to stability, to peace of mind, and to freedom. So we have an opportunity here, a great, great opportunity. Like the Chinese always say, the word opportunity and the word crisis are one word in the Chinese language, which is a very interesting concept. Because if you don't look at the opportunities, you would never be able to see what's beyond the moment. We're in the junction now where we're able to restart and rethink a new world order. First of all, we must keep our businesses alive, definitely. The businesses that have started this and got us to this point have to stay alive. So governments have to pump in some money, some support to do that. That's essential. We cannot do anything without it. Investors won't come to a situation where it's devastated and there is no local partner. Secondly, we must concentrate on the local scene. The local scene is very, very important. Not just domestic tourism, because I know domestic tourism here is a sensitive matter. Some countries don't have what it takes to make it domestic. But I still insist the country that's not visited by its own people, but enjoyed by its own people, cannot and should not, as a matter of principle, be enjoyed by anybody else from outside. It's a matter of principle to me. It's an opportunity to get things straight once again. You know, in the US and in Europe, 75% of traffic is domestic travel. Why not in the rest of the world? Even if your country is small, the people of the country must know it, must attach themselves to it. So this is very, very important. Thirdly, we should look at SMEs. SMEs are the backbone of investment. It's the small and medium business enterprises. These are constituting now 85% of our industry. They're the ones that investment would come from a local scene, probably. You have to start with local investors. They have to start building their trust and confidence in their own product. And then the world would come to you to build this new structure where SMEs are at the heart of it. This is what we intend to do. This is what we're discussing today. I want to thank two people here. I want to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for its sponsorship. And I want to thank the Republic of Portugal, of Brazil, I'm sorry. Brazil and Portugal could be mixed up together sometimes. Brazil, thank you so much for being with us and helping us sponsor this event. Saudi Arabia is a wonderful country and it has a lot to offer. I remember visiting there so many times. Brazil is also another great, great country. We'll talk much about them in the future, in the coming minutes and hours. Rajan, we're in your hands again. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Talib Rifai. And let me turn next to Simon Press, who's from WTM. Simon, this is a unique collaboration, isn't it, between WTM and ITIC?
It certainly is. And as Dr. Rifai mentioned, it's a collaboration that has gone on for many years, personally with Dr. Rifai and more recently with ITIC as well from last year, and supporting the conversation around the investment in the travel and tourism sector. So I'd just like to thank Dr. Rifai and Ibrahim for their continued support and collaboration for this year, especially as Dr. Rifai has mentioned, we are 100% virtual for the first time in 40 years.
40.
Previously, you have come to us. Now we are coming to you. So, ministers, travel leaders, and illustrious guests, welcome to the ITIC Tourism Investment Summit and the very first WTM Virtual. It's a great pleasure to work with ITIC once again in partnership with WTM London. The ITIC Summit will contribute to accelerate the recovery of travel and tourism businesses and restore travellers' confidence after COVID-19 pandemic. Both organisations are committed to supporting the industry by bringing together today global leading voices and luminaires across different segments, since health experts, hotels, airlines, ministers, policymakers, investors, private equity specialists and investment bankers. Thank you all for being here today. The travel and tourism industry is facing the worst crisis in living memory. So this summit will provide a crucial platform for the planning, the bounce back, the reconnecting with business partners, forging new connections, and learning about the best way forward Investment in tourism will create new jobs and economic growth and will facilitate vital financial and business partnerships that will pave the way for innovation and recovery. Over the last few weeks, as part of the Delphi study, WTM London has interviewed ministers, leaders, entrepreneurs, and experts who've shared their experiences and plans for exploring the best ways to recover, rebuild, and innovate the global travel industry. Although participants forecast that the current crisis will further increase the relevance and urgency of sustainability topics, 2 out of the 3 also fear that direct investment may be postponed due to the current situation, while 64% have already confirmed that sustainability investments will be delayed by COVID-19 inflicted hardship. However, seeing the response of the markets yesterday following the news of the initial vaccine success, these findings may improve. Opportunity comes from all crisis, and this year has proved that governments and private sector must work together to get people travelling again and provide protocols for travel. Providing protocols for travel is needed. For the health and safety guidelines, the industry will need to find a better global alignment of travel restrictions with testing to replace blanket quarantine rules. If implemented swiftly, it could shorten the timeline to recovery by up to 8 months, according to the research we conducted. Expanded government support for the travel and tourism sector will be extended and improve job retention schemes, and grants to bridge liquidity shortages can shorten the timeline to recovery by up to 7 months, and better aligned health and safety standards by up to 6 months. Investment is essential, and its impact cannot be underestimated. I look forward to watching the sessions today and wish you all a fantastic investment summit. Thank you very much.
Simon, thank you. Spoken with true passion, a man who knows travel inside out and loves travel. Thank you for that. And all those themes you mentioned: investment, regular testing, vaccines, security and health of passengers, all that's in the mix, and it'll all hopefully come out for the positive with that news from yesterday, which we should all get not too excited about, but fingers crossed. Okay, thank you. So Ibrahim, Ayub is the Group CEO and MD of ITIC Limited. Ibrahim, it's a long day. Can you tell us why people should stick around and watch all the sessions?
Oh, yes. Hello, Rajan. Hello, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, because we are covering the world and with the time zone. So I hope everybody can have the privilege to see us. Well, Rajan, it's quite a long day. I think we are almost like 10 hours of summit. So we're trying, it's very challenging, but I think we will go through it. And I hope we don't encounter technological challenges. Just fingers crossed that all goes well, because with this virtual conference, so we have seen so many things that sometimes work, connection of internet, but I hope we'll go everything seamlessly and smoothly. Well, first of all, let me thank Dr. Rifai, the chairman, because I think the chairman has been very instrumental for where ITIC is today, and also with our directors, Gerald Lawless, Paul Hoskins. I would say without them, we won't be here where we are today. And this partnership with WTM, I mean, I used to go to WTM every year, years back, and I'm so privileged personally, Dr. Rifai and our company, to work with WTM in order to recover and in order to build and recover this industry, which is facing unprecedented challenges. Well, ITIC comes at the right time in this challenging period with the pandemic disruption in the global economy on a large scale, and we don't know for how long. Uncertain duration, I would believe. But now with the vaccine of Pfizer coming yesterday, the good news, maybe will reassure and to restore confidence, trust and confidence in people to start their normal life again. Like we're doing an investment conference, attracting FDI in the travel and tourism sector will be key to develop and rebuild the future of the industry. Without any investment, I don't think the industry has suffered quite a lot, won't be able to recover easily. And this would contribute to the recovery of the economy and also paving the way for a brighter future, which we all hope. So today's summit, which is a long day, like you said, Rajan, will explore in depth how to rebuild the industry and focuses on critical issues which will contribute to rebuild and recover the industry and the economy in the month and years to come. We will start with I will just go, it's a long agenda, but I will go quickly in summarize. We will start with the current economic outlook with Professor Ian Golding from University of Oxford. We'll have shaping the future of aviation and its projection by 2025. And I think the visionary, the man behind Emirates and the very knowledgeable about aviation would bring us some good insights about how aviation, because without aviation, we won't be able to travel industry won't be able to restart. So I think that we get very good insight from Sir Tim Clark in a few minutes. Then we have the future of travel and tourism in the green economy. We will have health, how to restore travelers' trust and confidence to rebuild a business. We will have Professor David Heyman, who is an experienced epidemiologist that would be with us today. And we would have the privilege to hear about all the latest development, what he's going to tell us. After that, we will understand the financial mechanism that will allow you to survive and rebuild, where we'll have our friend Nick Meyer from PwC that will give us his insights. And like I said earlier, we are having our global investment conference covering practically the world. We have Saudi Arabia and Brazil, our sponsors. We have China, we will go to China. Afterwards, we will go back to Middle East. Then we will have sessions about Africa. And we will talk about the Commonwealth today. And of course, other global destination on the list. We will talk about marketing tourism as a destination for employment. We will talk also about digital travel and tourism, because digitalization is becoming essential now for to rebuild the industry post-COVID and beyond. So that's a little bit in a nutshell, Rajan, and to tell you a little bit what we are going through. It's covering quite very topical issues. And I hope at the end of this conference, we will be seeing light through the tunnel and having a brighter future. So I wish you all a wonderful summit ahead and have a very pleasant day with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibrahim. Thank you, gentlemen. We will very soon go to that first session, which is the absolutely crucial topic of the financial and economic health of the industry and its future outlook, where I will be joined, as Ibrahim said, by Professor Ian Golding from Oxford University. Now, as I should say now, as with all the sessions, you as delegates are very welcome to ask questions of all our speakers today. Hopefully you will see the questions function on your screen. So just fill in the box there and they'll be passed on to me throughout the actual sessions. So for example, if you want to ask Ian anything, do it right now or during the chat. So that session with Ian Golding coming right up. Just hang on there one moment.
Be part of this virtual meeting and to talk about the impact on the world economy of COVID-19 and what it means for travel and tourism going forward. As I'm sure you're all aware, this has been the most devastating economic crisis in history, much more severe than the Great Depression, and certainly than the economic crisis of 2008-9. Its implication has been very different, and we don't yet know the full extent of it because many governments around the world have gone to the best of their abilities to prevent the full impact. And that's particularly been possible in rich countries, which have given $12 trillion, that's between 10 and 20% of countries' economies, to helping those in need. Bankruptcy has been banned effectively in many countries, and workers have been furloughed or put on other such schemes to enable them to be supported even though their businesses are no longer operable. In addition, interest rates are at record high lows. There's already $17 trillion of bonds outstanding, of debt outstanding, with negative interest rates. And so companies have been able to survive at very, very low cost. What this all means is that this year we are likely to see overall for the advanced economies a decline of around 6%. Some, like the UK, 10%. France be more, maybe 11 or 12%. Similarly with Spain. US most probably around -7% this year. Next year, we will see a rebound. The news on the vaccine is good, but even without a vaccine, we are likely to see a rebound, but at a much lower rate than before the crisis. So it won't be until about 2025 that we get back to the levels of our economies that existed prior to the pandemic in 2019, those levels. The advanced economies are in a very different situation to developing countries, which are suffering to a much greater extent, not from COVID-19, except for Brazil, Mexico, South Africa. Very few countries have been as deeply affected as, for example, France and the US have been, or the UK. But they are suffering more from the economic consequences, with travel and tourism having been destroyed, but so too export receipts on many dimensions, the remittances that migrant workers send back. And unlike the advanced economies, they are not able to issue their own debt in greater amounts. And so they've been unable to support their economies, which means that they've had a much more severe economic impact. Many millions of more people will die of hunger than will die of COVID-19. And this tragedy is being exacerbated by the fact that far from the rich countries coming to the support of developing countries as they have previously, aid will actually go down this year. Aid will go down because it's calculated as a share of the rich countries' economies. For example, the UK is likely to give 10% less aid this year than last year, even though countries need it even more. There's also been very little global solidarity. While the rich countries have found $12 trillion for themselves, they've found less than $100 billion to support developing countries, less than 1%. What's desperately needed in emerging markets and developing countries is fiscal support, is the writing down of debts, is moratoriums on debts, and other activities which will allow these economies to support their workers. And so the economic impact on poor countries is much greater. Next year, we anticipate growth of around 4% in the advanced economies, coming back from a very low base, and maybe 5% in emerging markets. China, of course, big exception, but other countries in the region like Taiwan and South Korea have also been extraordinarily good, as have Vietnam and Mongolia, at managing the pandemic, and of course, along with Australia and New Zealand. But China is going to be the engine, as it was after the 2008-9 crisis, in pulling the world economy along. The election of Joe Biden in the US is also likely to lead to more effective control of the pandemic, but the gridlock in the Senate is likely to mean that there will be no major fiscal stimulus. The world economy will be $11 trillion smaller next year than would have been the case, but a vaccine will make an enormous difference if it's globalized. And the overcoming of vaccine nationalism is absolutely essential for that purpose. And this will effectively allow income growth of around $9 trillion. Very small cost of the vaccine compared to the benefits of the economy. And that's why we need to redouble our efforts to make sure that vaccines are available around the world. What does this all mean for travel and tourism? It's very likely that travel and tourism will rebound effectively. Of course, many of the airlines have been devastated, and that's a long-term scarring. And some of the great airlines, like the 747s, have indeed been taken out of business, along with many Dreamliners. This is likely to be a permanent scarring in a number of ways. The first is that it'll take some time, I think, for many countries, unless the vaccine spreads globally, to be able to open up effectively without quarantines. There will be corridors that will be established and places that are safer to go to than others. There also is unlikely to ever be a rebound of business travel to the extent that there was before. This has been an inflection point for business travel, and for three reasons we should expect lower business travel in the future. The first being, of course, the cost savings. The second being the carbon emission savings and a growing awareness of companies of their carbon footprints. And the third, the efficiency savings in terms of time that remote meetings have allowed. There will still be business travel, but most of the people I've interviewed tell me that it's likely to be at 10 or 20% of previous levels. That is vastly reduced, with it used very strategically for initial meetings, for final closure of deals, but not as long trips, and certainly not as many people going on trips. However, there will be a new growth opportunity, and that is because what we're seeing as people move to remote working is the need to come together on occasion, not in the office, but to establish the networks, the creative ability, the water cooler moments, to bring new recruits in, to establish social capital in firms. One needs to come together physically. And I anticipate that rather than people going to the office, they will go to venues, to hospitality venues, to beaches, to ski resorts, and that will create a massive opportunity in off-site meetings, which is greater than existed before the pandemic. And that is where there could be a lot of opportunity for a combination of breakout rooms, conferences, coming together, social networks, and having fun for people that I think will be a great opportunity. There will also be a rebound, as there was after the First World War, as there was after the Second World War, where people's pent-up need to get together, to catch up, to party, to have fun, to dance, to experience the places they've been reading about and dreaming about in lockdown. That is a big pent-up demand. And so I think we will see a very strong revival in travel and tourism, domestic, but also international. And if that can be captured, if people's concerns can be addressed, that would be a very good basis for coming together. In sum, then, this is going to be a grim year. We need to worry more about the hunger impact, but clearly the economic impact around the world, particularly devastating for young people and their future. They've lost a lot of social life, they've lost a lot of schooling, they've lost a lot of higher education, job prospects, and they're inheriting a massive debt. So we owe them a solidarity, and the world after COVID cannot be a bouncing back to the world before, because that business as usual is what got us to where we are today. I think ensuring that the stimulus packages are part of a Green New Deal, as the European Union, as South Korea and other countries are doing, is absolutely vital. If the stimulus is going to be poured into cement and steel, that could indeed lead to a bigger spike in carbon emissions. So how the stimulus is engaged in and how we guarantee a better life for people in the future, a more prosperous life, a shared life, is a crucial question we should be facing now. And the travel and tourism industry has a massive role to play in this. It's always been the source of the most intense job creation. It gets jobs quickly to the people that need it most. And of course, it in the process gives people what we all need, which is something to look forward to: pleasure, opportunity, and prosperity. Thank you very much.
Two, one.
Now, my next guest should need very little introduction. Since the 1980s with Gulf Air and then Emirates Airlines, he masterminded a major shift in the balance of power in the global commercial aviation industry. With his team, he has taken risks and propelled Emirates and Dubai Airport, for that matter, to becoming a leading carrier of passengers and a hub. To Tim Clark, welcome indeed. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning to you.
Thank you. Now, these are tricky times for aviation and hospitality, especially with the new lockdown measures in Europe. But in this conference, we do want to throw ahead and prepare for bounce back. And you, I've got to say, in recent interviews, have been pretty upbeat and said that you don't believe in the kind of resigned new normal, because in your view, demand will come back with a bang. Do you hold to that?
Yes, I do. That's not to suggest that I'm being a little bit flippant about what we're facing at the moment, what we've had to deal with, and I listened with interest at your previous speaker assessment of what is likely to happen going forward. I guess from where I sit and the way we have dealt with the various global crises since Emirates has been in existence, admittedly not as bad as this one, we have always managed to navigate our way through. We have always believed that since the planet effectively globalized in the mid-90s, that the transactional levels taken on a minute by minute, second by second basis grew exponentially, as we all know. That was the wonderful way the digitized world facilitated interaction. And with that came a huge demand for some of the products that the airline industry had to offer. And I won't go into those. Now, do I see those being suppressed indefinitely? No, I don't. Do I see global demand restoring itself, notwithstanding what your previous speaker said about corporate business? I'm afraid I don't agree with that either. I believe that the aspirations of the global population, notwithstanding the deltas between the way countries have gone about their business, and we did talk at length about the developing world and how they need some TLC going forward, and that is quite clear. Not just in the equitable distribution of the vaccine, which is critical, and there the developed world needs to take a lead in all of this to ensure that everybody gets access to the vaccine, so that we inoculate the global population as best we can. And it is going to be the time that takes that will determine how quickly demand restores itself. My own view is that, given what we have all been talking about in the last few days, I have said months ago that whatever happens is contingent upon, one, a vaccine, and two, its efficacy, and three, the ability to distribute it on a fair and equitable manner across the planet. Of course, that's to an extent self-serving, because Emirates is a global airline. It serves multiple destinations across the planet, not just in the developed world, but also in the developing world. So it's important to us that we get this done. And I think that once that does happen, the evidence that we have faced, whether it be the regional conflicts in this part of the world, other major traumas, yes, this one is worse. It harks back to the 1929-33 depression, but then of course we were in a different world then. And all I've seen, that every time there has been a trauma, whether it be the financial crisis, whether it be the Gulf Wars, whatever it may be, the meltdown of the Asian currencies in 1998, I've seen people say, well, business travel will never restore itself. Well, video conferencing is going to change everything. Oh, well, once we've globalized, who needs to travel at all? Well, the reverse has happened. The reverse has happened. We've never seen so much business come to our business, to the airline industry, in all the segments of the various business models that we operate. I've seen the merger of business travel with leisure, the pursuit of frequent flyer points to facilitate the latter, the enrichment of people's lifestyles, the societal issues improvement that the airline industry has brought, second homes, frequency of travel, and of course the value product that the likes of Ryanair, EasyJet, and all the low-cost operators have brought to the business. Now, that has transformed the way the global population goes about its business, notwithstanding what I said about the deltas between the developed world and the increasing chasm between those and the developed world. And that is something that is more a global issue that predated the pandemic. It was going on, it was becoming clear and present, and we really had an obligation to do something about it. It's a separate issue. But I do believe that notwithstanding all of this, once we are through it and the efficacy, as I said, of the vaccine is proven, its distribution, its logistics of distribution is sorted, then we will bounce back. I think a previous speaker mentioned about in our business and hospitality that people will jump on planes, trains, boats to get to places that they have aspired to, even more so in the dreadful lockdown regime. That will definitely happen. Equally, business will come back. After that, I think there will be a pursuit of restoration of what had happened. Will it be business as usual? I hope so. And frankly, I believe it will be. And we will position this business to ensure that we're ready to take it when it pops up.
Can I just pick you up on the business conference thing, the business travel? The only difference between this time, well, the big difference between this time and before is that everybody's been using the likes of this platform, Zoom and whatever else. And companies have seen that they have saved money on business conferences and trade fairs for that matter and all those things. So are you really sure that this time will not be different to the previous times when, yes, they have talked about video conferencing and it's all going to be great?
Well, listen, well before the pandemic took hold, we had took the view that, yes, exactly what we are doing now would be the norm in the future. It didn't need the pandemic to do that. There were certain entities, events, call it what you like, not just in the conference circuit, that became to an extent an anachronism because of what has happened. And therefore, they had to move with the times, and that's what they have been doing. And this was an improvement in the quality of communication, notwithstanding the fact that, people really did enjoy going to venues like World Travel Market, Arabian Travel Market, ITB in Berlin, all the multiple, because they did a number of things other than business. Now then, and the very people who owned the businesses, who determined the travel budgets for the people who did travel, were the very people who went to these conferences, because the networking value of meeting people in person. And this isn't just a one-on-one as we were doing. I might be sitting in a conference. I might be sitting in a restaurant. I might be sitting in multiple venues in these conferences where I would meet many, many people, whether it be the media, whether it be people I've never met before. People wanted to talk to me about their products, their wares, and whatever they're doing. And this had real value for me personally. Will that change? I think it would be folly to suggest that we are totally going to be in the hands of Zoom and Teams, which, by the way, their stock prices fell yesterday as all the others rose. So there is a belief that those perhaps holding the stock, their game may be up and may not be as good. Look, I'm being a little bit facetious, but the fact of the matter is there is a place for everybody. We are doing business in different ways, and goodness me, thank goodness for that. And you know, everybody will say that by doing this, we don't increase carbon footprints, we don't do this, we don't do that. But will that be enough to stop people actually getting on aeroplanes, going to hotels, going on ships, doing all the other bits and pieces? Evidence suggests that in the past, that has not been the case. Maybe I've been here too long, but that's what I think.
Well, far be it from me to bite the hand that's feeding me right now, but I've got to say that there are obviously technical limitations with the likes of Zoom, and obviously, as you point out, being in a large group of people is something that we all love doing, and obviously, if it's not at home, if it's abroad, even better. In that context, can I ask you, in terms of what this conference is about, really, which is investment, what's your kind of advice to investors and businesses in the travel sector now? Where should they be looking, or should they just be carrying on as before?
Well, obviously, the situation has changed in the short term. As your previous speaker said, we've got stricken companies financially. We have debts appearing on balance sheets, primarily of airlines, that they never contemplated before. And that is going to condition how they act and what they do in the future. They must rid themselves of this debt if they're going to invest in anything themselves, or attract debt providers or investors into their businesses. But if you believe, as I do, and I would say this to investors, the companies that we're talking about, the ones that are solid enough to weather the storm, there are going to be many that will not be able to weather it because, hey-ho, they weren't that good in the first place. Let's be quite honest. And perhaps their continuation in existence was driven by debt providers who were, or investors who were hoping for the best, but weren't actually sure it was going to happen. This will sort out. This is a little bit of laissez-faire, survival of the fittest. For those that have good, substantially solid business models, that are doing whatever they need to do to keep themselves in business, I would say that if you believe in what they have been doing in the past, and if you believe that the demand will be restored, albeit it may be a bit patchy in certain areas, believe in their business model, and that if it was good before the pandemic, it will be good after the pandemic. So you have to tough it out. The notion that you get debt moratoriums, you get, we've got easy money at the moment, as the previous speaker said, it's so cheap, it has been for a long time, but well before the pandemic, interest rates were very low. And that, of course, has good and bad, as we know. But if that continues, and if demand picks up, that those business models will restore themselves. And I would believe that in our business, hospitality, airlines, the boards will be hell-bent on reducing the level of debt on their balance sheets, not necessarily by going to shareholders to increase equity, but just getting cash flows back to where they were. And quickly as possible, having laid off a lot of costs in the course of the pandemic, and let's hope fuel in our business stays where it is and the yields are as good as they have been, we can get ourselves back into a cash positive situation. So there's investors who primarily look at cash generation, cash flows, etc., need to bide their time and give these companies a chance. The good companies will survive and the good companies will prosper. So, I mean, it's up to them in the end, but...
Yeah. Would you go as far as taking the position which you took when you left Gulf Air? You joined the small team that became Emirates, and you took risks. I mean, would you go as far as saying, okay, come on, stand up to this, take a few risks as well, even in this climate?
There are clear opportunities. I hate to be predatorial or seem predatorial in all of this, but there's never been a trauma on this planet where there have not been opportunities, and the usual change brings opportunity, etc., etc. I'm not saying that we should. There's businesses should take advantage of one another or the absence of others. But the fact of the matter is, we have a laissez-faire capitalist economy, essentially globally. And if you are smart and you can see where the weaknesses have appeared, that you believe that they need to be restored, holes in whatever it may be, then that may be a very good time to invest. I mean, we see restaurants disappearing out of high streets and towns, not because they were bad, they don't simply have the cash flow to continue. That could because not because they were bad businesses or bad restaurants, they took on too much debt to get it going. Now, those people who have got cash or want to look at a restaurant in a high street location or city location, they say, well, there it is, it's ready to rock and roll. They've had to go through no fault of their own except they were financially stricken. Does that make the business model or the location or what they were doing wrong? No, it doesn't. It suggests that you need to go and have a good hard look at it. I would be doing that if I was a lot younger.
But obviously we have to bear in mind the fact that obviously there's a lot of people, a lot of SMEs that are struggling. We're talking about equity, we're talking about equal distribution of income. We, as you say, you know, the aim is not to be predatory, but to support, I suppose, take risks and support. Now, listen, let's talk about the elephant in the room, the nice elephant in the room, which is the news about the vaccine yesterday. Now, this is really what it's all about, as you pointed out, in the long term and medium term and even short term, really. Now, I believe that Emirates has laid out its plans on its cargo side to be a hub for the distribution of vaccines. Can you tell us more about that?
Well, one thing we did, just to talk about cargo, going back to March when all this started, we activated our fleet, removed where the passenger business didn't, obviously was going nowhere. We just built up our planes in the bellies of the 777s. And I now got 151 aircraft flying, all 777s with passengers, with freight and passengers, or just all freight. And actually yesterday, we activated 380s as freighters and carried 46 tons on one aircraft from Bangkok to Atlanta, or Bangkok to Amsterdam, I can't remember. So at the same time, we realized that when the pharmaceutical business, whether it be PPE, whether it be track and trace equipment, etc., there was going to be an enormous demand for that, and it had to be by air because the imperative, the speed imperative to get it to those markets was clear. Following on from that, as we have said a few months ago, well, certainly I was a firm believer in the medical and scientific research and the farmers to come up with a vaccine to deal with this, and therefore we need to position ourselves to be in a position to move these vaccines rapidly. We knew that the logistics supply chain was going to be difficult. We knew that the vaccines had to be transported at sub-zero temperatures, which was always going to be a challenge. But we needed to get ourselves into some situation where we could get the vaccines from the primary producers, whether they be in India or whatever, to the markets that desperately needed, which was everywhere. I think we established the hub down in the Sudley airfield, which has been designed, was already there for pharmaceutical transshipment. It already had the chillers and the coolers. It was already totally geared up for that. So this was just a question of opening the doors and activating it. We have engaged with contracts with many of the pharmaceutical companies to ship possibly 40, 50, 60,000 tons, not just on Emirates, but in terms of what the vaccine will need. It remains a challenge at minus 80 centigrade to move these vaccines. We reckon we can manage that. I think the problem then is how do you, once you've got them into, say, the developed world, how are they going to move them from the airfield to wherever they have to go? One looks at, South American countries, Asian countries. I'm quite sure that those countries will be attending to that as quickly as they can. And let's hope that they can secure the means, not only financial, to get that done. But if it is done, and I think we are ready, we've got the aircraft ready to go. They're flying at the moment, full of freight, but we will make absolutely sure that when the vaccine came down the line, fully approved, certified, blah, 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 that we're ready to move it at speed. Shipping, of course, can take weeks, but by air, I reckon we can get this cracked. If these vaccines come out from a multitude of sources and they all pass the efficacy test, the regulator test with regard to application, then we can actually get vaccines across the planet within 3 to 4 months of production. The inoculation process is a little bit of a hindrance because you have to have 2, and there's a 25-day gap between the 2 and the 5-day for the antibodies to kick in. But is there anything to stop the airline industry, that's what's left of it, moving this stuff around? No, there isn't. And we can, if we're charged with the task, get on with it and get it done.
Until that point, or perhaps even during when the vaccine is actually available, we will still need testing, rapid testing, and tracking, and the creation of air bubbles or corridors, I suspect. There is a widespread frustration about the inability of governments in particular to coordinate these systems so that we can all go to the airport and we can all know exactly what the system is we're going to be using, and then all travel comfortably. Are you surprised that there has not been this coordination, this harmonization of testing situations, testing devices?
No, I'm not in the slightest bit surprised. As I'm not surprised that there is a difference in the way the governments go about dealing with it. As your last speaker said, it's amazing that they have managed to do a lot of good things. But each country has faced with degrees of this pandemic in the early days, and now more severe as we go through the second phase. No government on the planet has faced anything like this. One could argue that perhaps they should have been, but the fact is they haven't. And therefore, it's not surprising that each country does its own thing, whether it be lockdown by postcode, lockdown by region, travel bubbles changing every other day, etc., confusing the population. The global population is where and what they can do when they travel. Now, importantly in this, you talk about track and trace. Again, this is a question of the efficacy of those track and trace systems. I know when you try and introduce an information technology system to an organization like Emirates, on the scale that this would be, had we done this, it would have taken us years. You can't just impose an IT system which deals with everything and hope that it's going to be in an untested phase ready to do the job. So we are failing all the time in some of our IT applications to get it right in the end. So governments are taking a pasting in the way they go about track and trace. I think a bit unreasonably, frankly. They've done their best. It's cost them an awful lot of money because we've been shipping these test kits in from all over the world. If they haven't worked, and that causes political. When the pandemic was politicized in certain countries, and it continues to be, then you get different agendas working all together. As far as the testing equipment is concerned, yeah, there have been significant inroads. The LAMP one is probably the one that has the greatest application value to the hospitality and airline industry, is that it is relatively instantaneous. But it is not as efficacious as the PCR test. So there are going to be some people who say, well, look, I'd rather take the risk, mitigate the risk, not eliminate the risk, and allow free flow, rather than ho-hum, fold your arms and say, I'm not going to take anything else. I'm hoping the former will eventually take hold. And that, in tandem with the development of the vaccine distribution, could see the problem being cracked.
Okay, just so interesting, Tim, but thank you for this. Just one last question, because we're running out of time, and we are going to be talking about testing quite soon. You've, I think, announced a policy of covering passengers' medical expenses if they contract coronavirus. Now, is that one short-term measure you think that all airlines could do to boost air traffic and actually boost consumer passenger confidence? Do you think that could be applied across the board?
I think it is. I most definitely. There was quite a strong response, notwithstanding the various shutdowns in the markets that we served, to the fact that we were offering that up to a certain limit. So if you developed that and you didn't have preconditioned symptoms of any kind, then that worked very well. Because of the scale of what we did and are doing, the cost to us of executing that with regard to the insurance providers is quite low. So we stepped up even further and said, now we'll give full travel insurance for a little bit more that the consumer doesn't see. It is in the fare, and we can afford to do that. So I'm hoping that it will unlock some, but not all, of the business concerns about, we've got things like in-flight protocols and hygiene and safety and everything else. But if you do go to a country which you have some doubts about your ability to get covered, etc., then we're here to help you out.
So Tim Clark, I really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us. Hopefully we can see you again, perhaps even in person this time next year. Thank you indeed. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Coming up, we have a keynote speech from someone who represents tourism in a country that had very big plans for investment and expansion just before the pandemic, and by all accounts, continues to do so. That is Mahmoud Abdul Hadi, Deputy of Investment, Ministry of Tourism, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. He'll be right back.
You may begin.
Good morning or good afternoon, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like, first of all, to thank the ITIC for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. If I may start with a very important guiding principle in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia today, which is the Vision 2030, which is our strategy, national strategy for the whole country, taking us to 2030. The vision is built on three pillars: building a vibrant society, a thriving economy, and an ambitious nation. Tourism is a very important part of the Vision 2030 strategy, and the sector, if you like, as alluded to previously, is relatively underinvested in the kingdom. And is not something that was on anybody's radar up until the vision came into fruition or came into being. I think what's changed today is we have a target within the three pillars I mentioned to utilize or build on the innate hospitality that we as Saudi Arabia and the Arab nation in general have. And those attributes, if you like, lend themselves very well to tourism. We are a very large country. We are a country with a very diverse geography. We have deserts, we have mountains, we have shorelines, very long, beautiful, untouched shorelines. And we have a very diverse mix of people. We have been hosting, if you like, visitors to our land for centuries, whether they be the historic trade caravans or whether they be the pilgrims that have been coming to Mecca and Medina and the holy sites. So it is not completely alien to us. It is not completely new. But I think the difference this time, if you like, is our ambition to become a top 5 destination globally for tourism, driven by, if you like, that desire to make sure that we are building on the three pillars that I mentioned, which I will recap are the vibrant society, the thriving economy, and an ambitious nation. I think our tourism strategy for 2030 is really built on three key targets. One is for tourism to become 10% contributor to our GDP, to create 1 million additional jobs in the kingdom, and to generate 100 million visits to the kingdom. This is, of course, under the umbrella of becoming a top 5 destination globally. How are we doing this? We are building or working to build an ecosystem within the kingdom that is one, attractive to investors, and two, attractive to visitors in the kingdom or to the kingdom. I think our main tenets, like I mentioned, are the three targets: the 10%, the 100 million visits, and the 1 million jobs. we can only do this by creating an environment which is conducive to investing in the private sector or through the private sector. We know that tourism can only be built on or through private sector efforts, and the most successful tourism models in the world are all built through private sector efforts. It is our job at the ministry and our government ecosystem is to make sure that we have created the right environment for that. And the steps that we're taking are to make sure that we have the right regulation, we have the right incentives, that we are creating an inclusive work environment for people in the sector, and to make sure that we are building these for the long term, and these are not just short-term strategies or initiatives that we are doing, but we are very, very serious and very conscious about making sure that we have the right building blocks in place to make sure that we are augmenting the strength of the economy. I think another point I wanted to talk about is obviously the effect of the pandemic, and as with every nation that had tourism aspirations or tourism business, that's something that has been negatively impacted. However, we in the kingdom have taken a very deliberate step to make sure that we are promoting domestic tourism in the kingdom. So, if you like, despite the restrictions imposed on us by the pandemic, we launched a tourism drive for the summer, which was extremely successful. In some areas we had occupancy levels of over 80%. We had a major contribution to GDP, which was I think 30% up year on year from those locations, and it was a major success. And more importantly, it was successful without having any negative impact on if you like, pandemic situation. Going back to our national tourism strategy, and I mentioned our aim there, and it is sort of under the umbrella of the Vision 2030, is that our aim is to diversify the economy and to create an inclusive employment environment that is conducive to tourism development. The strategy focuses on making sure that we are enhancing and developing the sites that we have. And this is something I think that maybe generally is not necessarily known, but I alluded to the kingdom being a very large country with a lot of potential. We have 38 destinations across the kingdom that are extremely suitable for tourism development. And these could be sun and sand, these could be historical destinations. Some of these are archaeological destinations. Some of them are agri-tourism. It is a very, very broad mix. And I think the size and the diversity in the kingdom lends to Saudi Arabia being an important destination globally. Speaking of investment itself, I think a lot of what we are... So Saudi Arabia is, in essence, a greenfield tourism destination for the type of tourism that excludes religious tourism. Today, I think that presents an exciting opportunity for businesses both domestically and internationally to promote foreign direct investment into the kingdom. And the opportunities exist across the value chain. So whether you are talking about activating a specific site or you are building large resorts and hotels, the value chain is there and it is available to be invested in. Some of the things that we've focused on to make sure that we are building the ecosystem in the right way is we are, again, focusing on private sector contribution. Once the restrictions, if you like, and travel restrictions start to ease, we will also be looking to promote FDI into the sector. And to aid that, we've also started working with our colleagues across other ministries, such as under the Invest Saudi banner and other business, if you like, attraction activities We've also set up a tourism development fund in order to ensure that the funding or the right funding structures are available to the private sector players willing to come into the sector, to the tourism or set up tourism businesses are there. And it's also to ensure, if you like, that we have the right quality of offering that we aspire to as part of our vision. I think the pandemic has shown that the importance of domestic tourism to a market like Saudi Arabia. Before the pandemic, we had launched the e-visa scheme, which in my view was an amazing success, because in the 4 months that it was operating, we had over 500,000 tourist visas for Saudi Arabia, which was something that was unheard of. And these were people that were, if you like, coming in from the UK, Malaysia, US, China, Canada, and these were the top applicants for these visas. And a lot of these people were coming in to discover Saudi Arabia. And this is part of what we are doing today in terms of making sure that we are attracting the right people who can, hopefully, relay the right message about Saudi Arabia and who we really are and what it is we really stand for as a nation, as a country, and two, from a slightly selfish perspective, making sure that we are positively contributing to the ecosystem and the economy. I think to wrap up, I think Saudi Arabia is or presents a huge opportunity for the industry to invest in. I think Saudi Arabia is a country that is, certainly going to be on the world tourism map going forward. And I think all of our efforts that we are currently working on, be they to make sure that regulations are in the right, shall we say, frame of mind, to make sure that investors are assisted and enabled to invest, or just making sure that we have, the right activities and the right activations for our very valuable sites, all works towards meeting the target of becoming a top 5 destination globally for tourism by 2030. Thank you again for your time, and I think that's the end of my time with you today.
Thanks very much, and good morning, everybody from New York, wherever you happen to be. My name is Peter Greenberg. I'm the travel editor for CBS News, and our panel today is called "The Future of Tourism in the Green Economy." We might as well just call it "The Future of Tourism," and the economy comes later. But we're gonna focus on that. And let me introduce our panelists. She's the Senior Vice President of the World Travel and Tourism Council, Maribel Rodriguez.
How are you?
Our legendary guest, the former UN WTO Secretary General and the former Minister of Tourism of Jordan, among many other titles, Talib Rifai.
Thank you.
And the Honorable
Thank you so much.
Yes, and the Honorable Nayef Al-Fayez, who is the Minister of Tourism and Antiquities in Jordan. And it's nice to see so many friends this morning on the same screen.
Thank you, Peter.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
So let's start with the elephant in the room, and that is tourism in the green economy was always a function of the economy itself in terms of green and tourism, and it's obviously on the front burner. It was something that people were concerned about. It was something that the WTTC did a lot of research about in basically showing countries and heads of governments that it was a smart investment because consumers and businesses needed to focus on that in order to grow their tourism. So Maribel, let's start with you for a second. The research that WTTC did, it's not enough just to say it's 1 in every 10 jobs or it's 11% of global GDP, but how does the green economy fit in? How does sustainable tourism fit in now, especially as everyone is in the recovery mode of COVID-19?
Well, actually, the companies that are not taking care of it right now are not going to be competitive in the future, because it's not all about what they are doing right now. It's about what the consumer wants, and the consumer is now very demanding in that sense, and is of course understanding the current situation. So we have been talking with different members within our organization, and already before COVID, a lot of them were doing a lot of commitments. We are agreed with the Paris Agreement to be climate neutral by 2050, and working with UNEP, for example, in plastic. So, but many members are already doing different things when it comes to airlines and prior the crisis. So from the private sector, it's something that together with digitalization and together with the other acts like inclusivity, diversity, is all about now working together for the future. But for that, it's very important to have a proper global coordinated agreement and alignment, public and private sector.
But it's interesting. It's the chicken and the egg here. You know that your research will show you that more and more people will make their travel decisions based on the individual destination to the green economy.
Yeah, it's about 56% of our research showing that the consumers are deciding to travel here or there, taking into consideration if the hotel is sustainable, if the destination is taking care of their own visitors, how do they treat their nature. Of course, more and more is not going to be the chicken and the egg, is going to be the consumer forcing us to do that. But the companies have already started, and now more than ever, they will all have to be accelerated. So that's basically what is happening right now. It's a question of as well responsibility, not only from companies, from the consumers in general.
Talib, in all of your work at the UNWTO and trying to educate other governments and other leaders about this, initially I know you got resistance from it because they used the economy to say, well, we can't spend the money there. Then, of course, as Maribel says, it became a real important tool. But in this wake of COVID-19, as budgets are essentially frozen or not being released in any way, shape, or form, or the money's just not there, how do you see the way forward now to be able to maintain the track you were on to begin with, pre-COVID?
Thank you so much.
I'm sorry, I thought it was me. That's fine.
That was for Talib.
No problem, Maribel. Maribel is a wonderful lady. She's been working with us at WTTC for a long period of time. I appreciate her presence with us. I also appreciate the presence of Minister Nayef Al-Fayez. Mr. Fayez, by the way, between his two assignments as Minister of Tourism, because he was Minister of Tourism before that, he was Minister of the Environment as well. So he's quite into the green economy, very well. And Peter, I not say anything about you because you're a friend of Jordan anyhow. You're a very good friend of Jordan. I still remember the royal tour you started in Jordan. Thank you so much. Now back to your question. I believe that there is an opportunity that comes out of every crisis. The word crisis and the word opportunity in Chinese language is one word. There is no difference between them at all. And this is an opportunity for us now. And I'll tell you how it is an opportunity. Number one, this crisis has taught us that we have to travel very, very responsibly. You don't travel now for anything, for any purpose. You're very careful in your travel. So you're not going to go travel to areas that are crowded anyhow. So the idea of over-tourism that was so prevalent before will disappear, I'm sure. It's something we had tried to talk governments into, but they were so preoccupied with growth and money, business. They didn't listen to us. Now it's being a demand from the consumer, as Maribel said. It's a consumer that wants this. Now, the other thing is, there is something called the digital nomad. Today, I'm a digital nomad myself. I'm talking to you now from Marbella, south of Spain, where I'm doing my work from here. Now, many, many people are traveling all over the world now to go to places, not just for a day or two or a week. They go there for a month or two or three. They stay long stays. This is going to reduce the number of people going to a certain place. You go to a place where it's clean, where it's safe, where it's enjoyable. You do your work from there. So this is the second very important element that can come to play now here. Having said all of this, I believe that many, many countries now have experienced and seen the other side of the story. For example, I was with the Minister of Kenya, Mr. Balala, that day. He was telling me about how they were able to double their rhino fleet, literally double in the time that people were not there, because people had not come to destinations. You had started to see the good side of that destination, started to see the air cleaner. So people started to feel the difference when there are less people traveling to a certain place and when there's no crowds, when there's a greener economy, greener footprint. So that's something we learned out of this crisis. I don't think we'll go back to what we were. There's a new norm that's happening. And this new norm is going to impose itself on all of us. Thank you so much. Thank you, Pete.
Well, Talib, I have a follow-up question for you because you mentioned some of the shifts in behavior. Have we gone from destination marketing to lifestyle change, meaning lifestyle and work style decisions going into the decisions of making a travel decision as opposed to a vacation?
That's right. Very, very true. Look, some of the norms that were there before are going to change. Now people are talking about the new norm. For example, wearing masks. In China and Korea and Japan, people wore masks before we did. They wore masks even they have a little cold, out of respect. It's a new norm now. In Korea, if you enter any house, you have to take off your shoes outside the door of your house. That's a new thing. We're going to start learning new habits of life. And travel is going to come back very strong, but it will come back in a different way. The digital nomads, for example, it's a new form of traveling. It's the same thing. Instead of having 10 people coming for 1 day each, you have one person coming for 10 days. So that's the same kind of economic impact. Only this is much more interactive. And it's better even for sustainability, because when we talk about the green economy, we not only talk about the environment, we talk also about the society there. So interacting with the society, living like real local becomes part of what you do there. I believe that what you said is absolutely correct. Yes.
You know, it's interesting to think that only 9 months ago, what was topic A? Over tourism and sustainable tourism.
That's right.
Thinking about pilot shortages because airlines were growing so large, they were adding new routes every day. We're beyond that now. We've come full circle. And Mr. My question for you is, you know, when I go back to my original days going to Jordan, there were the iconic places you had to see, you know, Petra, Jerash, and of course down in Aqaba. But today, you know, you have a number of nature reserves. You have a number of places that people can immerse themselves in. And as Talib said, not just for a 30-minute stop on a bus tour, but they really want to get involved. How do you, in terms of your development and your economic development based on sustainable tourism, sell that, if you will, to the public in general?
I guess this question is to me. correct? Yes.
Yes.
Well, definitely. I mean, as my colleagues have just mentioned, sustainability, environment are no longer an option. I think it is something that is demanded by the consumer, and it is consumer driven, which means those who were smart enough a while ago and started are the ones who are going to be gaining this advantage. And also with the changes that we have seen, it's going to be all shifting towards that. For us in Jordan, in the last 40 or so years, we have invested in the nature reserves. When we started, it was about preserving our nature, but then with time, they started turning into an attraction. It started turning into attraction for people to come and enjoy these sites. And as we saw in Jordan, with an increased number of local tourism, we saw that people are moving more towards these nature reserves, which were not the case a while ago, which also shows us that it is an opportunity for us also to start exposing these nature reserves with the idea of how we also keep those as a nature reserve. Now, we don't want them to become the Disneyland of the world. We need to make sure that they are also kept in a way that people can enjoy it. But the balance has to be taken into consideration, to be very frank with you. We have our, let's say, classical attractions that people will want to come to Jordan and see them. And we will tell them, while you're here, you can also enjoy what we have to offer in terms of our ecologies, our nature, our wildlife, our nature reserve that have been invested over the few years. With the integration of local communities. And this is very important. I know, Peter, you have been to many of our places, and you've been to Ghana and other places where you saw the local communities, how we would integrate local communities into these systems. And they became an essential part of it, not only in hosting guests, but also in producing products that are related to the area. And this is where we need to build on it, and people and consumers are asking for such products and such locations in their experiences. Yeah, they want to come and enjoy Petra, definitely, but they will also want to be able to integrate with the local communities. And I think this is an opportunity where we can invest, and there are still opportunities to invest in Jordan and other places in the world.
Mr. Minister, if I can give you a follow-up question, going back to what Talib was saying about this behavioral shift. Instead of 10 people going to a place for one day, one person going to a place for 10 days. I've never met a minister of tourism who wasn't dealing with a different set of metrics, but the same metrics, if you will. And those different set of metrics were how many visitors are coming, what's their average stay, what's the average spend, how do we increase the numbers? I think we're changing this now. There's a reset going on. So the question is, how do you do the reset and still be economically viable as people are looking to spend, fewer people looking to spend more time and doing it the right way?
Well, I don't want to go away from the same metrics, because we were dealing with this metrics that you mentioned, but in Jordan, we're focusing how do we extend the length of stay. So maybe this is an opportunity for us to say, okay, we need to have less people, but longer stays, so that we make people stay longer in Jordan, enjoy more than Petra. You know, Peter, you've been to Petra. People just come to Jordan for the day, they want to see Petra and leave. And we say this is not what Jordan has to offer. And I think this is an opportunity for us here in Jordan, where we can say, yes, we want to have limited a number of people going to the sites in general, but we want them to stay longer. And even in Petra, let's say, for example, the Petra is not only the famous sea or the famous treasury that people go to. You've been around, you saw it, it's a whole city. So again, that length of stay is actually something that we should take advantage of. And I think it's an opportunity for us to see a shift in the positive way. We have to admit a country like Jordan relies heavily on tourism, and it relies heavily on the income that tourists are spending in the country. And with extending their length of stay, that's an opportunity for them to spend more, and also to diversify their spending, not only in one location, but also maybe in rural areas and smaller areas where also the local community can benefit.
So if you're looking for social distancing, we all head to the Wadi Musa.
Definitely. I mean, Wadi Musa and Ajnoon and so many other places, Wadi Ram and so on. So yes, smaller groups, distance, And people want to enjoy the nature also at the same time. I think people have been distanced for a while. They're eager to travel and they want to enjoy nature. And as I told you, in Jordan, we saw this experience of going to tracks and to go into valleys and going to Wadi Mujib and so on to enjoy the experiences that were not enjoyed before. Before we saw Jordanians wanting to go only to the beach, only want to go to Aqaba to enjoy the sun and sand and the waters of Aqaba. But today, no, they're venturing into new experiences. And I think it's no difference for the local other international tourists.
Maribel, so much of what the WTTC does is research. So much of what you're doing is coming up with the numbers to justify this movement to sustainable tourism. What are you doing now to convince other government leaders that the timing couldn't be better now, not that they planned on it this way, but that the timing couldn't be better now for an investment in sustainable tourism that will get us through, the next 2 or 3 decades?
We are doing a lot of things. The first thing we have been doing is we have a new vice chair focused on sustainability. One of our members is taking the lead to sit together with alongside other leaders and planning for that. That is something we have been doing recently, and we have been doing, of course, different reports like the future of travel that I invite all of you to have a look at and find all the research in environment, wildlife, equality, employment, because we all know how important and the social impact that travel and tourism has within the entire economy. But what we are really doing right now is speaking with the governments, with the G20 governments, to align them to set up together a global international coordinated framework on 12 points. And those 12 points are all related to COVID and beyond, because of course, COVID would go, and now with a very good news, the vaccine, we welcome it and more that will come. But at the same time, maybe we are going to be still going through many different pandemics or situations like the one we are having right now. We are focused on that. It's very important that the government has a proper global alignment in air corridors, what the tests are going to be, when the test needs to be taken, and what is the contact tracing solution that we are going to be using. Of course, we are agnostic on the technology, but yes, we do need to have a tracing of what are our possibilities of being infected are. Of course, us from the private sector, we need to keep on working on being flexible with bookings, with change. We need to provide the insurance because, of course, we need to bring back the confidence of the traveler, because now it's lost. It's lost because they have been seeing the different discussions, the change of policies, and this is not helping at all. So even if we have been sorted the first step of having a vaccine there, which is a light at the end of the tunnel that we, of course, welcome, we need to convince them back. And being sustainable, being conscious, being responsible is really, really going to help them. So we are working from the private sector in the things that we can provide, being aligned, but as well trying to catalyze and support the discussion, and we hope this global framework. We have the possibility, as you know, to present our 12 points at the G20 meeting, led by the Minister Al-Khatib, the Excellency Al-Khatib, within the meeting with the private sector and public sector within the G20 meeting. We were lucky and able to do that, and now we are in the second phase of starting to implement and deliver. So we welcome for the coordinated approach for global problems and global solutions, I would say.
Well, we're running out of time, but I have a couple of really fast last questions, which I can't ignore. And that is, what sustains sustainable tourism is confidence itself, as you just pointed out. But beyond that, nobody gets to go anywhere without airlift. And right now, there's no confidence in the airline sector about going anywhere these days. We have 34 airlines around the world that have already failed, not just Chapter 11 failed, but out of business. More are in a precarious position. So at the very same time that you want people to come and experience things in a responsible way, you first have to get them there. So Minister Al-Fayez, tell me, how are you getting the airlines back?
Well, I'll be very frank with you. This is a challenge. I mean, as you said, airlines have faced economic crisis. Also, a lot of them have been under stress and lost a lot of jobs. And for us to be able to bring the airlines back, it's been a tough question. We started, our borders have been reopened a while ago. Airlines are being coming in, but unfortunately, the schedules of the airlines are not sustainable so far. You know, we need to start getting a stable demand where we will see, I think, a comeback for the airlines. And I think there are a lot of sessions that I saw some of them in the World Travel Mart talking about airlines and the importance of airlines. So we realize the importance of airlines. Without them, we will not be able to get our tourists into the countries. But the good news is that the studies have shown that airlines are extremely safe to travel, which means that's something that the consumer doesn't have to worry about. Our jobs now as governments and the tourism industry and the airlines is to work together and see how we will start bringing different airlines from different destinations to our countries.
And the interesting thing will be new routes from airlines that will see this as an opportunity that they weren't seeing as an opportunity before.
I think you know, we were working on low-cost carriers in the last few years, and we saw a lot of airlines coming in and showing interest in Jordan. And I think this is an opportunity also for us to work with them. Now it's too soon to tell. We hear different theories. People say it's going to be short haul and then long hauls. But again, we have to work on a comprehensive approach, see where the opportunities start, and then go on from there. All what we've seen is local tourism, regional tourism, and then international tourism. Even international tourism, I think, is going to be split into two segments, the short haul and then long hauls.
Talib, before we run out of time, I'm assuming that the recovery in travel and tourism will be led by the leisure sector, not by business travel, and an opportunity then to educate governments to educate their visitors as to the importance of sustainable tourism.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Peter. I completely agree with you. Just to follow up on what Minister Faiz said, you know, I used to be in my other life a professor at the university. I used to take my students every semester for 12 days to Petra. Every day there was something new to see. So there is so much that we could spread our bulk in. So that's just to finish what we said before. On the issue of aviation and airlines, because it's a very important one, I believe that airlines are very safe to travel in. The only problem here is the testing. I think we're focusing too much on vaccine and very little on testing. I think testing is very, very important. Testing is what keeps your mind at peace more. You will never get the vaccine to get that fear out of your head unless you test. You have to test very quickly, get the result very quickly and very accurate in testing. That would guarantee you that when you take an airline, because the airline, you know, we have to educate people also on the advantages of being in an aircraft, because the oxygen that circulates within the aircraft is much better than even an oxygen that's in your own home. I don't know if you know this, but many people don't know this. No. It's circulating so much, so good. So I think airlines will have a future, definitely. But as Minister said, not immediately now. We're first starting with domestic tourism, regional tourism, and then we go to international tourism. Long haul is still being feared. And if we don't take the fear out of the heads of the people, we can't rest assured. Another very good example is what Jamaica did. You know, the program of Jamaica Cares. It's building a combination with the private sector, with insurance. They are paying now $40 per person added on the ticket, which is absorbed by the airline now. And every person is insured when you go to a place. Ensured that if you get affected by corona, you will get the right treatment or you can get repatriated home. I mean, working with the private sector has so many avenues. I think Jamaica cares, Jordan can care, the whole world can care as well. Thank you.
Great. We are now out of time. I want to thank Talib, my good friend, Minister Rifai.
Thank you.
You again. Hope to see you again soon in Jordan. And of course, Maribel, who I think is in London today.
Madrid.
Okay, not far from Talib. And
not very far, no.
In the meantime,
we're meeting in Seville soon.
We'll throw it back to the moderator. Thanks, everybody.
Very well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, welcome back. Thank you to Peter Greenberg and his panel. And we now turn to health, dealing with COVID-19 and how we restore travelers' trust and confidence to rebuild business. What is the new normal? How do we learn to live, travel, work, and play despite COVID-19? Now, obviously, yesterday's news about the Pfizer vaccine will be uppermost in people's minds when it comes to health, and I want to get people's reactions to that. And don't forget, to all our delegates watching, please have some questions for us. The box is there. We've got a great panel here, so your questions are very welcome. On this panel, we have Professor David Heyman, who's Professor of Infectious Disease Epidemiology, it's hard to say, London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, and he's the head of the Centre of Global Health Security at Chatham House and the chair of the WHO Advisory Group on Emergencies. We have Simon Vincent, who is President Europe of Middle East and Africa for Hilton, which includes 549 hotels and across 13 brands and nearly 70 countries and territories. We have Felipe Silva, board member of Turismo de Portugal. We have Ambassador Do Young Shim from South Korea. And we have Tom Jones, who's a senior partner at Finn Partners, who's got vast experience from both from healthcare in the travel and the communications and PR perspectives. And we have, coming up, Angus Urquhart, who's going to make a short presentation about rapid testing. But first, I want to turn to the doctor in the house, if that's okay, to our distinguished medical expert, David. Let me turn to you and ask you about your thoughts on restoring trust and global considerations. But even before we get to that, I have to ask you, the news yesterday, is it a potential game changer or are we getting too excited?
Well, thanks, Rajan. I think it is a game changer eventually, but we have to understand more about that vaccine. Right now, we know that it's a vaccine which has prevented illness. Has that prevented infection as well, or just has it prevented serious illness? That's one question that has to be sorted out. And also we have to understand how long protection will last. And in addition, we need to understand whether or not this vaccine requires a booster dose and how often it might require a booster dose. So many things not yet understood. How effective is it in the elderly? And so we'll begin to understand that as time goes on. So it is a breakthrough. It's very important, but we have to remember that this disease appears to be becoming endemic, which means it will remain with us over a long period of time. I chair a group at WHO, as you said, Rajan, and we're trying to help WHO begin to develop a risk assessment framework that countries can use when they decide on where they want to open up their travel. And that, of course, will depend on countries being able to say, we have identified countries that have an equal risk of infection to us and an equal capacity to respond to that risk. Right now, the risk framework that people or countries are using includes the numbers of cases reported by WHO. And this is a very poor indicator because the number of cases is only the number of positive tests that a country has, depending on the testing strategy they use. Some countries only test people going into hospital, others test people who are in the community. So it's not a figure to use. Better figures are hospital admissions, deaths, contact tracing effectiveness, others, and those will be in this WHO framework, which we will review next week with WHO. This last week, I had a chance to participate in a regional conference of the International Civil Aviation Organization in Asia. And in that conference, two things became very clear. Airlines and other groups are really doing the maximum that they can to make safe travel, and they're succeeding in that. Travel is safe. So travel is one aspect that needs to be taken into account. Air travel is now shown to be safe. Airlines are doing what they need. But countries are now trying to decide, can we replace or shorten the quarantine or the self-isolation that require of people when they come into our country? And what role will testing strategies provide in that? And how do we make sure that they have insurance coming forward? So clearly a vaccine would be the best to say this person has been vaccinated, but that would have to be a guarantee that the vaccination certificate is not false and the vaccine has been
I need
effective.
password.
Vaccine.
I see.
At the same time, countries need to be moving ahead now with good testing strategies. We know, for example, in last week's meeting, that if testing strategies are correct, if a person is tested before traveling and then upon arrival in a country and is negative both times, even if that person is not in quarantine, there's a 40% decrease in imported disease. So there are many testing strategies, and I know you have a lecture on them later on, which will help to determine what is the best strategy moving forward. But certainly that will include testing and trying to decrease the amount of time that people have to self-isolate. Thank you, Rajan, and back to you.
Thank you very much, David. It won't be so much a lecture, I don't think. I think it's just a short presentation, but appreciate your comments, and please stick around because obviously your expertise will be very useful in everything that we talk about now. Let's go then to the issue of rapid testing and to Angus Urquhart, who is the sales director at Geneme UK, who are a distributor of the Frank D, let me get that right, test kit. It's a rapid and highly specific test kit for COVID-19. Angus, I'm going to hand over to you to tell us more.
Thank you very much indeed, Rajan, and thanks very much, everybody. I shall just share my screen. Okay. Right, here we are, guys. Okay, what I'd like to do here is give you an overview, basically, of the tests that are available and the current testing landscape that exists when looking at testing for COVID-19, and then talk about some of the key factors that need to be considered when looking at using tests that can be effective. A critical factor when often talked about testing, particularly with travel, is that you have a trade-off between speed and accuracy. I mean, obviously, everybody is concerned to be able to have a test which can work quickly to be able to get people through, but at the same time, those tests have to be accurate. That is a really, really critical point, that if you don't have tests that are accurate enough, then the testing doesn't serve what it needs to do. And in fact, you'll be letting people through that are contagious with COVID and doesn't really solve the problem at all. So limited detection, or LOD, is a very, very critical point in deciding which tests can be used at which stage in the testing journey. There are broadly three types of tests that are being considered and are practical for use at the moment. There are antigen tests, or otherwise often known as rapid tests, which have had lots of press coverage recently. Those tests have an advantage in that they are very quick. However, they are not particularly accurate. They do not require lab processing, but they are not very good at picking up the virus in people that do not have symptoms. So their use is far better as, say, part of a government screening program when you're looking at people that have symptoms of COVID that are coming to find out whether they have it. Then you have RT-PCR, a test which is being used at the moment for most testing programs run by governments. That they're a very accurate test, but however, they're quite a slow test and they require a lab environment to run that test. So that has massive limitations upon what can be done in terms of mass screening. Then you have RT-LAMP tests. They do not require a lab process. They're also very good at finding virus in people. In many cases, they're as accurate as PCR testing, but they do not have to be carried out in a laboratory setting. Therefore, that gives you the advantage to be able to test at point of care. This chart here is a particularly useful one in that it really gives an example of the life cycle of the virus, shows when people have symptoms, when their symptoms onset. It talks about when a carrier is likely to be contagious, and it also very clearly shows at which point different types of tests are usable in that environment. For the purposes of looking at aviation and travel, it's very, very important to be using a test that picks up people who are asymptomatic, and therefore it's really RT-PCR and RT-LAMP are the two types of tests that are able to do that in an accurate manner. These are just some standards it's important to look out for, but particularly it's very important to note that World Health Organization gold standard tests are the best tests that really should be that should be utilized in an environment for testing, particularly in an aviation setting. Geneme UK, in partnership with Yoti, has a solution basically that allows airports and airlines to rapidly test colleagues and passengers with accurate results being securely delivered to their mobile devices within 30 minutes in a GDPR compliant manner, which is obviously a very important part of the process as well to adhere to GDPR. The Frank test is a nucleic acid amplification test. It has very high accuracy, specificity of 100% and sensitivity of 97%. The testing cycle is only 30 minutes. It's as accurate as PCR testing, but allows you to have on-site testing. It is WHO gold standard, and it can pick up asymptomatic carriers, which is vitally important in this space. It has a price point that can range between £25 to £6.50 per test, depending on volumes and testing types. It's a very straightforward process. People enter the airport or area they're being tested. They are swabbed. The swab is then put into a tube, which buffer solution is added to. The results are then sent to the individual's phone via the Yoti app within 30 minutes, which can then be shown to whoever is checking on security to allow the person access to the area. That's an example of what it would look like when shown to security. And this is also particularly relevant to talk about, which is pool testing, which is something that we're developing, Frank's in partnership with Yoti. This gives you the ability to have that throughput, which is vitally important in a travel environment. Essentially, you swab up to 6 people at any one time. It could be a family of 4, it could be 6 individuals. That goes into one tube, which then the solution is added to. It runs through the machine, and you get results. Where the result comes back negative, all 6 people pass through the journey. Where it comes back positive, you retest those 6 people. This gives you an ability, essentially, to be able to increase your throughput quite substantially. To give you an example, one standard 96-well PCR machine would be able, on a 16-hour shift, to process over 20,000 people. So with a number of machines in an airport setting or a travel setting, you'd be able to process quite large numbers of people, essentially. Frank's has been involved in a variety of places. We reopened the first theatre show in the UK, Sleepless in Seattle, that took place after the lockdown by testing cast and crew. We've been involved in testing at Heathrow Airport, all part of the trials, and we're currently working with Virgin Atlantic and with a variety of other airports and aviation partners across the world. So we're very involved in the aviation space and actually have a specialist aviation team to help us work on this. And at that point, I shall say thank you very much and goodbye, because I have reached my 5 minutes. So thank you very much.
Angus, I just want to come back to you on one point, which is it's all very well and good having something like this, which does seem very effective. But unless it's adopted by all airports really pretty well around the world, and there's a uniformity and there's agreement about it, it's not going to be much use, is it? Because you need to have that consensus.
Absolutely right. Yeah, completely correct. And that's obviously something that governments around the world are working on to come up with obviously you've probably seen the Common Pass using W3C technology. The guys at Yoti are very involved in those conversations. Well, from what our understanding is that there are groups that are working on having a number of these health passports that are all approved by governments that can be acceptable to countries around the world. Then obviously you have to have agreement on the type of tests that are used. We have sign-off from various different governments, and we are working on getting sign-off from the UK government and working with the Scottish government as well to have that approval to be able to have a national. But as you correctly say, you have to have a global standard which is acceptable in all places, and that's something we're very actively involved in making sure that we're part of.
Thank you, Angus. I'm going to turn to the individual countries in a second, but before that, we got a question from Hiwatle and Bia to David. I think it's probably the best person to answer this. It's basically, what is the plan to work under the COVID-19 situation for Africa, aside of using the protocol of WHO? Do you understand what the point is there?
I'm not sure I understand. I think what's being asked, well, I don't know for sure. What I do know is that there's great concern, as you said, Angus, earlier, that there be a standardization throughout the world and that there be a certification that the tests are really valid tests. I think all countries will be striving toward that, including African countries. But, you know, I just would add that it's wonderful to have this system in place, but the major disincentive is going to be the quarantine on the other side. And so that has to be worked on at the same time in order that people don't get into a country, even though they're negative, get locked down because they haven't had a test. They have to have a test in the future 5 days or so. So I think all of this has to work hand in hand. Over.
Thank you, David. Okay, let's turn to a country, and that is Portugal, which was doing so well for so long, in a sense, relatively a success story within Europe, and the cases were low relatively. But yesterday, Felipe, I believe the country announced a relative quarantine or relative curfew, at least, a lockdown, I suppose. Felipe, can you tell me more?
Warm greetings to all of you, Rajan. It's a pleasure to be here. Warm greetings from Portugal. Definitely, we are facing a second wave, quite a significant second wave in Portugal, and we are tackling this pandemic problem as carefully as possible. Let me just share, if it's possible, and I will just go through some of the information that I would like to share with you. Hopefully you're able to see.
Yep.
Are you able to see my presentation?
Yes, we are.
Yeah, okay. Let me just go quickly through. So we need to be facing that tourism sector is one of the most resilient sectors across the board and throughout the last few decades, in spite of all political, economical, health problems that we've been having. Still, we've been facing a significant strong in this sector. So this is something that it needs to be bear in mind. Back in 2019, according to UNWTO, we had 7% of global exports, 1 out of 10 jobs worldwide was in tourism, a growth of 4% and 1.5 billion arrivals, international billion arrivals reached in 2019. The Guardian mentioned earlier this year that according to what Portugal was doing, all the different projects, definitely this was an important showcase on making tourism a force for good. So this is a very important slogan and message that needs to be across the board at a worldwide level. So being tourism a force for good. What happened was that, unfortunately, we could not predict that what was happening in China by the end of 2019 was quickly spreading to Asia, Europe, becoming a pandemic problem, and of course, reflecting tourism-wise and not having business at all. So the world was closed for business tourism-wise. So a lot of issues regarding trust, lack of trust and confidence from the consumer side, from the trading perspective, from the investment perspective as well. The urgency of fighting the spreading, the urgency of having a good coordination in terms not only at the national level, but also between countries in terms of tackling uncertainty, the lack of information, and of course, managing the health priorities and economical priorities. So we had definitely to get ready, and we in Portugal got ready. Just a few examples of the work that we have been doing, and the strong commitment from the public and private sector in terms of reinstating confidence and trust and complying with the health and safety measures. So strong investment, over 20,000 companies in Portugal are reinstating these clean and safe stamp that has been implemented in Portugal, training, doing a strong effort in training their staff, providing information to their customers, instating protocols for cleaning and disinfection, investing in equipment, and of course, instating operational procedures. At the communication level, our hashtag Can't Keep Portugal was temporarily replaced by the hashtag Can't Keep Hope while we were preparing as a country in order to welcome every single tourist on a safe way. So when we felt that we were fully ready in order to welcome tourists again, we replaced the hashtag with the Can't Keep opening, showcasing what Portugal was doing. So this is just an image that reflects what happened throughout this summer. So we had some business tourism-wise, but a lot of people that were trying to find more secluded, more remote places away from the most crowded places. So, but this is not the work that of a single destination, a single country. This is a work that is being done across the board worldwide at a national level, at a regional level, in order to reinstate the trust and confidence from the consumer side and from the tourism side. So what we see here is, of course, two different areas that needs to be brought together. The health authorities, the tourism authorities and partners, they both have their priorities, but they need to combine all efforts in order to reinstate this confidence from the consumer side and from the trading side. So from the health department, they need to bear in mind that we need to have more mobility, and from the tourism side, we need to have more business, but also preventing the spreading of the virus. So it's all about providing a safe and seamless experience for people that are traveling nowadays, trying to prevent the spreading of the virus and learning, of course, about the disease, especially with the mobility. And how do we get it? Just a couple of slides in order to share this, the urgency of having harmonized travel measures, consistent national approaches, replacing quarantines by testing on departure. And Angus was very clear on his presentation about the complexity about the testing. Having a common EU testing protocol, having a common EU passenger locator form, coordinated and interoperable tracing apps, developing pilot programs between countries and regions, and of course, reinstating surveillance protocols for the future. So what we will get with this data is crucial on this matter based on mobility and being comparable. We will get also improved safety, understanding where the risk is, and improved protocols and procedures. And of course, not last but not the least, free movement. So it's more about combining the health and tourism priorities rather than having each of them their own priorities. This needs to be done at the national and international level by all stakeholders on the health side and also on the tourism side. European Travel Commission, IATA, WTC, UN, WTO, destinations, airlines, airports, hotels, all different partners in order to restart tourism again, like UN, WTO states, and of course, making tourism not only a force for good, but also for health. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Felipe. Just before we turn to the ambassador in South Korea, I just want to go to hospitality and how the protocols, the new protocols, will create trust for travelers, and if they're not already doing so, in reducing fear. So I will turn to Simon from Hilton. Simon, how do you do that? How have you been dealing with the crisis? How have you been reassuring guests that everything is safe and healthy?
Good morning, Rajan. Good morning, everybody. Listen, just a little bit of context for those not familiar with the Hilton business. We're 6,300 hotels operating in 110 countries, and we've got a further 2,500 plus in the pipeline under construction. So a very sizable business. Now, at the beginning of the pandemic, we had 60% of our global network closed. We're now broadly 85% plus open. But clearly, we've got different countries at different stages of evolution regarding COVID as it relates to lockdown, curfews, and travel restrictions. So our Q2, frankly, was pretty much key worker and quarantine business, and we had to pivot our business to support that activity. And with that came a lot of hygiene and safety protocols. And we've used that experience working very closely with governments and with hospital authorities in many countries to actually help shape a lot of the government protocols and regulations as we've moved forward. Now, Q2 was pretty much the height of the coronavirus, as I said, from our point of view. Q3, actually, we saw the start of the return of leisure business first, Our resorts were very busy. Our regional hotels were busy. Clearly, a lot of pent-up demand from consumers, but they need confidence. And our approach to that was giving them absolute flexibility on booking conditions so that they could book with us in confidence, but also launching a couple of initiatives such as Clean Stay, whereby we partnered with Reckitt Bannister and their Lysol and Dettol products, and we've introduced enhanced cleaning procedures in the hotels. We've also launched Event Ready, which is a hybrid and virtual meeting capability, very similar to this. And we've had a number of trials of that have been very successful around the world, whereby you've got maybe meetings with 30, 40, 50 people physically present in a room, but thousands of people actually hooked in on the phone. So I think that's going to evolve our business quite considerably over the coming years. I think that all those initiatives and all those measures will only take our occupancy up to a certain level. There's no question about that. Although we are seeing, a strong recovery in somewhere like China, where we're 70% occupancy now. But it's fair to say, UK is still running around about 35%. Continental Europe is, low 40% in occupancy terms. And if we're going to get back to where we were previously, we're going to have to see confidence return into business travelers. That does ultimately require extensive, rapid and reliable testing on departure and arrivals, supported by effective contact tracing skills. As somebody said already, this is likely to be an endemic disease, and it's something we're going to have to live with. So we're optimistic. I think there's huge pent-up demand. I think we've seen that, the way in which our business has increased quarter on quarter. But it's fair to say we've taken a little bit of a step back. I don't think it's going to be a straight line to recovery here. But we've proved that we can reshape our business. And one of the other key things I think that it's done is actually accelerated the digitalization of our business in many ways in terms of the customer journey. And now you can pre-book your room, choose your room, check in physically, check out physically using your iPhone. Also pre-order amenities using iPhone technology. Physically unlock your room key. So all these high touch areas that were previously a potential impediment to travel, I think, become that much more seamless. So, hospitality is a great industry. We'll continue to evolve. We're confident that, we've got the business model to pull through this. It's just a question of hanging in there right now, and then looking forward to when we have a vaccine and we've got reliable and rapid testing.
Simon, just thank you very much. Just one quick question back to you, which is across the world, from region to region, do you notice a difference in attitudes amongst people in terms of how much they want hygiene and safety, how demanding they are?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's interesting. I look after Europe, Middle East and Africa. We've got three principal regions, but I think there's a pretty consistent approach to all of this. I mean, a lot of the programs that we've launched are global programs. Most of our customers are asking for the sorts of things that we're putting in place. Most of our business partners are demanding it on the business travel side. Hygiene has always been table stakes in many ways. I think it's now just an enhanced focus on that. And so I think anything that can give reassurance to customers to start traveling again is a positive. And, I think, we've seen a pretty consistent approach across the globe.
And equally importantly, your staff. You're holding on to as many of them as you can. They're safe too.
Yeah, no, look, we've got clearly a critical stakeholders in our staff. We've got 400 plus thousand team members on a global basis, and we are absolutely trying to hold on to them. We've been lobbying very hard with governments on their behalf to support jobs and the job support schemes that have been going on. And, they have been doing an amazing job in very difficult circumstances. And there's some truly inspirational stories from our hotels in the way in which they've risen to the challenge and supported customers and indeed supported governments in making sure that, we can provide a hospitable service to them.
Thank you very much, Simon. I'm going to ask Tom in a second about perception and about customers and consumers and how they feel about hygiene and safety. But before that, let's just get to our ambassador in South Korea. Now, obviously, South Korea has been consistently praised for by the international community for its handling of the coronavirus situation. Tell us why you think it has worked so well, Ambassador. Is the ambassador there? I suspect she may have disappeared temporarily. We'll come back to her if she arrives. Tom, let's turn to you. We've talked before about this. In terms of perception, how do you persuade people traveling anywhere that their journey is going to be safe, their stay is going to be safe? Is it just a question of having the right protocols and the right hygiene measures, blah, 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 or is it more than that?
I think it's more than that. And first of all, Rajan, thank you very much for the question. Thanks very much. It's great to see you again, and it's an honor to be among so many of you. But I think I think that when you look at what the best countries are doing, and you want to think about what it is that they're doing to reassure travelers, you know, it's the employment of data and science, it's the technology, it's the different types of protocols that they're putting in place. But what's underlying all of that is effective communications. And that's what we do here at Fin Partners. And that's part of our global travel and recovery network that we've developed, because just like so many of these travel destinations, they've had to innovate, and they're sort of thinking through things while we're also trying to standardize processes. And thanks to the WTTC and the great work that they're doing, you know, it's helped, and it's helped inform. But when you look at those countries that are doing things really well, you know, what I think you see happening is the merger of technology, health and wellness, and travel and tourism. I mean, how often do you have at the at this conference, Rajan, you know, an epidemiologist, Dr. Heyman, you know, joining us? I mean, how often does that happen? It's the cross section of these things which are so important now, because what I like to say is communications is oxygen. It reduces anxiety when you have good data matching up with the interests of prospective travelers. So when you look at destinations like Jamaica, it's done a very effective job with, you know, putting in policies in their sort of travel zones where they have between Milk River and Negril, businesses that are getting training from the country on, you know, what are good policies. And the Jamaica Cares program that Talib just spoke about in the session before us, which I'm grateful to him for doing. Rapid testing is really the key, I think, also in terms of informing what that strategy looks like. So I'm really grateful to Angus for educating all of us, not only on the technology that he represents, but also in just in general what that looks like. And his company certainly is a thought leader in the space, not just producing their own, but informing the public on what it is. And I think that that's what, you know, these things combine to do. Science and technology combining to create a heightened mental security in traveling. And that's what's needed to persuade folks.
You referred to the Caribbean and Latin America, and there is an element there of having numerous testing, multiple testing, 3 times sometimes during a trip. Now,
yeah, Bahamas 3 times. That's exactly right.
Now, is that a good thing? Is that good, or is that? Do you think that
well, right now I think it is. You know, I think right now I think it's really important because, like I said, you know, it's not so much just, you know, getting tested. It's how we're communicating around these things, and it's really important that we're informing and giving people greater reassurances. It's not just so much about persuading, it's doing the right thing. You know, how are we keeping people safe? And I think that that's an important development that's going to take shape even after this is over, you know, ahead of us, is how are we making sure that we're in the safety and health of and wellness of prospective travelers coming to different destinations. I think standardization is going to be critical to that. You know, you mentioned the 3 times over testing in Bahamas, but Costa Rica is doing the same thing. They're also requiring medical insurance to ensure these types of things, which is, you know, not something that everyone has and is really important. We talked about Jamaica. You know, I think that these things all through Caribbean and Latin America, and I think that they're doing a lot. And again, a lot of this is through the guidance of the WTTC safe travel certifications that are being required. But I think it's a very good thing.
Thank you very much indeed, Tom, for this for a second. We do now have the ambassador from South Korea back with us. I wonder if you can tell us exactly why you think South Korea has been so effective. You have got urban areas which are very compact and densely populated, and yet it seems you've done well really in relatively keeping the COVID down. Can you explain to us what you think has worked?
Thank you. I think we did well because whole world says we did well, and I think we never had a complete lockdown from the day one. When it all happened in China, we were really scared because we just shared the boundary with the China. But then the most important thing is, I think there was consensus built within us citizens. Yes, we do it together because we don't leave anyone behind. We just have to cooperate because this special, the coronavirus 19 attacks anyone, everyone. So when government came up with, please wear a mask, that's the best thing you could have until vaccine is developed, invented, discovered. Second is keep social distance. And we'd follow that. And then when we went to any hotel, public place, any place, they would check mask and they would check our temperature. So if temperature is any higher than 37.5, which is in centigrade, we just turned back and no one argued about that. And then after that, when it became really the coronavirus was not under control, then we started to write down our identify. We show our identification so that if anything happens, that government can step in, contact us. And of course, we are most wired country of the world. We had a mobile phone. But let me tell you, my own experience, it happened a week ago. I belong to 2 5-star hotel. Hilton is not one of those, so don't worry. But I went this Friday afternoon. We go health facilities, exercise and this. I came, and then Monday night, Friday and the Monday night, I got information coming in by mobile phone and from hotel saying, look, we want you to go and take a test. So why? They found out one person turned out to be positive, and she visited at that hour from 2:30 to 5 o'clock. She spent, so anybody who were there at that facility for 2.5 hours were informed, and we would be informed 10 times. So I went Monday to the health organization owned by the government. You get tested for free. And I asked them, how long does it take for the return? 1 to 2 days. Well, I couldn't afford the 1 to 2 days because I'm hosting another webinar tomorrow, and I had to, if something wrong with me, I have to find someone else to replace me. So then they said, why don't you go to private hospitals? So I went, and they had a drive-through. So I don't have to touch anything, do anything, and drive through. The only difference was I had to pay about $100 versus nothing by the government. It's $100. And then what they did was they gave me the result within 3 hours. And meanwhile, believe me, 3 hours until I get, negative, there were almost 50 questions. The messages coming from authority, health authority. Where are you? Are you there? Have you tested? And did you get results? So really, they really after you once you are grouped. So that's what I think did. And then doing this, perhaps Westerners, people from Western society say, well, intrusion of privacy, and we say, well, hell with the privacy, if you're sick, you're sick. And it's not only you're sick, you're killing all your people around you, your best, your loved ones. So we were willing to take sacrifice. And now this is a last comment. The government is going to charge $100 if you don't carry mask from 13th of November. 2 days from now, they will charge $100. And do we argue? No, we don't argue. So to us, from our perspective, it's so difficult to watch. President of the United States says, please wear the mask, or please don't wear the mask. Mask is not an issue. So we have to listen to this health authority. If you don't listen to health authority, I think alternative is lockdown.
Thank you, Ambassador. That's so interesting. And let me turn back to you then, Tom, because there we're talking about almost like a national character, or a belief in just going with the right thing to do according to what the government's saying, as opposed to, as the Ambassador said, an invasion of privacy, perhaps an intrusion. You've had the demonstrations in the States. You've had kind of rebellions, if you like, across Europe. Do you think that's key to all this?
Look, you're a gifted reporter, Rajan. I am not going to be baited into a political discussion. You and I could discuss that over a pint in London one day when I'm back over across the pond. But coronavirus belongs to no political party. Let's just be crystal clear on that. And the best way to deal with it is the science, the data, and let that inform the technology, the innovations, and the communications, because that's really what's at stake here. It's not about the protests, although the protests may be super spreader events we're learning, right? The rallies and those types of things. That's more of a scientific standpoint. I'm not speaking from a political as to what those folks stand for. Everybody should be able to speak their mind, but do it safely. And I think that that's where, but I do agree with the point about the mask wearing and being consistent, because I think that comes back to communications, and it comes back to standardizing policies that countries can use, and, working with the WTTC to really express the importance of things like mask wearing, contact tracing, social distancing. Those are just a few of the things that are happening, but like, how are those technologies and best practices being employed? I think that's what's most important here, and making sure that communications is effectively used to educate folks systematically and consistently to really stop the spread of this virus.
Thank you very much. My intention was not to bait you into
I know.
That's a good point. However, and yes, we will have a pint to discuss all that when all
another time.
Thank you very much indeed to my distinguished panel. Fantastic to hear from all of you. Time, as ever, is really short, but that has been so illuminating. Everybody's contribution, very, very useful indeed. Thank you so much. Now, coming up, we are now going to be talking obviously about financial mechanisms and how they can help us survive and rebuild. And that is with Nicholas Mayer. Thank you.
It's done.
Nice work, Rajan, if you could still hear me.
Okay, let's look then at the financial mechanisms that allow us to survive, especially business to allow us to survive and rebuild. I'm joined by Nicholas Mayer from PwC. Hello, Nicholas.
Hi, Rajan. It's nice to see you again.
Nice to see you too. Now, obviously, COVID-19 has given us a whole host of challenges when it comes to the management of debts and liabilities. Let's look at the kind of changing paradigms when it comes to financial mechanisms and to solutions that can mitigate any potential damage. In a sense, what we're going through in Europe right now certainly is a bit of a double whammy, isn't it? Because we've got this pandemic creating a series of lockdowns, which means that the companies in the travel sector who are already impacted by the pandemic will now have to suffer from a huge cash flow issue in order to survive. So how do you see the short and medium term financing of companies in the next year or so? Big question.
It is a big one, but it's an important one indeed. Of course, it's probably the most burning question, right? So you're right. This second wave that has come in Europe and some other places as well has again required basically all the participants in the market to replan yet again cash flow, and they weren't exactly doing well before for understandable reasons, right? So obviously you can only address this by dealing with your partners very transparently, right? And the partners is everything from your direct lenders, your banks, your suppliers, etc., all the way up to the government. And obviously, as we see in many countries, the support programs for the governments are, of course, being extended. New funds are being opened. Some other ones, unfortunately, have to say, well, listen, we're going to run out relatively soon. So basically, to answer your question, there's 2 points to this one. First of all, you got to replan again your cash flow. And I think when we spoke about 6 months ago, I said the most important things that companies need to do now is to basically hone their cash flow skills, whereas before it was perhaps more the P&L and balance sheet skills. That remains unchanged. I think the most important element, if you want to get the support from your partners, be it the banks or the lenders or whoever, you got to show them your post-COVID plan. Because currently anybody that still has liquidities and is in principle willing or amenable to lend says, well, I'm okay to bankroll you for 3 months, for 6 months, maybe even for that year or longer, but you got to tell me how we're going to come out of this tunnel afterwards. So that's the big change. The first round was everybody help everybody, so we buy ourselves time to think. Now we've had time to think. And now we need to basically, show our cards and say, well, listen, the moment I'm out of here, the moment I can do it again, this is the kind of company I'm going to be. So that's the change.
And in terms of looking at the other side of things, in terms of investment opportunities, you could argue it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I mean, we talked to Tim Clark earlier on from Emerson, who's very gung-ho about the idea that, yes, you know what, there's lots of chances here. Where are those opportunities?
So Tim was absolutely right. So the opportunities, well, you can find them geographically, or you can find them in segments of the market, right? So first of all, the pre-requirement is that you actually have access to the liquidities to make these investments. But many market players have them, right? I mean, we've went into COVID of 10 really good years for most of the investors into the hospitality industry. So not everybody has cash left over, but there's a lot of investment volume money waiting to be placed. So you either look at this geographically, and there is, while we all want to restart tourism, once it restarts, there will be winners and losers. I'm not rejoicing in that, but it's a reality. Some of them will come out more earlier, more powerful, slightly less hurt than others, and that has to do with where they stand geographically, what kind of a product and a target clientele they have, etc. So if you're able to call and look at saying, well, who's going to come out of this mess in still a ruffled up but promising position, that's where you want to go. And that's where you may wish to then place your investments. The other one is a pure value investing, right? If you fundamentally believe that the markets or the product that you have that you are looking at as a target is a good product, and if you say, well, I can wait 3, 4, 5 years, then almost in every place you will find you will find pearls, right? Again, it comes back to the same thing. You gotta form your opinion, your view of saying, I don't know when this is going to end, but how are they going to come out of it? And that's where you want to pick up. it can pick up.
So to get the kind of thinking right here, governments and banks and international banks can possibly lend to investors who can see opportunities in countries where real estate is quite cheap, interest rates are low at the moment. It seems to be a plus situation potentially for recovery, if all that works perfectly.
Well, so what you just described is basically a sovereign wealth fund, right? It's basically, or a slightly different mechanism. And certainly, I should imagine him as well, would be looking at many, I know they do, many of them look at many opportunities, whether that is domestic or whether that is international. And very often, actually, you will find that some of the most attractive investments are actually in the front of your doorstep rather than halfway around the world, also because you may understand the area better, right? Government just starting programs now to lend to private sectors to then afterwards go invest, that's a tricky one, because even though you can throw on the money printing machine, and many have, we got to remember, despite everything, that we are one sector amongst many, right? And governments obviously are looked at very closely right now and saying, what are you doing fiscally? What are you doing with your funds? Where are you supporting them? So government's just basically saying, hey, here's $1 billion, go buy the world. It does happen, or it could happen, but I don't think that's a recipe for getting out of this one.
We're going to talk quite soon to somebody from Saudi who will talk to us about the kind of inducements that they will possibly have for companies. But I want to turn to the other side of it, and you're quite right to point this out, that basically we're also talking about, with a lot of companies, a massive layoff of employees, which might lead to social unrest. And that means that governments, NGOs and companies have got to react in order to support the unemployed. That's as much a crucial part of the future as any investment, isn't it?
So taking care of your people is obviously your primary obligation as a government, right? That's your most noble duty, and absolutely right. I mean, social unrest, I don't know, it may happen as with other industries, but I think fundamentally, back to the big plan for the after COVID is the question around saying, how do I orient my workforce? What do I tell them? Do I have a credible plan supported by a structured strategy of saying, well, whether it's in 1 year or in 2 or in 6 months, I plan to continue developing the sector, stay with us, hone your skill, basically stay tight for the time being. That's a good way of doing it. At the same time, you may also conclude that you may not have as many tourism jobs afterwards, and then perhaps it is time now to say, how can I repurpose and retrain people? I think what concerns me most currently when I look into in international ecosystems and is that many of the brightest talents at all levels in tourism organizations are leaving the industry. And they're not going to come back, right? They're not going to come back for 2 reasons. First of all, they're going to discover that there's other cool jobs, right? And secondly, I think many of them have come away to some extent with a trauma. I don't think that the large hotel operators or airlines or so could have done anything different. Nevertheless, there's a feeling of betrayal and of sadness and of hurt and of trauma with many employees that are going to say, well, I'm not going to do that again, right? And so my true concern in this area is the loss of talent to the industry globally and regionally.
Which is a very, very serious problem, you're right. 2 last quick questions to ask you, Nicholas. First of all, what would you say the role of central banks and government banks is then right now to rescue the situation? What do they do? Obviously, in countries like the UK, there's furloughing going on until March. What else do you suggest? I mean, that's a government thing, but with banks, what do you suggest?
Well, look, I think they need to continue doing a little bit more of the same what they've done. I mean, they have made funds available in great amounts. And quite frankly, I think even the banks have been great players, right? They always get a bad rap, but quite frankly, in this crisis, at least where I've observed it, they've been very, very, very truthful and honest partners. What I think they need to do next is they need to start creating conditions under which they are continue to prepare to lend, right? You can save the industries, but you cannot save all the players. And they need to start both at a government level for the impulse programs as well as at private lender level, to start formulating what the expectation towards the industry players is, to say, I'm happy to carry you through until this is all over.
Last one, and I want to put you to put your kind of forecaster's hat on here. A lot of people, I'm sorry, a lot of people are talking about not going back to December 2019 levels until 2024. Other people are more optimistic, especially in the light of the news about vaccines. What do you think?
I also don't know, right? Which is, for a consultant, always horrible to say, but nobody knows. I think you need to slice and dice the industry. Some of them will come very quickly back. A lot of the leisure travel, a lot of the upscale leisure travel, a lot of the what I call haptic travel, which is reasons you go for sports, for culture, etc. Where the verdict is out for me is to which extent business travel is going to come back. Simply because there's been so much learning of a part of business travel actually not being necessary, that I think companies will also, because they are short of cash, simply say, well, listen, we will continue to travel for relationship building. We'll continue to travel for, meeting teams, managing teams, meeting clients, but we will no longer ship around, 500 people internally to a location to do an e-learn, now that we've learned that we can do this differently. So for me, the business travel, I'm not going to tell you a year, but I could imagine that we're not going to see for a very, very, very long time the same levels of business travel.
If at all returning to previous levels, do you think?
At all.
Yeah.
If at all.
If at all. Okay. Right. Well, Nicholas, thank you so much indeed for your.
You're very welcome. See you in 6 months again.
See you in 6 months. Hopefully with an even more optimistic, a more optimistic viewpoint. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Thank you. In a moment, we've got a one-to-one interview. I'm doing it with Majid Al-Ghanim, who's the Managing Director of Tourism and Quality of Life in the Ministry of Investment and in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So just hang on for that. Right, now to a nation which actually certainly was in a good place in terms of its investment and tourism building, if you like. It was undergoing a massive program of development before COVID, and I've witnessed it myself actually in Al Ula and Jeddah a little bit. So I welcome Majid Al-Ghanim, who's the Managing Director of Ministry of Investment in Saudi Arabia. Hello there, how are you?
Very well, how are you, Rajan? Good to see you.
So, as I mentioned, you still have a huge 2030 vision. You want to attract 100 million visitors by 2030. So, two things. One, has the COVID situation changed any of that? And number two, why should investors be interested in your one when we've just heard there are plenty of opportunities all over the world, quite possibly now?
Well, let me start with the second question. You look at it from two different ways, whether it's from a destination perspective or from an investment opportunity perspective. Now, they're both interlinked, and of course, as a destination, if you do not get to attract and stimulate the demand for tourists to come, you won't have the right investment opportunities for investors to come and invest in this destination. So, as a destination, we look at the offering that we have. We look at, again, the supply and the demand side. So in terms of offering, Saudi Arabia is known for the authenticity. We're known for the variety of the experiences, and of course the exploration. We talk about authenticity, currently, and it's been going on for a while now. People, when they want to travel, they travel for purpose. They're looking for this rich culture. They're looking for the history. They're looking for, the right experience to go and explore. At the end, I'd say the tourism industry, and we've been hearing this a lot, is the storytelling industry. So when you go somewhere, you want to hear stories, and you want to be able to tell stories once you're back to your country or to your city. And this is what we're offering in terms of offering. So that is one area that we are very keen to show the world. And we know that this part of the offering in Saudi Arabia is something that people will enjoy, and our guests will like to later on offer to as stories. Experiences, yes, we do offer great topographies and very different topographies, whether it's the desert, which is something that we're very well known of. We have great coastlines on the Red Sea, and we've seen that in projects like the Red Sea project, Amala project, and hopefully very soon where you'll see a lot others coming up on the Red Sea. These are offerings that not a lot of countries can say have in terms of the variety. You know, the sun and sand experience, the desert experience, the cultural experiences, the adventure where you can go down south and enjoy the mountains. I believe all of these, in addition, of course, to the mean of exploration. People would always want to go and explore something new. We are a country that is largely unknown to a lot of parts of the world, and we are currently offering it. We have done so since September last year, offering it for people to come and explore and visit and see what are the hidden gems of Saudi Arabia, which is something that we are very proud of. Again, there are many reasons. If I continue going on about the reasons why to visit Saudi Arabia, it will be a lot. Then one last thing, the WTTC have recently said that since the opening of the visas in Saudi Arabia in September 2019, we are the world's fastest growing tourist destination. We're very proud of that, and we know that this will continue until we reach our ambitions in 2030.
I'm going to return to the question, though, of competition in a sense, because I spoke to somebody from Bahrain yesterday. They're looking who are your neighbors? They're looking very much for inward investment. They're very much into investing in culture. I spoke to somebody from Brazil, and Brazil is a co-sponsor here. They are saying, listen, we've got great lines of credit. We want you to come in. There's no rules about you not, and we've got loads of space, just like you got nature, blah, blah, blah. So you've got to, it's going to be tougher in a sense, isn't it, post-pandemic, to get this investment?
It will be. From an investment point of view, yes. FDI is always a competitive market. People will always want to, and countries will always want to attract investors. Whether it's FDI or DDI, that's also is the same. Now you see a lot of investors in many countries are going outwards, trying to invest out of their home countries. But then again, when you look at the supply and demand, our supply was always in bar with the demand that we had. Now with opening up and uncapping this demand, we know that to meet this supply, we'll have to be investing in the tourism in Saudi Arabia, and that's not only about hotels, experiences, developing destinations, and all of that, but also it's the infrastructure that comes with it. So we do believe that we have the opportunities, we have that, and in terms of, if you look at the IRRs, the returns on investment in some of the projects that are currently being developed or have been developed in the past year or so, looking at local domestic demand, because of the lockdown and COVID, we've seen incredible returns on some of these projects. So yes, it will continue being a competitive market. It will be continuing. People try to bring in as many as investors as possible to the country. Then we have what it takes to compete. And I was just listening to Nick Mayer before the session, and he was talking about government spend and talking about all of the incentives that have been given. We're there. We're offering the right incentives for investors, but then we're looking at the opportunities that we offer as incentives as well, because not a lot of countries can provide these opportunities at this time, at this level. We've seen that a lot of consultants and have said that the drop in the global tourism spend went down to $8 trillion, something like $8 trillion, and not seeing it coming back, as you were saying, until 2024. That is hurting the industry. We understand that is hurting the industry. Then locally, I think we are doing well. It's good that we are just starting. So our baseline is lower than a lot of the other countries. We are committed. The government is committed, and we're here to again explore the opportunities with the investors. We're here to support the investors whatever it takes. We know that tourists would want to come in and enjoy something new. They want to come in and see value and purpose in the visits that they want to make. And again, the authenticity, the history, the culture of all of the destinations that we have. And one important thing is the local community. We are very much, supportive of the local community, and we're seeing it. They're becoming, more and more part of this picture that we are all together, putting up for the world.
Okay, just lastly, because there are a number of projects. I've been reading a lot about the Red Sea Development Company and what they're up to. You've got a full portfolio of options in a sense. You've got the Red Sea Island resorts. You've got UNESCO heritage sites, Medina, and Jeddah. I know as well that there's some stuff happening there. Which of those different bits, if you like, in this early stage is garnering the most interest from the international community, from investors in the international community?
Well, the international investors are becoming more and more creative when it comes to offerings and when it comes to the type of projects that they want to invest in. That's from one side. Another side is they understand the demand much more now, and the change in demand, of course. The change has, the demand in the past years have changed a lot in terms of the type of tourists that are and what they are looking for. So again, the good thing about all of these offerings in Saudi Arabia, whether it is the Red Sea, all of the UNESCO World Heritage sites, and the developments that are happening across the world, is that we're looking at the whole value chain. We're not only looking at a certain area, the whole value chain and all of the gaps that are within the value chain, and what can we do to fill these gaps alongside the private sector. And that's from one side. Another side is investors are looking for a long-term picture. It's not something that is, it's not a hit and run thing. We're not looking at making a project here that we talk about for the next 2-3 years and then it will go away or fade away, or a destination that will be neglected and then we'll look for other destinations. We're looking to develop long-term destinations, something that is very niche, things that are filling the gaps not only locally but then in the international tourism market as well.
Okay, thank you. And just one last point, and it's green and sustainability. Core, key to everything you do, yeah? Yes or no?
Of course it is.
Yeah.
Of course it is. And that is the change that have happened in tourism in general, right? It's not only in Saudi Arabia. Coming in at this stage has given us the opportunity to look at everything in a sustainable way. And that's not only in tourism. Trust me if I tell you that the whole vision of Saudi Arabia is about sustainability. The diversification of the economy is sustainability. Engagement of the community is sustainability. Empowering the women is sustainability. Looking at life undersea and life overall is sustainability. Turning developments into green developments is sustainability. So everything, and then we look at the national tourism strategy. And one of the main pillars in the national tourism strategy is sustainability. So yes, we're very proud of it. We're probably one of the few countries that do have that as a pillar in their national tourism strategy, and we're very proud of it. We know that everyone has bought in, and everyone is buying in, and we know that this is something that will continue for generations and generations to come.
Absolutely. I think that's one thing that's possibly been accelerated even by the current situation, the whole notion of sustainability. I'm glad you mentioned the empowerment of women. All those things add to the perception and encourage people, I suppose. So sustainability in every aspect, thank you very much, is absolutely what I think the whole world wants. Majid, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Rajan.
We will hopefully see you again. Here, we're now turning to the challenges of investment opportunities in the aviation sector. I'm going to be handing over to Vijay to take over the moderation for that, and that is coming up very shortly.
Greetings, everyone, and welcome to the Aviation panel. My name is Vijay Punasamy, your humble moderator, and I invite you to fasten your seatbelts and welcome our panelists. Suha Al-Ada, World Jordanian Airlines Vice President, Treasury and Management Accounts; Gavin Watts, Yoti's Client Transformation and Delivery Director; and Dale Keller, Chief Executive, UK Board of Airline Representatives. During our slightly delayed 45-minute trip, I will start with a few remarks, interact with our panel, address as many of the questions or comments you submit, and conclude with some closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, airlines have traditionally survived and thrived by being the arteries of an interconnected world and by being the wings of booming global tourism and trade. Last year, travel and tourism contributed, according to WTTC, $8.9 trillion to global GDP and 330 million jobs worldwide. Airlines invested billions in next generation aircraft and technology and in recruiting and training personnel to meet and stimulate an ever-increasing demand for business, work-related, leisure, religious, medical, educational, friends and families travel by air. Sky was not the limit, as the long-term projections predicted a doubling in air travel over the next 2 decades. Then came COVID-19, which continues to infect and kill millions, operationally and financially challenging most people and businesses. It has grounded almost everyone, locked down international tourism, and clipped the wings of airlines, except for those operating cargo, repatriation, domestic, and some limited international flights. The longer COVID chokes the world, the worse it gets for airlines and their stakeholders. With practically no flown revenues, but with massive debts and onerous commitments for aircraft and engine purchases, huge monthly lease payments for aircraft and engines, significant labor and other recurrent costs, even the well-run and financially healthy airlines have not been able to survive without external support. The poorly run and financially challenged airlines, which were already destined to fail before COVID, clearly need much more than external financial support if they have any chance of escaping their expected fate. WTTC estimates that if the current travel restrictions continue until the end of this year, 174 million jobs will be lost globally, and global GDP would lose $4.7 trillion from travel and tourism. IATA expects airlines to lose $84.3 billion by the end of the year. Now, I put it to you that even if discretionary travel becomes possible again, I fear that the ongoing painful human and economic losses, the risk of being infected and being in contact with someone who is, the tests and quarantines at both ends of a flight, the risk associated with a positive COVID test and treatment in a foreign country, the risk of a lockdown at either ends of a flight will impact people's desire and ability to indulge in discretionary travel. Business travel will also be impacted for a long time because business continue to suffer and people are adapting to cost-effective virtual tools like we are now. Enhanced climate change awareness will also have an increasing impact on travel and tourism. So my first question is actually to Dale, as to whether the opening of borders is the silver bullet for aiding airlines. If it's not, then what more is required?
Good morning, afternoon, everybody. I think it's more than a silver bullet. It's absolutely essential. I mean, it's the base of everything we do. You know, as airlines, you know, we move people and goods. We are a connectivity business. We are a national infrastructure asset. And without that bilateral border openings, we simply don't have the case to resume services at any scale. So that's really what it's hinging on. So I think a huge part of our effort with the UK government, because that's really my responsibility here in the UK, but working with IATA and other bodies about what we do pan-Europe and globally, is that is our number one focus right now. You know, we talk about a recovery. Actually, we haven't even got through the restart, let alone the recovery phase yet.
Thanks, Dale. Gavin?
Yeah, to add to that, even if you open the borders, the next key element really is creating that confidence in the traveller to actually step foot in the airplane in the first instance. So they need to be confident that they're travelling in a safe space. So there needs to be programs put in place with the airlines and airports to allow people to understand they are travelling in that COVID-free environment. And then there needs to be uniformity across health authorities with the rule sets that they're using to allow you to progress through immigration in the destination. As you kind of alluded to in your opening pitch, people are at fear of traveling right now for being stuck at their destination due to an impending lockdown, and they're scrambling for a journey back by whatever route that might be to get home and not be stuck somewhere for months on end. So uniformity across countries and confidence are two additional key things to the opening of those borders, in my view.
Thank you. And Suha, do you sense that opening of borders will actually help airlines right now?
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you. I think opening the borders, it might help, but it's not the main reason for the recovery. uncertainty in the market, there's uncertainty between the customers. It will all depend on their behavior and their confidence to fly again. And we are all witnessing now the second wave of the COVID. So also the lockdowns and the restrictions on travel are still there. So I think it's a bit early. The recovery would take a longer time in order to get the customers back confidence into traveling again.
Thank you very much. So basically opening the borders is important, essential, but not enough to actually allow the industry to recover. Can I ask you, and I'll start with Gavin because I know you'll have to leave earlier. And I have actually a $1 billion question followed by a $1 million question. Let me start with the $1 billion one. Gavin, when do you expect airlines to be viable again?
I mean, I wish I had a crystal ball to answer that. I think it kind of depends on what demographic of passenger you're looking at. So are you looking at the business traveler, or are you looking at the individual that is trying to go on a holiday and really get on that break? I think we're probably going to see that latter market rebounds relatively quickly. If you look at some polls that have been done in the UK recently, a lot of people have indicated that they would be willing to get on an airplane to go on holiday, especially as we approach the winter months here in the UK. So I think we will see a pickup in that market. One of your earlier interviews with the partner from PwC, he predicted there was going to be some years before the business market came back to what we would expect this time 12 months ago. And technology such as Zoom that we're on now is kind of aid in that as well.
Okay, and Suha?
I think airlines today are facing the most challenging time. The expectation of revenue drops is more than $400 billion for the industry. It will take time to recover, and definitely airlines will be reshaped in a different situation. And when we look into the drop in revenues or the losses that might be generated by the airlines, we have to keep in mind that it's not only the losses of the revenue or the losses that the airlines are incurring. It's also there's a huge effect on the liquidity levels, and there's a huge effect on the value of the airline industry in total. Today, the value of the assets are dropping dramatically, and the value of the airport slots and routes are dropping also the same. The value today of the assets is around 20 to 30% drop in value, which means that there is a complete meltdown of the valuation of the total industry. And I think this will take time to recover. So based on the latest forecast, it will take maybe up to 2 or 3 years to get back to the level of 2019.
Thank you, Suha. And Dale?
I think there's so many figures flying around the industry that actually I think we've become almost immune to this situation. I mean, whether you're talking about 84 billion or 80 billion, does it actually make much difference at this point? If we're talking about an 88% drop in passenger traffic globally in September, as opposed to 84%, what difference would that fundamentally make? They're numbers that we've never seen before. So I think in airline boardrooms around the world, the CEOs are first of all dealing with their cash burn. So you're talking about a recovery. I think IATA published figures where airlines are looking at admittedly decreasing, but you're looking at a cash burn right the way through 2021. And then you've got the situation as coming out of this crisis when we eventually do, and of course we will, as we get vaccines, testings, borders open, there is a built up demand and propensity to travel that can be retapped. But there's a lot of talk about getting back to 2019 figures. Again, I think that's a futile figure, because even if we get to the same traffic numbers, the business will not look the same. There's a structural change going on here, which happens after every shock. This will be the biggest structural change the sector's ever seen. So there's going to be winners and losers. So CEOs around the world are looking for early advantage coming out of this, that they will be the winning carrier, not the losing carrier. And the same goes for destinations. There'll be winning destinations and losing destinations coming out of this.
You raise an interesting point, and that actually was going to be my $1 million question, which is actually in terms of when does the industry ever go back to 2019 levels of performance? And maybe listening to you, Dale, the question would probably be better put in terms of when would a specific airline be able to go back to its best performance of 2019, as opposed to an industry going back to that level. Would you agree with that, Dale?
Yeah, I think it's going to be highly variable and quite regional. So what you might find is some low-cost carriers in certain markets might do quite well next summer. I mean, they're not going to get back to 2019, but I think for the summer traffic, provided we've got market confidence and we've got testing or vaccine regimes in place, I think we can have a reasonable summer. I think in terms of shoulder and winter traffic or stimulating off-peak travel or business market, I think much tougher. We might find that some Asia Pacific markets or domestic operations do quite well. So I think for some carriers, we could be looking at a long-term recovery out to 2028, 2029 potentially. Or some carriers could be back in the black in 2022, 2023, hopefully.
And I guess it would also depend on whether that particular airline had a cargo operation of significance and had a domestic market of significance to operate too.
Well, remember that a lot of the cargo has traditionally traveled in belly hold of passenger fleets. And of course, that's been displaced to those carriers with cargo only fleets or those who have
lately cargo has been carried in the passenger seats as well.
Yes, who have repurposed their fleets. But as the passenger volume comes back and the belly hold capacity increases, that advantage to those who are focused on cargo will then diminish and will get back to a bit more equilibrium once more. So I think that's a short-term advantage to those who are heavily in that market.
Suha, how do you see those airlines, or if you want to talk about Royal Jordanian in particular, how do you see that playing out?
Okay, first I agree with all the points that Dale have mentioned earlier. The recovery will be different from one region to another and from one airline to another. Low-cost carriers are expected to recover faster than commercial airlines. In terms of Royal Jordanian is considered to be a small airline. So I think it's more flexible and it would be much more easier to turn around the company in a faster period than other airlines. And especially with the destinations that are considered to be short to medium haul destinations. International traffic might take a bit longer, but I think for the interregional traffic, it would be much faster. I would expect that by 2022, 2023, the airline would be able to turn around and definitely this will be done through restructuring the business, resizing the network, resizing the fleet, and shaping the airline to look differently after the COVID.
Okay. Gavin?
I think that the previous year summed it up quite well, really. Like just said, it depends on the model of the airline. It's an opportunity to restructure. We've seen several airlines do that already. Those with large domestic markets, as Dale has said, will probably likely to see a quicker rebound than those that are solely flying internationally, where there are a lot more uncontrollables for them.
Okay, if I could take you to another area of interest, because I think throughout even this conference, a lot have been mentioned about building passenger confidence, and clearly in a time of a global crisis of confidence, let's say in air travel, trust is key. Now, do you think that calling on governments to find the right balance between public health concerns and supporting a sector upon which millions of people depend actually serves the interest of travel and tourism?
Who wants to go at that? It's probably the most sensitive question I can put to all of you. But I think if we're talking about rebuilding confidence, we need to be able to understand that the messaging is key and what message we intend people to understand. So is the notion of calling on governments to balance health concerns and saving a sector, which admittedly is very important, but does that kind of message resonate well with governments or with the traveling public or even a non-traveling public? Suha?
I think to start with, the balance is a bit difficult. In terms of governments, I think governments have supported the aviation industry. So looking into figures when the first wave took place, the governments have injected above 160 billion in the industry, which means that the governments understand and really are caring about the aviation industry, and they know the positive effect of the aviation industry on the economy. But definitely the balance between the health concern and the economic concern is a difficult question, and it varies from one country to another.
Gavin?
Yeah, Vijay, it's a very difficult balancing act for any government and politician. There has been a lot of criticism here in the UK in terms of the UK government not taking action. They're still to really implement a testing program for people arriving back from destinations that are not on a corridor, which is then having the effect outside of the current lockdown of those individuals deciding to travel, as they can't afford to have 14 days of isolation potentially not working. So I think industry needs to take a lead to demonstrate to governments the art of the possible in creating that confidence and delivering safe aeroplanes. And when the government can see that those solutions are already available, they can be delivered, they will not take resources away from NHS in the UK's case, then they should be armed with the evidence to act upon.
Dale.
Look, I think the industry has done a good job and it has taken a lead. Before ICAO even came out with the guidelines, global guidelines on safe travel, airlines had already actively implemented most of those. And of course, they sit at the table and help it get developed. So, industry ahead of governments. The second one is on testing. There's been airports and airlines collaborating on testing programs around the world. But the big problem and the blocker is that the governments are once again following the industry and taking too long. So governments are working on modeling and not real world data. The industry is trying to provide data. Governments are going, well, yes, but that's not our data, or we don't acknowledge that data. So we're saying, you need to become part of the trial. You need to back us on this. We need your help. We will do the legwork, but there's no point in having a trial if the passenger would still have to go through quarantine or pay for a test for no benefit. And there's no point the industry making further huge investments in these trials without the governments going, we will actually be part of it and we will take on board the data you provide that will supplement our existing modeling. And in terms of consumer confidence, I think there's a large number of people globally who are ready to get on an aircraft. They can see what the airlines are doing. Actually, the public health experts in most countries acknowledge that the airport and aircraft environment is extremely good. An aircraft environment is far better than a restaurant or a supermarket or virtually any other indoor environment. And that is acknowledged by public health experts. The issue is travel restrictions and quarantines. Now, once we get rid of that, all of the early adopters, they will travel again. There's always going to be an element of the population who are reluctant to travel for some time, but they will come around when they see that it is safe and that we're not adding to the local infection rates in various countries. And, Theresa May, our ex-Prime Minister, said in the House of Commons here a few weeks ago, the problem is not aviation, the problem is local transmission.
And that is a good point. I mean, even if we recognize, and I think there have been some studies also on that, confirming that the transmission rate in flight is insignificant, and probably that's the safest part of your journey.
when you are on board, assuming people actually wear masks and so on. But the challenge, of course, is your travel does not only include the time you spend on the aircraft. It will involve traveling to an airport, going through an airport, and on arrival at another airport, and then into a destination. And these, I suppose, are the risk factors which the airlines have no control over, and presumably cannot have control over. And you also are dealing with governments, which must also be on many other issues, particularly to deal with health, public health, and I suppose economies basically crashing because of the pandemic. So in terms of when you engage with governments, and I'm probably talking more to Dale here, you see governments, when you specifically talk to governments, do they see you as somebody who's genuinely trying to work with them to find a solution which is almost a win-win for them and for the sector? Or they see you as basically a self-interested advocate for an industry which is determined to get back into operations? Do you see a sense of if you want, trustworthiness in your discussion with the government, or governments are kind of not so convinced? What is your feeling?
I think governments do know the value of aviation. I just think that their bandwidth to deal with any individual sector is stretched beyond breaking point at the moment, and that the general public health has to come first. And that's not to say aviation, travel and tourism are not hugely important. And it goes beyond that. We're also delivering global connectivity. It's not just about tourism. So I think the real problem we've got is that the WHO is too slow to give advice regarding different types of tests, such as antigen tests. We need testing regimes, and actually IATA did research that 88% of passengers would like to have a COVID test as part of the passenger journey and be happy for that. So we know that there's a real demand there for this. We need to be able to...
But I would stop you here, Dale, because you mentioned that WHO is a bit too slow.
Yeah.
But if I can take all of us back 9 months ago, wasn't WHO too fast then? When its Director General on 30th of January 2020 said, and I quote, "The WHO does not recommend and actually opposes any restrictions for travel and trade and other measures against China. WHO even questioned quarantining airplane passengers who are not ill."
I agree, but I think we've gone beyond that, and we're now in a situation where we have a global pandemic and we need testing. Testing is the only way you'll get the confidence, and then for governments to reopen the borders, and we're far from it. The problem is there's no direct guidance. We're going to have to wait some time for ICAO to come through with that guidance. So every country and even member states within the EU are doing their own thing. That doesn't work for a global industry like aviation. So we urgently need to get some aligned thinking, even if it's, getting some corridors together, get this working. And so I think the will's there, but the how has gone into the hard box. I think working with industry, we can help them unlock that and make it happen. And it can't come a moment too soon, because none of us thought we'd be in this situation now. There was talk of a second wave, but the restart in summer never really took hold. So everybody's cash positions and outlooks are much worse now than we ever expected to be at this point. So the urgency is there. I think we're making progress in the UK, but we're a long way from getting it right. But I do think that in terms of balance, you have to balance the economy with the national health. But we're trying to be responsible and put forward solutions that actually look like a win-win, if you like.
And Vijay, just to add one thing, there's confusion with the passenger as well in all of this. So there are multiple rule sets depending on where you're traveling, the type of test that you can take to travel to that destination, the time frame that you need to have that test within, where you can have that test before you travel. And so the person that suffers in the middle of this is the individual, and it becomes very confusing. And it's almost as in the too hard box to even try and contemplate that travel journey in the first instance.
Yeah, and I guess it goes back to the point which was made often, that you need a global response and a global standard. And I guess everybody will be looking to ICAO in a way to develop that with the help, support of industry and government. But I guess there needs to be some international standard developed, which is going to be credible and trusted by everybody, and that will help generate the kind of confidence, because governments will have to make the final call. And I guess it can't be individual governments working separately. It has to be some governments coming together, and I guess ICAO is the best platform for doing that, and adopting standards for a safe restart of the air travel sector. Can I just, and Gavin, please leave when you have to and stay as long as you can. But I'd like to put another different thought to you, is when you expect, and I'll probably start with Dale, when you think whether airlines will be able to withstand credibly the new enhanced environmental challenges?
Look, I think now's not the time to have the environmental discussion. You know, governments have all been committing to building back better. The airline industry fully supports, the global commitments we've made. In the UK alone, the UK government and the airline industry is committed to net zero 2050. That is still on target. Let's not forget for one moment that in 2020, we're looking at least a 40% reduction in global aviation fuel burn. Probably, actually, with this second lockdowns, there's probably going to be a greater reduction than that. And then next year could be a global 30% reduction in fuel burn. Plus,
but if I were to push
and the 4-engine aircraft out the fleet. So those those 4-engine aircraft, including entire fleets of 747s, aren't coming back in. So I think that we're well on track at the moment to meet those obligations, because by the time we even get back to 2019 overall levels, we'll actually have newer fleets, newer technologies, and we need those commitments. So this was never a 2 or 3 year target. It was always a 2050 target, which every year we make improvements.
True. Let me, Suha, you want to come in on that, and then I'm going to actually make another point, because I think I have to disagree with Dale in the sense that when you say this is not the time to talk about the environment, I think the circumstances have so much changed in the last 9 months that the environment is going to be center of every discussion moving forward in many areas, including aviation. And whereas you correctly point out that aviation's contribution to climate change has significantly reduced over the last 9 months, but it was not through a deliberate decision by the airline sector. Circumstances forced airlines to actually park most of its aircraft, and that led to a reduction in CO2 emissions. The question now is, and I think we have to be prepared for that, people are going to expect explanations as to whether you can keep to a level of environmental impact closer to what we've seen this year going forward, as opposed to, in a way, going back to the 2019 trend where the emissions were increasing. So I mean, that's the challenge, is what can the industry do more to step up? Because the deals which were done, like CORSIA and so on, were all pre-COVID. And I think we need to actually address those issues in this current mindset now.
I don't think
what more do you think, Suha? Let me ask Suha, Dale, 1 minute. Suha, what do you think airlines need to do more to show their, let's say, green credentials moving forward?
I think the effect that we have, the positive effect that we have on the environment, was only a one-time effect. So definitely once the operation will get back, you'll get into the previous situation. Now, what will airlines have to do? I think it's more into investing into highly efficient and better operational aircraft and better technology in order to reduce. But I'm not sure whether airlines will have the liquidity to now invest in such kind of a fleet in the coming few years. They are challenging. It's a very challenging time for the industry to come and invest in a new fleet. But definitely on the longer run, investment in new fleet will help in the CO2 emission.
But would you agree, Dale, if I were to say to you that given, as we know, that the recovery is going to be slow, right? Which means that the environmental impact is also going to be fairly minimal in the next year or two. And that should give, let's say, the airline industry the time to start thinking, okay, as the industry starts ramping up, what do we do to try to further reduce the environmental impact? Because I suspect that the global community will be asking for more from the sector than ever before. I think we are not in a 2019 or even January 2020 situation here. I think the pandemic and the consequences it has had, and the fact that people have seen a positive improvement in the environment over the last few months, will cause people, whether it's next gen or people generally, to actually put more emphasis on that aspect. And I think the industry would do well to work with, whether it's ICAO and others, to develop a solid response to this.
Well, I think it is, and that was my original point. When I said now's not the time, right now we're in survival mode, and to be honest, that has to come first. We haven't got through a restart yet, so you better not get diverted from getting a restart and making your business survive and keeping people in jobs. Then we will move into that phase very quickly once we get into the recovery phase. So that was my point. Let's not forget that the industry was already making really good progress here. We need to do a much better communications job on this. But the reality is we were making good progress, and the roadmap is still there. The roadmap is intact. If anything, this COVID crisis has bought us a bit more time and got rid of the older, most polluting aircraft quicker than the original timetable. So far from people being worried that this COVID crisis is going to mean lack of investment or lack of progress, I'm very confident that we're actually going to be on track sooner than we would have been otherwise. And people should not get too alarmed about this. Just give the industry, a few more months or a year to get itself in the right place before we get hammered too hard. That is really a plea. But what you will see is a stronger drive from the industry for governments to invest in a sustainable aviation fuels network. That is where the industry simply won't have the investment available to create a scalable supply chain of those fuels. And, it's never been in an airline's remit to create a fuel source or a fuel supply network. That's been for others, and we will be at the end client. But we're going to need governments to help us with that. But certainly, as these older aircraft have taken out the fleets, once we get growth back, a lot of those aircraft would have been parked for so long, it's probably going to be more expensive to bring them back in than it is to be able to probably get new aircraft at attractive prices from the manufacturers anyway. So I'm convinced that we're going to see quite a large fleet regeneration as a result as well. So I think there's some really good positives here. And I just ask everyone not to be too alarmed that the industry is not doing much right here for a few months. We're in a good space, I think.
So let me give you the last word before I wrap up. Are you optimistic that the airline industry can step up to this environmental challenge at the right time?
I think, yes, the industry can step up in the right time. It will take some time, but I think they can.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much. Let me, ladies and gentlemen, on your behalf, thank Suha, Gavin, and Dale, and for this most engaging session. We could have carried on for, I guess, a few more hours, but I guess our time is now almost up. But by way of conclusion, let me tell you that I think we must wake up to the fact that the new normal requires new mindsets to find new solutions. Now, beyond innovation and digitalization, there's an ever-growing need to create a more socially, environmentally, and economically sustainable travel and tourism model. Nobody knows how all this will play out, but we must all do our trustworthy part to rebuild confidence in air travel and enable airlines to help the world take off. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Back to you, Bergen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen around the world and fellow travelers. We're either good afternoon, good evening, maybe even one or two, and good morning. My name is Gerald Lawless, and I'm a director of the ITIC and also act as an ambassador for the World Travel and Tourism Council, based here in Dubai. As you can see, my virtual backdrop of Dubai Creek. And we've got a really dynamic panel this afternoon, and quite a lot to get through, and quite a number of people as well on the panel, great guests and great experts in our industry. Our first guest, I will just introduce them briefly, and then I will ask each of them to tell us a bit more about themselves and about their countries and their positions in what they're doing and how they're developing and evolving tourism investment for the future. And we have the Minister of Tourism and Antiquities for Jordan, the Honorable Naif Al-Fayez. We have His Excellency Avidas Gudinayan, former Minister of Tourism for Lebanon. We have Mr. Haitham Al-Mathar, who is CEO of Beyond Tourism and an expert in travel and tourism, particularly within the Middle East, in the United Arab Emirates, and indeed in Saudi Arabia. We have His Excellency Marwan Jasm Al-Sarkal, Executive Chairman and of the Sharjah Investment and Development Authority, known as Shuruk. Nice to see you again, Marwan.
Thank you.
And thank you. Mr. Hamad Al-Balawi, GM of Investments in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Very, very busy doing a lot of investments at the moment, and certainly exciting the industry throughout the region. And Dr. Abed Al-Razak Arabiyat, Managing Director of Jordan Tourism Board. So welcome to all of you, and great to have you with us this afternoon. So Minister Naif, if you don't mind, I would like to start with you just to talk a bit about what happens in Jordan. We've heard some speakers earlier this afternoon. I think that Jordan, like all of the region, the Middle East region, to me, is probably the most exciting tourism and travel destination in the world, that has a great understanding, probably, of the benefits of travel and tourism, has a great awareness worldwide. And I'm delighted that you've been able to join us here this afternoon. I was very interested earlier to hear the Castle of Ajloun being mentioned, not just Petra, but there is so much to see in Jordan, so much to do. And if I can indulge for 2 seconds, I always recall some years ago with my wife, we went to the Jerash, which was so easy to get to from Amman. We just drove 45 minutes, 1 hour. Had a lovely walk around Jerash to see the old Roman city. And then we went down to the Castle of Ajloun. And to sit on the top of that castle and to look down the Jordan Valley was truly an inspirational moment for me. And I thought, wow, this country has so much to offer. And that's only one tiny piece. So we'd love to hear from you and to tell us where the future lies, how you're investing, how you're developing, what incentives might be out there for tourism and travel and in the industry. So over to you, sir.
Well, thank you for having me with you today. And it's been a pleasure to be part of the different sessions throughout the last 2 days. And it's always good to see good friends and colleagues who I haven't seen for a while. As you said, it's always exciting to venture into new places in Jordan. When you think of Jordan, people think that Petra, or the first thing that comes into their mind is Petra. And unfortunately, we have a lot of people, they just come to Jordan, they see Petra for the day, and then they leave. And this is something that we have worked for throughout the many years to change that idea of just visiting Jordan for the sake of Petra alone. Yes, it is something that must be seen, but it's not the only thing that you can see in Jordan. We keep saying, you know, as you walk through the seek of Jordan, of Petra, and all of a sudden this beautiful, mysterious city appears to you, Jordan is the same thing. It's that whole city that can be, or whole country that can be introducing a new product or new products for the different experiences that we would like our visitors to come and experience. We have been able to do that. We have been able to do that throughout the last years, diversifying the experiences of our traveler to Jordan, but it's not enough. Just yesterday, I mentioned that on one of the panels before. Actually, we signed off a letter for a company that's going to be doing a kind of a mapping for the area of Ajloon, just to also look at the different potentials. Not only the beautiful castle, as you said, but the ecotourism, the adventure tourism, the different kind of tourism that could be introduced not only for Jordanians who are very familiar with Ajloon, but also for our international travelers. And in particular, I'll be very frank with you, our travelers from the GCC countries. We have a lot of our friends and who come from the GCC. When they come to Jordan, they are more familiar with some parts of Jordan than Jordanians. They go and say, where is the we need more investment in these places. We need to see more facilities in these places, and we understand that. And this is why, as I said, the map has been, the agreement to come up with the map so that we can introduce what investment opportunities can be there. And this is an opportunity, I think, for us, even with what happened with the COVID, as people are more aware of nature and the preservation of nature and the importance of the environment. They want to see, I think, a combination. And I think it's a whole different segment. You don't have to see crowdedness in this area. It could be an experience for the visitors to be part of nature, also keeping the area as less crowded as possible. And this is one of the many places that we could have as opportunities to invest in Jordan. Jordan has taken or been aware of the importance of nature reserves. Over 40 years ago, we launched our nature reserves that today we have 6 of them. And there is the Royal Society for the Conservation of Nature, which has taken charge of these places in meeting the requirements and preserving these places, at the same time introducing these places to the visitors. So these are places that could be also introduced with a different theme, different experiences that people who come to Jordan might not think of Jordan as something that can introduce a different kind of nature. You know, many people also came to Wadi Rum, which became very famous with the films that have been filmed there. And they are so astonished by it. But that diversity that Jordan can offer between the desert and the mountains and the forests, I think this is part of the initiatives that we are going to be focusing on in the future and pushing forward for more investment, not only locally, but also regionally and internationally.
Thank you very much, Minister. Can you tell us a little bit about, you talk about the mapping. What is out there? What's available in terms of incentives from the government financially to companies, either locally or from foreign companies, to come in and invest in tourism in Jordan?
Jordan welcomes, of course, foreign tourist investment. And it has put a very attractive investment scheme, not only in the tourism sector, but in general. But also tourism is one of those areas where we have put an interesting and attractive incentives for investors who can come to the country and invest in tourism. From exemption from taxes on exporting materials, in terms of exempting them for times of break of taxes and so on. So it's trying to attract people to invest outside our comfort zone, which means outside the big cities where we see all the investments are pouring in from different areas to these places. No, we have taken different areas and given more incentive schemes to, depending on the area that you're going to be going and investing in. And to be very frank with you, we are very keen in involving local communities, and we are keen in seeing how this will reflect on the local communities and development of those areas. As I said to you, we looked at Ajloon as a comprehensive area, not only just a segment of the castle and surrounding area of the castle. We are doing a whole mapping of the area, because there is the agricultural aspect of it and the tourism, where we can combine it to the two of them, and the forests that are there. So this is as one example. The same thing goes to other governments within the country. Different schemes have been given and incentives so that we can attract. I'll be more than happy to because it's a whole booklet, to be very fair to the investment bureau here. They have put a very attractive booklet, and it's not fair just to come and summarize it in 2 words, but it is something that we are encouraging, as I said, not only locals but also regional and international investors to come and invest in the country. And as you know, foreigners are able to get ownership of their investment 100%, or they can also be partners with locals or other international entities.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, sir. And we'll now go on to His Excellency Avidas Guidinian. I hope I'm not mispronouncing your name too much. You tell me, how do I say it?
It's Guidanian.
Guidanian. Okay, well, that's to do with a bit of spelling as well. Sorry about that, sir. Mr. Guidanian. And I'm really delighted that we've managed to get you from Lebanon to participate, because again, for people, as His Excellency the Minister from Jordan just said, so many people in this part of the world really look upon the Middle East as a place to travel to enjoy, to go and see. And again, I've been very fortunate in past years to have gone on a great ski trip with 25 friends from Dubai, where we overnighted in Beirut, and then we drove up not to Faraya but to Cedars, which was
great.
really amazing, and just a little hidden gem in the middle of the mountains. And I hope it still manages, despite the situation with Syria and everything, but I hope it still manages to get some business these days. But I would love to hear what your plans are, how you are going to push Lebanon as a place that obviously people love to come and visit, people need to visit, not only from your diaspora, but also from all the very many millions of friends of Lebanon that you have around the world.
So, first of all, thank you, Mr. Gerald. Thank you for inviting me. I have 2 close friends here, Mr. Haitham and Mr. Abdulrazak. Even he's lost a good weight, I think. So I didn't notice you at the beginning. So unfortunately, we don't have much to talk about tourism in Lebanon, because the economical situation and the political instability since October 2019. And we had our big event at the 4th of August, the explosion of our port and so on. So maybe the biggest sector affected during this pandemic, plus explosion, plus economical crisis, plus political instability in the tourism sector. And we are really suffering. We are really, I don't know how to explain it, but it's a very difficult time for Lebanon. Even though Lebanon, I think every one of you know about him, know that it was the best touristic destination in the Middle East 10 years ago or 20 years ago. And I may say in 2018, 2017, 2018, and the first 6 months of 2019, we were having good numbers as number of tourists, as income from touristic sector, and we were on the right track. And unfortunately, we had our crisis. So what we are thinking now, and I'm not the Minister of Tourism now, we had a new minister, and we will have a new one in a few days, because we changed 2 government in this 10 months. So, but I am in contact with all our key person in touristic sector, and since we are talking about the diversity in tourism in Lebanon, we were talking about leisure. This is something obvious, I think, but we worked on the MICE, we worked on the religious tourism, on the cultural tourism, Even we were the best location for medical tourism, educational tourism. We had such a big potentials in these sectors, but as I said, we are now starting from crash to rebuild our sector and to really try to catch some interesting or interested tourists or travelers to Lebanon. We are really in a bad situation because of the inflation of our lira, but this will be our Lebanese lira. So it can be a good reason to catch more tourists because, you know, when tourists were coming to Lebanon, they were spending, let's say, $100, they would get 150,000 Lebanese pounds, and they were spending it very fast. Now, for each $100, you can get 750,000 Lebanese pounds. It's times 5. So, and the prices in the sector of tourism in restaurants and hotels are multiplied in the best case by 2. So you will have by your 100, you will get 2.5 times what you had to get it at the past. This is the best, I think, point that we will work on it in order to really recatch our place in tourism. I will not talk about Baalbek, about Tyr, about our really 3,000 religions, cultural, tourist, historical places. I will not talk about our sea. I will not talk about our food, our cuisine. And I think every person in the Middle East and mainly in GCC countries know Lebanon very well. We were working on the European market and we had a big success there, but we will really try to find a new way to promote Lebanon. But in order to not talk too long, we have another potential in Lebanon. Now that we are going to rebuild our capital, Beirut. So we have around 60% of our restaurants and hotels totally destroyed. So this is more bad than the coronavirus pandemic. And believe me, this is the case in Lebanon. So we have to really work on the investment in this sector. And I think it will be a good investment, maybe a long-term investment. But it's the time to do it now because everything is really easy to get it by a small amount of money and then to try to work on it. But I think it's not, then we are not working as we should to promote this issue. So let me brief it to tell you that we will try to reorganize our sector and rephrase our messages for promoting Lebanon, and then we will work on investment in this sector. I hope that in this panel and other panels we will try to explain how Lebanon can be helped through investing in tourism in Lebanon, and it's a win-win situation for everybody. Thank you so much for this occasion and also opportunity. I hope we will see each other soon again. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, sir. I tell you that I'm sure I speak for everybody when we say that our really good wishes and our love for Lebanon comes very much from the rest of the region. And I'm sure that there will be the kind of investment that you're looking for. And we always respect so much the resilience of the Lebanese people in coming back. And what you describe in Beirut, we've seen with Martyr Square coming back to what it became. And we know that you can do it, but we wish you very much all the best. And thank you for that.
Sir. Thank you.
Speech. Thank you. And now Haitham, the expert beyond tourism and a great friend. And I know you've done so much in terms of evolving and developing the tourism product of the Emirate of Ras Al Khaimah. here in the UAE, and also that you're very involved in advisories with the Ministry of Tourism within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as well. So we'd love to hear from you. Thank you, Aitam.
Thank you, and I'm here amongst friends and colleagues. Hamad also is a colleague, and Naif is a colleague, and officially congratulate you on your reappointment. This is really great for Jordan and great for the region. And Abdurazak, you're looking very, very good with that weight loss. Yeah. Give us the recipe. Marwan also is a very close friend and an ex-colleague. We worked together, obviously, during my days in the UAE. But look, I think the discussions, Gerald, that you wanted to talk about was mainly on focusing on really sustainability and sustainable investment in tourism development as a whole. And I think if I just, if you allow me to shed some light on some of the points that Minister Naif had discussed within Jordan, and actually, Jordan has led the way in adopting the preservation of heritage and culture, and actually led the way in building that sustainable future for tourism and engaging the community and engaging the citizens of Jordan. And it's really unique, I guess, to the region in some cases other than our own country, Lebanon, where you're always met with, the citizens of the country, whether you're in a taxi or you're checking in at the reception or you have a tour guide. Another country that's really great at this, obviously, is Saudi. Saudi being, one of the most populous in the region. And having more and more Saudis that are interested in tourism. But going back to sustainability, Dubai has a great sustainability program that is set up to focus on guidelines for sustainability, the carbon calculators for industries such as hotels and tour operators, DMCs, to be able to measure their own carbon footprint and impact on the environment with their tours, or whether it's your hotel accommodations. The standards that hotel establishments and tourism establishments have to comply with, and really important, the education. And I'm not sure just on the education bit, I don't know if anyone has ever heard of or seen the island of Palau. I have introduced the First Lady of Palau to Jonathan Rosley and invited her to the the Future Hospitality Conference, where she spoke about, Palau, and I've heard her speak before, but Palau is an island with about 50,000 people. The president of Palau was elected by the fishermen of Palau because he's also a fisherman, so they're all fishermen. And she is the wife of the fisherman and the president of Palau. Now, Palau receives 500,000 visitors. And these 500,000 visitors, for 50,000 citizens, they can't police them all. So they decided to launch something called the Pledge of Palau. So when you go to get a visa to go to Palau, you have to sign this pledge that you will not feed the animals, you will not harm the environment, you will not litter. So you become responsible of your own actions when you visit Palau because you've made that pledge. So that's one action of a small island that took responsibility for driving sustainability and sustainable tourism. But that's only one side of the sustainable goals. If you think about protecting the environment, life on the water, life on the land, then comes the wider aspect of how do we set parameters across the region. Saudi's got the giga projects, right, that are geared towards a sustainable future. NEOM focuses a lot on protecting life underwater. The equality of men and women in Saudi is really gearing up to international standards. But how do we ensure that this is a regional focus where we drive sustainable development and sustainable development standards?
Thank you very much, Haitham. And I think the whole issue on sustainability, I like to think always that sustainability is very much about, yes, environmental issues, but also society and economic issues. And if we can continue to use travel and tourism to really benefit small and poorer communities in different parts of the world by direct injections of cash into their communities, we know that we will create a lot more prosperity and ultimately allow children to be educated and to achieve their potential in the world. So thank you very much, Haitham, and we'll hopefully have time to get back to have a little bit of a chat later on. So now I'd like to go to His Excellency Marwan Jassim Al Sarkal, and great to have you on a panel again, Mr. Marwan, and we look forward to hearing, especially when we talk about what has been achieved in the Emirate of Sharjah is really quite phenomenal, to say the least, and very, very interesting. But rather than talk too much myself, I'll leave it to you.
Thank you, Gerald. It's great to see you again, and what an exciting year this was. COVID-19 have changed, especially our industry. Talking about the tourism industry, I think we are the most affected industry in the entire economy. Especially greetings to His Excellency, the Minister Naif, and all of our colleagues around the region. Whoever is listening to us, it's great to tell everyone around the world that the Middle East is one of the safest places to visit. And this is something that we are proud about. And I see the governments within the whole Middle East have done a phenomenal job in making sure that lockdowns were done in the right time, opening was done in the right time. And we have a lot of exciting projects that within the whole region, it is just fascinating, flying from Jordan all the way to Saudi Arabia, to Lebanon, to the United Arab Emirates. It's just so exciting on how many things that are going to be developed and have been developed in the past. We learn from each other. In Sharjah, we decided to focus on creating boutique, I would say, adventures or retreats in the middle of the desert or in the middle of protected sites. We learned from places that we've visited, like Jordan, for example, with the domes that they have, like the tents we've seen in South Africa, or the safaris. And we came up with a very unique concept, which is building very small retreats around the region. And some of them are as small as 5 rooms in the middle of the desert next to the fossil rock called Al-Faya, to actually taking old houses in the center of the historical area of Sharjah and converting them to a touristic destination like the Chedi Al Bayt Hotel, to going all the way to the east coast in Kalba, sitting on the Indian Ocean and creating a Kingfisher retreat. What we noticed is that within COVID, people wanted to be out of the busy city, out from the mega hotels with 300 plus rooms, to very small and unique units where you're basically alone with your family or with your friends. And we noticed that this differentiation created a unique positioning for Sharjah. And I think every city within the region has something unique about it. What we try to do is also, we didn't try to copy anyone. We try to learn from what made, for example, Al-Patra one of the exciting destination. What made, for example, Al-Ula one of the exciting destination. And we developed it because our development started maybe 2 or 3 years ago. But today we can say the positioning of Sharjah made it complement what the offering in the United Arab Emirates. And also another compliment, what I saw recently in Dubai, is what they've done in Hatta, which is creating a unique destination where it's about adventure, very small units of numbers, like 20 rooms, caravans, camper vans, and all of those. And I think the industry of the tourism have changed dramatically in the last year because of COVID, and people are accepting more of exploring their countries and their cities more than anything else.
And do you see as well, of course, that there seems to be a lot more potential now, and it's been mentioned already by the Minister, about domestic travel and tourism. Staycations seem to have been a major feature of the last several months, but do you think this will continue? Definitely.
Gerald, I feel that people are discovering their own cities and countries. And I think we have seen more people because of, before in the old days, when we have 1 day of a vacation or 2 days of a vacation, with the weekend, they will travel out of the UAE. And today they are more likely to stay in the Emirates than ever traveling. Traveling will come as a secondary. But I think after COVID, will things change? I think by discovering things that they have never experienced before and liking it, it has changed a lot of habits. I believe there is once the airports and once the regulation of lockdowns eases off, things will be easier for people to travel. We encourage travelers to come to the United Arab Emirates. The good thing is that what we notice is that our airlines, whether it's Emirates, Etihad, Air Arabia, or Fly Dubai, created the insurance, flight insurance including COVID, which made life much easier for anyone thinking of traveling in. And also they have eased off traveling back for the Emiratis. We travel back, we don't really get that test, which used to be one of the issues if we're flying out and thinking of coming back. So now it's not really an issue, which encourages more Emiratis to travel out. But yet I think that because we have a lot of unique, I would say unique destinations to visit, whether it's going through the mountains or going to the historical areas or the archaeological sites, I think there is a lot to be developed in this sector.
When you see this, for example, in Kalba, would you be able to give examples? Are there incentives out there for public-private partnerships to develop these particularly sensitive ecological areas?
Definitely. So in Kalba, what we try to do is basically, Kalba has this unique mangrove site where you have the water channels and you have the kingfisher bird, which is known for that location. The idea was to develop something that is unique, not huge investment. As long as the government prepares the infrastructure, we come up with an investor or a partner that will build those structures, which in the Kingfisher, we tried with the tents. And the tents came all the way from South Africa. We had a partnership with an operator from South Africa. But due to the not knowing the real market here, we opted to choose another operator, which is called MISC. But we are open for other operators or other investors to come and invest into Kalba. We have also the mountain. It's a very well-known area for trekking. It is also known because of its wadis. We also, within our pipeline, currently are developing the safari park, which is the biggest safari out of Africa. And it's going to be located in Sharjah, in the central region of Sharjah. And we are going to put a very nice resort or a lodge in that with only 35 rooms. We are open for private partnership. Shuruq is all about opening up for the private sector to come. We create the platform, but we encourage investors to come and invest with us.
And a lot of new laws have been introduced over the last few days and weeks in the United Arab Emirates, encouraging inward investment and residents to stay in the United Arab Emirates. But we're not only talking about small eco-lodges. We also, when we come to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Mr. Hamid Al-Balawi, we really look forward to hearing from you, Hamid, about the ongoing developments that you have within the kingdom and how much is actually committed already. And give us some timelines as well, because everybody's asking, when will the first places start to open? Will the money keep coming to develop these incredible projects that has really opened up the kingdom so amazingly?
Good afternoon to you, Gerald. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, guests. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's unfortunate that at an event like the ITIC and the WTM, we're not there in person, but hopefully in years to come, we'll be able to relive those experiences in great networks. Gerald, you introduced the different countries through your personal experiences, so hopefully next time you get to have a personal experience in Saudi Arabia so that you can vouch yourself on the amazing experiences that we have in the kingdom. So you owe us that at least.
I have to come in here. I first visited the Al Khazama Hotel in about 1979 from Dubai, long before you guys were around.
Fantastic. Many more experiences hopefully in the future. Answering your question, Gerald, and then maybe referring to some contextual context on where we are in the kingdom. We started by designing our North Star, so our national tourism strategy, early in 2019, and we managed to get the support and help of experts across the tourism industry globally to help us really draw out a roadmap to match the ambitions that the kingdom has through its Vision 2030 program, to really enable it to activate and realize its potential in the tourism industry. We've set out our goals for 2030. We believe that these goals are in 2 phases. The first phase is the Explore Saudi phase, which is experiencing the kingdom with its raw and authentic value proposition that it holds today. And then post the amazing promises that we have offered to the world, the Giga projects, hopefully by coming to life by 2023, to not just experience Saudi, but to live Saudi. And that's our promise to the world, is that you can live an authentic, differentiated, pioneering, innovative experience through these amazing Giga projects. So that's definitely something that's pivotal to our national tourism strategy. In extension to that, Gerald, we launched our visa program late last year, which is one of the most competitive visa programs globally. We didn't reciprocate treatment. We actually opened up our hearts and doors to the world. 80% of global travelers are welcome to access the kingdom through a 5-minute application that they can fill online, opening up our doors, of course, for them to come and experience the wonderful experiences that we have in the kingdom. In addition to that, last year, we inaugurated what we call the Saudi Seasons. Through this government-led program, we try to really showcase the amazing opportunities that we have in the areas of culture, sports, and entertainment across the different cities in the kingdom. These enabled us to host global events like the Formula E. We've recently announced us hosting the Formula One. Recently, we've hosted global concerts. And really, we've opened up our borders for us to see the world and for the world to see us as well. Most recently, and of course, no conference is complete these days without the COVID reference, we've tried to support the sector so that we don't halt our efforts. We've created economic stimulus packages to help the private sector overcome the financial burdens that they've carried because of this global pandemic. But also we've done something that really cements the kingdom's standing in really leadership of the welfare of the human being. We created a program where we provided healthcare for all, citizens, residents, and visitors alike would be able to, are eligible for free testing when it comes to COVID. And even more recently, the custodian of the 2 holy mosques launched a program to compensate those who dedicated and indeed critically dedicated their lives and fell ill to COVID through financial programs that at least help their families overcome the sorrows of such programs are unprecedented globally. And this shows the kingdom's position in really appreciating the welfare of mankind, if you like. In terms of the seasons, we launched the summer campaign we called Breathe, translated by Arabic in Tanaffas, which basically translated, during the lockdown period, we opened up our campaign to really showcase the amazing tourism opportunities, starting with domestic tourism in its first phase. And we were pleasantly surprised to see amazing responses when it comes to domestic tourism. $3 billion was spent in the tourism sector, 31% increase in terms of spend in our sector year on year. And this is a COVID year, so unprecedented numbers. We've seen occupancy rates when it comes to hotels across the destinations in the kingdom reach to numbers of 80 and 90%. And this was really an eye-opener for us to say, we are on the right track and we will continue to develop our offering. We are trying to cement our value proposition. The kingdom is very much a continent when it compared to its contextual size in the region. We have amazing value propositions across the Red Sea on the coast. We have villages and towns and hills and mountains in the south, where in the peak of the summer, the temperature doesn't rise above 16 degrees, unparalleled to even some parts of Europe. And that wide topography and that wide offering is definitely something that is significant, and we are looking forward to bringing onto the market. When it comes to more on the governance perspective, as I mentioned, we launched the National Tourism Strategy. From that, we launched 3 or 4 different government entities aimed at supporting tourism: the Ministry of Tourism, the regulator, the gatekeeper when it comes to the National Tourism Strategy, the Saudi Tourism Authority when it comes to promoting and marketing the kingdom for tourism. The Tourism Development Fund, which is the largest dedicated fund for tourism globally, with 4 billion riyal of government money, with 45 billion riyal of support through the coordination with the banks as well, committed to this sector to improve the offering across the infrastructure. And we also supported or created the Tourism Development Council, where we have the Minister of Transport, the Minister of Health, and the Minister of Interior, all the different ministers that are concerned with tourism, to really answer and provide solutions to things that the tourism sector needs, from infrastructure, like regulation and policy, and across the board. And of course, not to mention, and last but not least, is our partnerships with the international organizations when it comes to the WTTC, the amazing work we do with them, adopting global frameworks, whether it's the COVID recovery or otherwise. The UNWTO recently announcing that they're setting up their regional headquarters in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, something we're very proud of. And of course, setting up global academies to help upskill the readiness of our human capital in creating the 1 million jobs that we've targeted for the next 10 years. All that is there to enable, of course, a private sector-led tourism sector, making sure that we have the ease of doing business there to enable tourism investment, and make sure that we're open to operators, experts, investors, developers, hospitality operators across the board. We are open for business. And as our campaign, when the visa campaign was launched, we are, of course, open hearts and open doors for them all. So I hope I shed a smaller caption, Gerald, without going into greater detail. The kingdom is very much optimistic. We believe we are on track, and we hopefully are geared to achieving both our 2023 numbers and our 2030 numbers.
Fantastic, Hamid. I'm sure you will. And I don't know how you sleep at night, because you mustn't get much time with so much going on. But it is something that's truly exciting within the region, and I think will be a game changer throughout the whole of the region for people to understand. It's also so nice to hear you talk about how the caring aspect of society in this part of the world, which I think is often overlooked in other parts. And now, Dr. Ubaid Al-Razak, you've been extremely patient. We started with Jordan, and we're concluding with Jordan, which is very appropriate. And again, as director of Jordan, managing director of the Jordan Tourist Board, I'd love to hear from you as well. You know, what are the areas that you see are really exciting about the evolution and development of tourism, and of course the how you establish the awareness of tourism for Jordan in the international market. I noticed that you were giving special, managed to get departure tax abolished for the low-cost carriers. And is this something that you're expanding now on a broader basis than you have at the moment, or is it something you'll stay with for now? So please, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Gerald. It's a great pleasure to be with you again in this session, and I'm really delighted to see our friends here again, and hope to see you face to face maybe soon, inshallah. Since we had the good news about the vaccine yesterday, so we are all of us optimistic that maybe we can see each other face to face, hopefully soon. Yeah, going back to what Jordan did so far in terms of how we deal with the pandemic and this crisis. Actually, from day one, JTB and which is Jordan Tourism Board, Ministry of Tourism, and the private sector, we were just, the technology, the Zoom meetings were conducted during this pandemic and the lockdowns, just to look and evaluate. Main concern was just to keep and support our sector, the tourism sector, to make sure that once we rebound and the tourism resume again, they are there in terms of supporting them financially. In terms of education, we conducted several training programs to make sure that all the workforce in the tourism sector are ready and will be prepared for once the tourism bounce back. We focused as Jordan Tourism Board in terms of how to promote the country. We enhanced our content. So the paradigm shift in the technology and digital transformation that happened, and we witnessed through the pandemic and the initiatives and the new ideas that came up from locals, international, global associations, how we just utilize it in terms of how to introduce and to utilize it, how to market the country. So we launched several videos that just to keep online with the potential passenger tourists. We launched the See Jordan from Home, where we filmed most of our touristic sites in the 360 technology, the VR, that just to visit Jordan from home. And we try to engage, and now we are working on how to engage the visitor or the one who is using this application with the local community, which is going to take us to the sustainability and to support the local community, so that once you are watching a VR or 360 site, you can buy or you can contact a guide with a virtual guide. They can take you to Petra and you can buy your souvenir there. So we are now developing this application just to be state of the art and to engage the tourists for this situation with the to live the experience. This is one thing. Of course, I think call to action is not ethical at that time. The first stage of the pandemic, you can't start selling the country destination and to invite people to visit your country. We launched several videos just to show solidarity, that we are with you, we are in the same situation, and just engage these videos and to remind people of the fantastic and the hidden gems of Jordan. And Jordan won one of the best campaigns with Lonely Planet, the video that Jordan Waits. We won that campaign during the pandemic. One more thing, now we are working very closely with the government and with the Excellency Naif, just how to support and how to open the tourism gradually. We will promote the Golden Triangle, which is Aqaba. It's very close to Petra and Wadi Rum, and hopefully that we can open the tourism for the charter flights at the first stage as a pilot project, and we'll take it from there. And we will focus on the main thing. People are dreaming to travel now, so you need to send the message to the potential tourists that in terms of what is the SOPs that the government is taking, the airports, the airlines, all the supply chain in the country, restaurants, hotels, transportation guides, that all of them are implementing the hygiene and health procedures properly. So this is sending a message that is just to show confidence in the destination and to encourage people who wants to travel. Because if you look into the Expedia, TripAdvisor research and the findings, people are looking for what are the destination are offering in terms of the health and hygiene standards implemented in the country. So this is already we are sharing with our potential passengers and the tour operators and airlines. And last thing, I had a meeting today with Ryanair and EasyJet and Wizz Air, WCM. We are looking forward to just to resume back, and we will continue our partnership with them and supporting them by bringing them to Jordan, because it was really a paradigm shift in terms of the numbers. Last year, we witnessed 1.2 million visitors to Petra because of these airlines. So yes, we will continue, and hopefully that we can see the airlines resume again the first quarter next year.
Inshallah, as we say. And sorry to, I've been getting frantic messages coming up here saying you ran out of time some time ago, Gerald. I suggest, sorry. But I am conscious as well that Haitham, we didn't really give you much of a chance to say anything. You are the man that has spanned so much of this region. So I will surprise you by giving you a 30-second wrap up. What have you got to say?
And I'll use it to say I had the great opportunity to learn from the teams and the colleagues who have shared their experiences in building sustainable products and building experiences. And I can go on and on about sharing my experiences, but I think it's what's really important now is I think sustainable tourism development is high on everyone's agenda, and we can see that whether it's in Jordan or in the UAE or inshallah in Lebanon when the situation is better. Saudi is obviously working hard to lead the way in tourism in the region, and sustainable tourism is very high on their agenda as well. I am now in Saudi in Riyadh. As you know, I work just opposite the building from Hamad. He's in the ministry, I'm in the authority. We can almost hand the coffee to each other. That's how close we are. So in a nutshell, I think, look, really nice to see that direction that Sharjah has taken, especially with the lodging and the fact that we see this coming into Saudi. There's a number of sites. There's also an initiative now in Saudi where we are actually working with Hamad and the team on developing eco-lodges, if you like, sustainable eco-lodges and the experiences around them with engaging the communities. Rural development is also quite high on the agenda for Saudi, and that really complements the whole sustainable agenda.
That's a minute and 35 seconds, not too bad. Thank you very much for that, Haitham. And I must say, just personally, it's always been a great pleasure of over 40 years in this part of the world with my beautiful Dubai and my virtual background. It's a great pleasure to work with all of you. And as the only non-Arab on this session, I must say, you know, what a wonderful journey I've had in my life of being able to be in the Middle East. And thank you, gentlemen, for your fantastic insights. And I wish all of you the best of luck with everything in the future development of our incredible industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Jonathan, thank you all.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
See you.
Bye.
Welcome to everybody. It is an absolute pleasure to be here at the ITIC Summit, albeit not in person in some magical location, but all of us around the world able to join in at what is such a crucial time and such a challenging period for the tourism sector. And looking at Africa, we know that COVID is likely to cost the economies of Africa over $90 billion US. The World Travel and Tourism Congress thinks that tourism in Kenya will drop by 60% and in South Africa by 75%. 1.2 million jobs in South Africa will be impacted by the economic impacts of COVID. That's 10% of all jobs in South Africa. So inbound investment in tourism, investment in Africa has become never more important than before. It's about rebuilding the future. It's about boosting the economies. It's about creating jobs and opportunity. And there's no question that Africa is not an exciting destination. It is. We've seen growth in African tourism investment up to $40 billion a year just this time before COVID, the year before COVID. And it's a sector that employs 9.1 million jobs across the continent. So we know that COVID is having a chaotic effect on investment in Africa. We know that COVID is having a devastating effect on tourism around the world, and particularly into Africa. But as the Chinese saying goes, out of chaos comes opportunity. We have the most wonderful panel here today. Miss Belize Karisa, the Chief Tourism Officer for Rwanda. We have Cuthbert, who's the Executive Chairman of the African Tourism Board. And we have Nick, who's the CEO of Rwanda Finance since September 2019. Nick has a fabulous background in investment, not just in tourism. And he's helping Rwanda Finance move forward, focused on services and products around the world. Now, I have noticed, Nick, that Rwanda and Arsenal have a very good relationship. I think Rwanda actually sponsors Arsenal. I think, in fact, Rwanda appears on the logo for Arsenal football players. I know that the president even tweets about Arsenal, and yet I understand you're a Chelsea and Real Madrid fan. Is that a sign of the independence of the financial center from the government of the country? And perhaps as a second and more relevant question, if I may, we know that African economies, many need to diversify. They need to move away from an agrarian economy. They need tourism to help them grow their economies, and other economies perhaps are over-dependent on tourism. They need to diversify in a different way. Could you tell us, why is diversification becoming so critical for African countries? What's the role of Rwanda in helping them to attract investment to diversify?
Thank you, Mark, and good afternoon to the audience. Mark, something else I would hazard to add about the effects of the pandemic is that we are seeing increasing uncertainty. We are seeing fear and distrust. Now, the impact of this is that within the financial services sector, banks, for example, are reducing lending. Consumers are reducing consumption. Companies are reducing their investments. Now, thanks to the leadership of our country, Kigali International Financial Center is aiming to play a very important role of providing a platform to international investments into Africa. Like you rightly put, given the effects of the pandemic on tourism, there is need to accelerate diversification. In Rwanda, after the launch of Kigali International Financial Center, most recently, we've had cross-listing on the Rwanda Stock Exchange of a health service provider. We are seeing companies that are interested in investing in education. We are seeing investors who are looking at investments into mortgage banking, all to say that there is need for diversification. There is need to accelerate investment into infrastructure so that at the time when we are seeing the ease and the pickup of tourism, we can have a support infrastructure. And that's the role that Kigali International Financial Center is looking to fill. Thank you.
That's absolutely fantastic. So I think what you're saying is that if you need investment in infrastructure, come to you. If you need investment in tourism, come to you. If you want investment in healthcare, come to you. It seems that Rwanda's positioning itself perfectly to be a gateway for investment, safe, secure investment into Africa. And Cuthbert, if I can come to you, talk to us, would you, about investing in tourism in Africa? What are the opportunities? What are the exciting things? Where should we all be putting our money?
Thank you.
Cuthbert, I think you're on mute, which I think is the most common phrase on Zoom.
my apologies. And once again, thank you so much, Mark. We really appreciate it. It's an honor once again to have myself in this program, and also with my panelists. It's a pleasure to see you and meet you once again. Mark, I believe that in every storm, there should be a silver lining on the horizon. There should be a rainbow. So therefore, our focus shouldn't be on the storm that has actually bedeviled the whole continent. I believe that the introduction, especially when we look at our continent, the introduction of a free trade zone in Africa that brings together 54, 55 member states that have a GDP that is already exceeding more than $3 trillion into a single basket market. Africa has come at the crossroad, considering the history of progress with so much advancement in many sectors and segments of our economies. Before the pandemic, Africa has been experiencing a very steady growth within the tourism sector. According to previous years, the worldwide average increase of international tourists had been 7%, and Africa countries have enormously increased by 8 to 6%, which is the highest growth percentage on the international tourism scale. This appreciates that before us stands a rare opportunity whose fulfillment is dependent on our devotion, on our hard work, and on our open-mindedness. So therefore, our continent has more than enough opportunities for tourist investment for the time, our time, and the times ahead. I would allude with Nick when he's saying, yes, come and do investment in Africa within the agro-tourism, within the health sector tourism, within the infrastructure development. We have so much opportunities that needs to be explored. And I believe that Africa is going to be one of the best powerhouses of the world within the economic sector. So therefore, we are really inviting and opening our arms to say Africa is open, and we are going to come out of this dark age. And we inviting you to come, indulge and explore opportunities in our motherland.
So not wanting to put words in your mouth, Cuthbert, if you were down to your last 100 Rand, dollars, Deutschmarks, whatever it is, and bearing in mind that Belize is speaking next, where would you invest your last £100 in African tourism?
Look, we actually post, as I indicated to you, that within the agro-tourism, within the energy sector, we've got the best weather all around, within the hospitality opportunities. And like I said, within the medical tourism, we have experienced an influx from Africa seeking medical attention in Asia, in the United States. We are saying, why can't you bring that expertise where it is much needed? So there are quite a lot of good opportunities in Africa.
That's fantastic. Thank you. That was a politician's answer, I suspect, Cuthbert. Now, Felice, why would our last £100 be spent in Rwanda? Tell us about the incredible work that you're doing in Rwanda to grow the tourism sector and to help diversify the Rwandan economy away from an agrarian base.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark, and my fellow panelists. I think I should have started as a lady, but you know, I'm
We
glad
saved
that
the best till last, Felice. We saved the best till last.
I think I understand why. I understand why I'm the last person. I think perhaps what I could do is start with a little bit on tourism, and here in Rwanda. And of course, I think we all know, like a lot of countries in Africa, it is a strategic sector for the economy. And to put you a little bit into perspective in numbers, in 2019, tourism contributed 10% of our GDP and 8% of Rwanda's off-farm employment. And our strategy has always been to position Rwanda as a high-end ecotourism destination, which has made the government of Rwanda really focus on attracting key significant players in the industry, such as Singita, the likes of One and Only, Wilderness Safari, etc. And this has made a great impact, mainly even in the local community development, job creations, and of course, local sourcing. But of course, we know that COVID has hit this travel and tourism industry pretty bad. And I think there's a lot of things that we're trying to do to recover. But to your question, perhaps apart from everything that we've done right, I believe what, in the perspective of an investor, perhaps allow me to just highlight a couple of interesting incentives that, when you come to Rwanda, when you come as an investor, some of the incentives that we can offer you. And the first one is that, when you register at RDB, you get access to attractive investment incentives, like I said. And all of them are outlined in the investment law, which you can find even on our website, rdb.rw. And you also get a 7-year corporate income tax. For example, an investor in tourism, investing an equivalent of at least $50 million and contributing at least 30% of the investment in form of equity. And you also get a 50% investment allowance for tourism investment, worth at least $1,800,000 United States dollars. You get hotel equipment exempted from paying.
Can I'm so sorry to interrupt, Elise. It's fascinating. Yes. Question for you. If an investor comes in with a significant sum, $50 million, let's say, they want to access Africa in a familiar, safe and secure way. So they come and see Nick and they say, Nick, I believe in Africa, I believe in tourism, I've got a lot of money and I want to invest it, but I don't want to invest it in one country. I want to invest it across a portfolio of countries. Do those advantages that you're talking about still apply because they're investing through the Kigali International Financial Center, or does it have to be investment only in Rwanda?
I think Nick could probably answer this question better. So Nick, over to you on that one. But of course, I'll speak overall for on behalf of government of Rwanda. But I believe because we're looking at Africa as a continent to attract investors in a continent, perhaps Nick can quickly jump onto as an expert in that.
Sure. Thank you, Beris, and thank you, Mark. I think it's equally very important to recall that last year it's in Rwanda that we had the signing of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. And Kigali International Financial Center is looking, Mark, to structure investments in Rwanda and across the region. So to your question, yes, it's very possible for an international investor to structure their investments in Rwanda while looking, for example, to invest into the DRC or to invest into Kenya. That's why we believe that at this moment in time, it's very important to have a financial center that facilitates investments not only in Rwanda, but across the region. And it's also important to mention here that the tax structures that we've put in place and the legal framework that we are putting in place are to facilitate those investments, not just in Rwanda, but across Africa. Thank you.
Cuthbert, that must be pretty exciting, right? Because that not only boosts tourism for Belize in Rwanda, but it gives people a safe gateway into tourism investment, as you say, health and medical and infrastructure across the whole of Africa, right?
True indeed, Mark. Our aim is to see a more inclusive and cohesive approach across the continent so that the benefit should be coming to Africa as our home and the society at large. So there are quite a lot of vast opportunities in Africa, and we are so great, but the packaging of our continent still leaves a lot to be desired. So we are trying to see how best we can have an integrated approach to all our member states.
Fantastic. And Belize, in terms of that, what's Rwanda Tourism's sort of integrated policy into the Africa strategy? Is it something where can you envisage travelers of coming and being able to move easily around African countries for tourism purposes? I think we've lost Belize. So I suppose I'll come at Cuthbert and say, do you see a situation where somebody can come and with a single visa, travel and explore tourism around regions of Africa?
Mark, this is Nick.
Oh, yes.
Sorry, Mark, I think we lost Belize, but I wanted to say to the question that you asked, again, let's recall the developments that have happened in Rwanda. At the moment, we have Rwanda Air that is connecting to more than, I think, 20 destinations in Africa. So it's true to your question. It's very possible for this growth for free trade across Africa to happen. Again, early this year, our president was at the forefront of launching a visa regime that not only speaks to African countries, but to members of the Commonwealth. So it's very possible that as we continue the implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, then we are going to see movement of trade, of people, which will contribute to the growth of the African continent.
So if I can, because we need to wrap up, I'm going to ask each of you, if I may, for one piece of advice, one thought that you've got to leave the audience with about Africa, the opportunity in Africa, and where you think the biggest opportunity lies for investment into Africa in a post-COVID world, as we see the world starting to recover, as people, as we heard in the last panel, are desperate to travel. What's the one thought you've got or piece of advice you'd give about investing in or traveling to or taking part in tourism in Africa? Perhaps, Cuthbert, I'll start with you.
Thank you so much, Mark. When it comes to the future, there are three kinds of people: those who let it happen, those who make it happen, and those who wonder what has happened. So therefore, I invite all of us, the splendor of the landscape that stretches through from Cape to Cairo surpasses any imagination, as the continent boasts of so much diverse natural living attractions, which are a satiation to the investor's appetite. Africa is ready. As we are activating our travel sector, we really invite all our investors, our diasporans, to come and take and grab this opportunity. It is yours, and we are welcoming you with open arms.
Fantastic advice, excellent advice. Nick, you've got a broader remit. You're looking at investment more generally. You're making it safe and secure for the whole of Africa. What would your thoughts be about post-COVID environment?
Thank you, Mark. Post-COVID environment, we are seeing accelerated adoption of digital financial services. Therefore, we call for investors who are looking to invest into fintechs into Africa. We believe this is where the future lies. And as you rightly put, Mark, we are creating an environment that is conducive for investment. I recall a while back, someone quoted me a proverb in Chinese where they say, let's build the nests and you bring the birds.
That's absolutely wonderful. Belize, we're just wrapping up now with a thought. What thought would you have or advice you might give for people thinking of exploring Africa and investment in Africa, and particularly in tourism, perhaps investment in tourism in Rwanda? What advice or thought would you have from them in a post-COVID world?
Thank you. I think I'm sorry, the call dropped. I don't know exactly what happened, but I believe that Africa is where tourism was born and is going to remain there. If you look at it, Africa has actually the greatest product. From wildlife to beaches to we've got it all. I think this is where you should put your money, starting of course from Rwanda.
That's absolutely fantastic. We're delighted. We were concerned that that magnificent gorilla behind you had leapt through your window and was disrupting the Wi-Fi. But thank you all very much. That was a really magnificent panel. It's exciting. I've definitely got my checkbook out, and I look forward to the opportunity to chat with you again another time. But thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And thank you to the audience and the other panelists.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Nick. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Afternoon or good morning where you all happen to be. Peter Greenberg here from CBS News, and with our special guest, Paul Griffiths, the CEO of Dubai Airports. If we take a look at the overall scheme of importance economically, politically, in terms of flow of traffic, the Dubai Airport is certainly one of the most dynamic, if not one of the busiest airports in the world. And like many airports during COVID-19, suffered a severe drop in traffic. But when I say a severe drop in traffic, the numbers here are staggering. You went, Paul, from 1,100 flights a day with 280,000 passengers a day down to 11 flights a day, maybe even 17 some days. That number dropping is not just one-dimensional in terms of retail, in terms of jobs. It's just not a question of the people coming to the airport. It's a question of the economic issues there and the connectivity issues there. So we know those numbers, and you live them. How did you adapt? Because you didn't really have much of a choice.
You're absolutely right, Peter. It was quite a cataclysmic event, obviously. Our passenger numbers actually dropped by 70%. And that's the outturn for 2020 that we're looking at. And of course, for the largest airport in the world, with the largest number of intercontinental destinations connected to our hub, for the fortunes of Dubai airports, read the fortunes of our airlines, and of course, read the fortunes of the entire economy of Dubai. However, when the pandemic hit, as you correctly said, we went from 1,100 flights to 17. And the situation, of course, requires some fairly drastic measures. So we immediately took steps to greatly reduce our expenditure. We mothballed a large amount of our facilities. We closed one terminal and 2 concourses, and we operated the remaining 2 terminals and concourses at greatly reduced capacity. We've turned off air conditioning units. We've slowed down our maintenance program. We've closed one of our 2 runways. And we've actually reduced our total expenses by 32%, which has meant that we've been able to maintain our liquidity. And now we're seeing actually the aviation industry in Dubai start to get back on its feet. led obviously by our host airlines, Emirates and Fly Dubai. Emirates are now operating, I think, close to 100 destinations and have got 90% of its 777 fleet back in the air. So obviously we're supporting that recovery. And I think this is all about gaining a market presence to be back where we need to be, which is the world's largest intercontinental airport.
Well, let's talk about that in terms of connectivity, because you can't look at it one dimensionally or in a vacuum. When we're talking about the airport in Dubai, we're talking about the globe, because an overwhelming majority of the passengers coming to Dubai are actually coming through Dubai. So when you essentially drop down to 17 flights a day, you're shutting down the world as well.
Well, we are. That's very true. And of course, we've got an additional complication we have to deal with now, and that is the variable testing and quarantine requirements of all the different countries in the globe. And one of the big problems we've got, which is hampering the recovery, is a lack of an agreed international protocol to make this happen smoothly and effectively. And that's doing nothing to instill confidence in our travelers to return to the air. One of the problems, of course, with a transfer hub is that you're not dealing with protocols between two countries. You're actually dealing with protocols between three countries. And if we've got to check and test passengers that arrive from one country before they connect onto another flight to another country, then that clearly adds time and complication to the journey. So the recovery has been very much led by the attractiveness of Dubai as a holiday destination through the winter. And of course, our weather here through the next few months is absolutely fantastic. So I urge anyone considering a winter sun break, come out here and enjoy the pleasures of Dubai.
Well, beware the law of unintended consequences. You're now a destination.
We are indeed. In fact, we've gone, as you correctly say, from a 50-50 split between a connecting hub and a point-to-point airport to a 75% point-to-point incoming, mostly incoming destination. So that's been quite a shift, but we've actually been very, very quick indeed to adapt to that change in circumstance very well.
One of the questions that keeps coming up, and we had it on the news yesterday, of course, very big news about the announcement from Pfizer of a vaccine, but in the absence of a vaccine, the real short-term solution has always been the actual availability and implementation of widespread, reliable, fast response testing. And in that area, you guys were one of the first airports that announced that you were going to be doing that.
Absolutely. And we've now got 52 countries that can actually have a COVID test on arrival, which we apply. We've got testing stations which make that a very smooth and quick effort. And we, as you say, we were one of the first countries to introduce that. What it really needs is for that initiative to be reciprocated around the world. And we're currently trying to negotiate with many countries a reciprocal travel bubble to make the standards we're operating in Dubai common. And one other thing the Dubai government has done over here is been extremely effective in controlling the spread of infection, minimizing the number of people hospitalized, and actually dealing with the outbreak extremely well. So actually the UAE has one of the lowest rates of infection of anywhere in the world. And what I think the world needs to look at is a shift from risk avoidance, which is being practiced in a lot of countries, which actually is one of the most impractical things to try and achieve. I would also suggest possibly impossible, to a sensible risk management strategy where quarantine is done perhaps before travel rather than at the destination. And perhaps there should be multiple points of testing to eliminate what is actually the biggest deterrent for travel. And that is quarantine at the point of destination, which is actually turning off over 80% of prospective travelers because people can't afford the time, the expense, and the inconvenience of an extended quarantine in their destination. If their trip is just say 2 or 3 days, for example, to the UK, that cannot be extended by a further 14 in quarantine in most cases. So that really has to change.
Of course, in addition to testing, you had to do a radical transformation of your floor plan at the airport, your physical design.
Absolutely. We had to do some quite intensive measures to ensure that people are correctly distanced. And of course, we didn't put it to chance to suggest that people could manage that without supervision. So we've got a lot of people throughout the airport maintaining those physical distances between customers. We put by now the ubiquitous plexiglass screens everywhere to safeguard all of our staff. We've introduced a self-service check-in facility into Terminal 3, which has had some very significant uptake because of its largely touchless approach. And we've streamlined the boarding process, we've modified our gates, and we've limited the number of passengers in a lot of areas. So I think the travel industry, particularly in Dubai, certainly the airports and airlines, have worked very, very hard together to make absolutely sure that the passenger journey is as clean and as safe as it possibly can be. I'd even go as far as to say, Peter, that you're probably more at risk from catching COVID-19 in many other environments outside of the travel sector.
You know, I've been one of those people lucky enough because of what I do to be traveling throughout this period. And I can tell you that when I go to different airports, this is the elephant in the room in terms of retail, they're ghost towns. The retail is closed, the parking garages are closed. In many cases, they don't even charge you for parking because it's costing them more to employ the people to charge you for parking than the actual number of cars in the lot. So let's talk about, we're talking about investment today. Airport retail has taken a huge hit globally. And of course, what defines the Dubai airport? My favorite duty-free store in the world. I mean, and the largest, I might add. So what impact has it had on sales there? And in the world of social distancing, how do you operate retail anywhere?
Well, if you can imagine, if we've gone down from over 8 million passengers a month to a little over 1 million a month, that's had a correspondingly significant impact on our retail sales. But I think actually there's probably a more sinister long-term impact here. And that's one thing over lockdown, which more than half the world's population, more than 4 billion people, have been in some form of lockdown over the last 6 to 9 months. And I think the thing is, one thing we've got used to, as we are right now, is different forms of communication and different forms of consumer behavior. And so the online retailers have done absolutely fantastic business over the last few months. And I believe actually this is going to precipitate a wholesale change in the travel retail business. And in fact, this is where I think airlines and airports need to work far more closely together to think of a new model. And I've always said, on average, people have about 24 minutes to consider a duty-free purchase on the ground at an airport. Why can't we team up with the airlines to say, let's use perhaps that 8 to 10 hour flight before people arrive actually at the airport to select from a digital catalogue, and then they collect their purchases on arrival? That would be far more effective and efficient, and we would share the revenue with our airline partners. So the slogan almost needs to be, you provide us with the customers and you can land for free. And I'm throwing that gauntlet down to any of our airline customers to see if they'll take us up on embarking in a new direction for travel retail, because I think we will have to, because consumer behavior has, in that respect, I think, changed forever.
And if you're correct in that, then the real estate that you have available for retail at the airport will be redefined as well.
Absolutely. And I think that people in the future will look for more services. Perhaps we'll see a difference in the way that connections are made. Perhaps people will spend longer. Perhaps we can have business centers, relaxation rooms. We've already got spas and swimming pools. Perhaps we should have cinemas, bowling alleys, all of these ideas. I'm not going to mention any more just in case any of my competitors are online with us today. But I think this is a time for innovation, because consumer behavior will change. There'll be huge social change, maybe huge economic change in travel for many years to come. And those who innovate and act quickly will be at the forefront of being able to exploit the opportunity that such changes will produce.
Well, speaking of real estate and innovation and infrastructure, there's the medical component. It's one thing to be first on your block with a comprehensive testing program, but you also have to build into the design, you have to bake it in to provide a facility in case somebody tests positive, correct?
That's absolutely right. And I think already we've got a number of different hotels. We've got one hotel in one of our concourses and 2 hotels in another. And those hotels, actually with a third and fourth being reopened shortly, we will have enough space for people, if they do test positive, to be able to safely quarantine with all the services and benefits provided them in a safe environment until they're clear to fly again. So I think the message coming out of Dubai is, if you want to come and visit us, enjoy the hospitality and the wonderful weather, we'll take care of you while you're here.
What's the overriding lesson that you've learned that you've been able to apply, since you weren't really planning for any of this? Nobody was.
Absolutely. Well, I think the first thing is, in the aviation business, it's always expect the unexpected, because of course you can be running a business which is growing nicely and then something like this comes along and hits you. I think one of the things is do not be tempted in good times to overinvest in marginal activity. And one of the things whilst we were growing is I was quite insistent that we employ a significant number of strategic partnerships with other companies to bring products, services, and other products to us, to be able to be flexible in our approach. And that's paid huge dividends. I can give you a great example. We started the pandemic with 8,400 employees, part of those outsourced, part of those insourced. Within a month of the pandemic breaking down, we were able to reduce that number to just something like 3,000. And we're continuing to look at the prospects of being able to reduce our costs further and move from fixed infrastructure costs to variable infrastructure costs. And that, I think, is incredibly important in a business that needs to be flexible, not just because of the chances of a further pandemic, hopefully, when we get through the current situation, but also in business. I think particularly in the travel and tourism industry, the cycles of development are going to shorten. They are in most industries. And we've got to really be very fleet of foot and adapt to very, very significant change in customer need in the future. And those that can successfully predict and get it right will be the ones that will be successful.
Well, from a financial investment point of view, and necessity being the mother of invention, or in this case, perhaps the mother of efficiency, what did you do before that you've now made the decision we will never do again?
Well, one of the things I think is that infrastructure is becoming incredibly costly to create. And obviously, in many parts of the world, the environmental impacts of building more airport capacity are going to become even more difficult to overcome. I mean, I think we've all been struck by the satellite images of China during the lockdown, at how the pollution just vanished from the atmosphere. And we've seen those pictures of kangaroos hopping through the streets of Sydney and mountain goats in the seaside towns in Wales. Those, I think, have made us much more aware about the need to safeguard the environmental impact that travel and tourism provides. And we're working with a number of suppliers now to dramatically change the environmental impact. And I think one thing is airport infrastructure needs to be used far more effectively and efficiently, because I think that's a huge benefit to using the infrastructure better and not building more infrastructure. We've now realized that with a lot of technical investment and improvement, we can get DXB from its current capacity of about 100 million up to 120 million with just 2 runways, thanks to the efficiency of our host airlines and their large aircraft, and also the fact that we have spent the last 10 years getting every single last drop of capacity out of our existing infrastructure. So I think we run an extremely efficient 24/7 operation, but I think the secret in the future is use the infrastructure and the technology that we've got to make our existing investments more effective, rather than constantly building new structures, which is far less effective in terms of use of capital.
So before you were building for growth, now you're trying to build, if anything, just for common sense.
Well, in effect, we were doing both before the COVID-19 situation hit, because when I arrived in Dubai some 13 years ago, we were at 32 million and the supposed capacity of DXB was about double that at 65 million. In 2018, we got to 91 million and still with great customer service. And we believe that over the next few years, we will get another 30 million through the airport. So I think investing in efficiency. And I suppose, being British, I have a long history of make, do and mend rather than investment. So my background, I think, has led us in that direction. And I think we've avoided a huge amount of investment that perhaps we wouldn't now be able to recoup the return on for many years to come.
You know, we talk about the old playbook has to be thrown out because, you know, there's no secondary market now for airplanes. There's no secondary market for cruise ships. There's no secondary, you know, they're being parked or they're being scrapped. So when you're dealing with the economy of scale here, you have the ability with the world's largest fleet of, let's say, A380s to make sure that you can, you know, be more efficient if you're flying fewer planes with larger numbers of people on the planes. But then there's the other aspect of when are we going to get to the point from a carbon footprint point of view and biofuels to make that scalable as well when we're living in a world where things are being reduced?
Well, I think actually, Peter, you have to do all of those things at the same time. And I think we're in a very unique situation because of the concentration of capacity we've got at DXB. We are in the very fortunate position of being the only combination of airport and airline that can make the A380 work through DXB. We can certainly amass with the 260 cities that is in our network from DXB. We can certainly amass the volume necessary to make the A380 network work. And I think Emirates has already got, as I said earlier, 90% of its 777s back in the sky now. So we're optimistic that uniquely that is not a problem. We will make it work again. As regards sustainability and the commercial aspects, clearly, as you rightly say, it does mean that we have to also have the lowest cost per seat mile of any airline airport combination in the world. And we're going to work very hard with Emirates and our other airline partners to make sure that's the case. The other thing about sustainability, one of the things that I'm very involved in is, as you mentioned, biofuel and sustainable aviation fuel. And I'm very optimistic that the feedstock to be able to produce sustainable aviation fuel in quantity does actually exist. And we are talking to several of the fuel companies at the moment about putting sustainable aviation fuel into volume production and a mechanism through which we can actually gradually introduce blended sustainable aviation fuel into the fuel supply, because pretty much every aeroplane flying today is now certified to use a blend of sustainable aviation fuel up to 50% blended with traditional Jet A1. And we've come up with a pricing mechanism to make the actual cost of introducing that palatable for both airlines and customers. And the good thing is that could be a very, very fast route to be able to drastically reduce the carbon footprint of aviation, and for us to turn from the pariah of the environment into a great supporter of the environment. I'm confident we could get to below the normal CO2 emissions per mile of a family car in very short order.
But that, of course, presumes you're going to get the price down, because right now we know biofuel works. It's been tested. It's been proven. That's why the airplanes have been certified for it. But the price is nowhere near where it needs to be able to be financially viable.
That's absolutely right. But I am sure that if we start with a small percentage blend, and then we really push the fuel companies to step up and produce biofuels in volume, the economies of scale that should result from that should bring the cost of biofuel down. And I think as the blend increases, hopefully the cost will come down. But I think what should happen is we should be paying a blended fuel price for a blend of Jet A1, where the Jet A1 price is increased across the board to take account of the fact that we're having to blend it with more expensive but sustainable fuel. The actual costs per ton of reduced CO2 that the industry would then produce are actually in line with a lot of other environmental practices. So I think when we've worked this through with the fuel companies and come up with a formula, it's a very quick way of getting the ecological footprint into a more sustainable footing.
Paul Griffiths, the CEO of Dubai Airports. Always a pleasure to see you. I'll see you in duty free. I will. And I hope
I'll meet you there, Peter. I will meet you there. Look forward to that time very much indeed. Thanks so much for today.
Thank you, everybody. And we'll throw it back.
What does travel mean to you? Exploring the world, creating memories, meeting new people, disconnecting from it all. But what about making a difference? Because our travels mean so much more than we realize. And those memories we've created together in travel, they're even better than we thought. Remember that restaurant where you'd never felt so full? Know that when you paid your bill, you helped feed your waiter's family of 4. And that time you stared open-mouthed at that incredible dance. You maintained jobs that keep important cultures and traditions alive. Travel is not just life-changing. Travel is world-changing too. That photo you took on safari, the one that hit new levels of likes, your trip supported the tireless fight against the illegal wildlife trade. Remember that spontaneous city break? It helped maintain schools in the local area. And your tour guide, the one who made you laugh so much, she is one of millions of women employed in a sector leading in gender equality. Remember how you made a difference when you traveled? Remember how much your travels meant to others. Now, just think of all the good you can do in the future. Travel the world. Make a world of difference.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Lerato Mbele, a presenter of Talking Business Africa and in Business Africa at BBC World News, and it gives me the greatest pleasure to welcome you to a very timely conversation that we're having this afternoon. We are talking about the unprecedented challenges that have emerged in the year 2020, brought about by the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic and the ensuing lockdowns. And as we know, this has had an adverse effect, not just on economies globally, but particularly the tourism and travel and hospitality sector across the world. But as we've heard, in every crisis lies an opportunity. And in the conversation we're having now, we're going to unearth some of those opportunities, trying to see what are some of the best practices in the tourism sector that can be harnessed to not just help the sector recover, but also grow it and almost reinvent it for the brand new, brave world that we live in today. We're going to be looking at how to do this within the context of the Commonwealth, a grouping of 54 nations, diverse in geography and cultures, but united in purpose, and how to really use that global footprint to help member states rise and help their tourism economies rise to a new level. Our topic is how investment in travel and tourism can drive growth and cooperation within the Commonwealth. Leading us in these discussions, we have the Honorable Mamologo Kubayi Ngubane, who's the Minister of Tourism in South Africa. She's joined by the Honorable Memunatu B. Pratt, the Minister of Tourism and Cultural Affairs in Sierra Leone. Also joining us is Lord Rami Ranger, the President of the Commonwealth Entrepreneurs Club. We also have Ian Liddell-Granger, who is an MP in the British Parliament and also chair of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. They are joined by Mobin Rafiq, who is the founder and president of the Commonwealth Entrepreneurs Club, and last but certainly not least, Lee Hehert, who's the executive editor at Travolution.com. Let's start off with you, Minister Memunatu B. Pratt from Sierra Leone. Now, here's a country, my colleagues from Sierra Leone and those who've traveled there, they tell me of beautiful beaches, sacred mountains, and rare animal and plant species, things that Sierra Leone should really be leveraging for its tourism economy, but it seems as though it's a bit of a hard sell. And what I want to know is, why is it difficult to tell the world about all the wonders of Sierra Leone?
Thank you very much. And let me take this opportunity of joining in on this esteemed conversation. Now, for Sierra Leone, what I should say is that it took the country a very long time for us to come to terms with what Sierra Leone has, and then also trying to ensure that tourism competes with other values of the economy. So it's only about 2 years ago when we've got the political will, and then also with the drive by myself and many of my colleagues, that we've been able to bring the conversation to the fore. Wherein tourism has been seen as one of the growth sector in terms of diversifying the economy. So what has happened over the years? There has been very little support, and there has been very little exposure, even by local population, that tourism opportunities for Sierra Leone is huge, and it creates an investment hub for us to be able to ensure that we have more revenues, and then also to ensure that we create the jobs. So it's a question of how generally the tourism sector has been treated in terms of the awareness, in terms of its enormosity, in terms of investment that has not been brought to the fore in terms of the discussions around economic development and economic recovery. And we also need to note that Sierra Leone is a country which is also known for natural resources. So over the decades, a lot of effort has been put into gold, into diamond, into bauxite. So now that we've moved the economy the other way, the green economy, the blue economy, everybody now is now having this realization. So it's a hard sell. But then also, I should say that we are coming up slowly, and people are realizing it, and the citizens themselves are being in the forefront for us to be able to have this investment and this level of marketing that is required to change the trajectory of Sierra Leone.
Minister Pratt, I'm staying with you here and reminding you of the context in which we find ourselves, 2020 and the spread of the global pandemic, COVID-19. 6 years ago, Sierra Leone was in the throes of the Ebola crisis. And that should really have given all of you as regulators and Sierra Leoneans an understanding of how to manage a crisis of this proportion. What are some of the lessons you learned then that you've applied in this instance that should have helped your tourism sector be a little bit more resilient when COVID-19 came upon us?
Yes, I should first of all say that the bitter experiences of the Ebola was very glaring when we had the COVID. So in fact, Sierra Leone is one of the first countries that closed down its airports, that closed down its borders, because we do realize that because we failed to act late during the Ebola, and because we know that the country does not have that level of capacity to mitigate this kind of pandemic, so we closed very early. So as a result of the lessons learned from the Ebola, that's why you see Sierra Leone, we have the lowest COVID rates, and then obviously the lowest COVID deaths. But our own challenge has been the impact of the COVID on the economy, to an extent that it's not only about the tourism itself, but the general economy, when it comes to exports, when it also comes to revenue generation, tax revenues and all of that. But particularly for the tourism sector, we were at a time when we seem to have been getting somewhere. Wherein within 2 years, we have been able to attend quite a number of trade fairs. And of course, just in February of 2020, we hosted one of the biggest rallies, in the world, which was the Budapest Dakar Rally, where Sierra Leone hosted the finish line, where we were able to have over 700 participants from over 80 countries, and we have participated in so much events, and we have had a lot of interest of African Americans to come to Sierra Leone for them to have their passports and everything. Then the COVID struck. So for us, it was heartbreaking. It was difficult for us because this was a situation we are in. A country has completely forgotten about tourism, and within a very short period of time, we've got to that peak where we were able to ensure that what we have gained, we were now in a position where we can be able to just amplify that, and then the COVID struck. So it has had disastrous consequences in terms of hopes, in terms of our aspirations, but then also in terms of tourist arrival, because we had double tourist arrival within 1.5 years, and we have had a large number of programs with donors, with government itself leading the investment. So as a result of that, the interest in terms of visitors coming in has shrunk considerably. Hotels have been closed, jobs have been lost. But what we have done as government is that government decided to introduce some safety nets. One of the first things that the government did for the tourism sector was for us to give like top-up salaries to people who work in the hotels that earn the minimum wage. Government was able to provide it for over 368 workers for 3 months. And then also, government with the World Bank were able to set aside certain funds wherein people can borrow with limited interest in order that we can be able to revive the economy. But even as we are speaking today, in as much as that gave a little bit of cushioning effect, but the impact of the COVID is still very huge on the economy, but especially the tourism sector. But the other thing I should say is that it has given us a window of opportunity of developing domestic tourism, because over the years, we have so much of islands, as you said, natural resources. Much had not been, in fact, even educating the people on domestic tourism. So the opportunity there is, because of the COVID, we've been able to focus on domestic tourism, to be able to deliver public education on tourism and get citizens to enjoy the natural and cultural resources that we have in Sierra Leone.
All right, so a lot has been going on, but not all is lost. I mean, when you say to me that prior to the crisis, you were hosting a Budapest Dakar rally in Sierra Leone, it means that the message is out there. People do know that Sierra Leone is ready to receive tourists from around the world. We'll continue this conversation in a short while. Minister Mamoloko Gubayeng Gubani, I'd like to bring you into the conversation. And I have to admit, I am a South African based in South Africa, so I hope I'm not biased when I start having this conversation. Here is a beautiful country, different landscapes that touch both the Indian, the Atlantic Ocean. It has one or two of the world's natural wonders, and it has very good tourism infrastructure. South Africa lauded the world over. However, even before the COVID-19 crisis, Honorable Minister, there were a few challenges in South African tourism, and critics always said South Africa's tourism is not being harnessed to its fullest potential. That was even before the pandemic. Why do you think there's this disconnect?
Thank you very much. Let me greet fellow panel members. Thanks, Lerato, for that. Indeed, South Africa remains one of the most beautiful countries in the world, with quite a lot of diverse products to offer in terms of either any age group and actually whether it's families, whether it's young people, for looking for any of the products, we've got that to offer. And the issue why over time, and I do agree that we've not been able to harness our own potential to the fullest. You look in terms of our domestic market, most of the time or over time, we've not been able to fully explore domestic tourism over time. And recently, we've literally turned our focus, and as well, accelerated by COVID-19, we had to do a lot of getting more South Africans to explore South Africa so that we can be able to actually see the value. So domestic tourism, for example, if you look at our statistics, in 2018, we had almost about 2.6 million South Africans who were exploring their country. And we managed to move that to 7.1 in 2019. And we do believe that this year, despite COVID, because the work that we have done in terms of promotion of domestic tourism and the reports that we're getting in our, for example, starting with September after our lockdown, we've seen an increased number. So it's around marketing, it's around being able to position the products very well, to be able to speak to segmented travelers. Similarly, with the international market, we've not been able to enhance a lot of our potential. For example, you'd see that in terms of key source markets, what we have globally, you'd find that we've not been able to target marketing properly, but also speak to those communities and diversify our products. Many people who come to South Africa would know about Table Mountain, they would know about Kruger. And majority of the people, for example, would not know that we have safaris across the country in all the provinces, in the 9 provinces that we have, but they would think that it's only Kruger National Park that has the Big 5. Whereas you can go in any other area to be able to explore. So people would not know that, for example, you can take a cable car, not only in Table Mountain, but take a cable car within Limpopo, which is 1 hour drive from our international airport in Johannesburg, to be able to have dinner on the mountain. So those are some of the issues that we've been able to see as one of the challenges. The other area that has been feedback to us was the issue of crime, that we had to work around the clock with the Minister of Police in the country to be able to put a strategy, safety strategy, that spoke to what has come back as feedback from the travelers who've been in the country and those who are our operators who bring travelers to the country. And with that, we piloted in December, and we were piloting for about 3 months. Unfortunately, COVID came in. But when we look at the response for that, we see that it was positive. The police visibility has become quite something that is important for us. And also we're looking at utilizing technology, for example, issues of drone, robotics, and all that to assist us in improving what has come back as feedback in terms of safety and crime issues that our travelers have raised as a concern.
I appreciate that you're being very candid about some of those challenges and not shying away from it. The World Tourism Council Minister says in South Africa, the tourism sector contributes about $6.5 billion to the national economy, and it supports about 10% of the jobs in this country. So it's very, very critical to South Africa right now as the country sits on the precipice of a deep recession. Could you paint for us a picture of what COVID-19 has done to the local tourism industry and what a recovery strategy looks like, especially now that we've heard the finance minister give us a medium-term budget and the president announce a raft of measures to help this economy move into a new phase?
What we have done from the tourism point of view, we've got a tourism recovery besides the South African economic reconstruction and recovery. So what we did when the country worked on, when we worked as a country on the economic recovery for the entire, all the sectors, we had to do our own our own tourism recovery, consulting with private sector in terms of, firstly, working around the clock to protect the supply side of the market, to ensure that when we recover, we are able to have fully all the establishments that we wanted to have, all the spaces that people know exist, remaining intact and being available for the travelers to be able to explore. So both the supply side and the demand side, we wanted to make sure. So our tourism recovery focused on firstly, domestic recovery in terms of igniting the domestic market, because we understood that with the lockdown, a lot of people will not be able to move. Secondly, in terms of the international market. So the economic recovery also speaks to tourism as one of the critical areas that has been identified. So support is being done, joint marketing between South African tourism in terms of us as government and private sector is being looked at to make sure that the recovery happens. The impact of COVID, all of us know, it has been huge across the country. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much for your inputs. I'd like to bring in our business leaders here, Lord Rami Ranger, President of the Commonwealth Entrepreneurs Club, and also Lee Hehut, the Executive Editor of Travolution. We've heard what the policymakers have had to say, and for both countries, a big issue has been marketing and visibility and exposure through the crisis, but also prior to what COVID-19 has done. As we think about what a post-COVID world looks like, what would an economic recovery that stimulates growth in the tourism sector need to look like? Lord Rami.
Thank you very much for inviting me. Greeting to all the panelists. We at the Commonwealth Entrepreneur Club wish to connect all the businessmen around the Commonwealth countries to build on the historical link we have with one another. It is unfortunate that we have not celebrated what we have achieved during the both two great wars. If you recall, each time Commonwealth soldiers came to defend world freedom, fought shoulder to shoulder with the Brits, and not only that, they paid supreme sacrifices, and we are now witnessing the world because of their immense sacrifices. And on top of that, they also came back to rebuild Britain after the devastating war with their work in the factories, underground, NHS, whatever. But unfortunately, we have not capitalized. I would like to pay compliment to Mobin Rafiq for taking this initiative and bringing this to the forefront so we can now take advantage of our historical link. First of all, we are no stranger to one another. And number two, we have got very good connection with one another, and we have excellent relationship with each other's countries. And coming back to the trade and tourism, they are catalysts to growth. Without trade, without tourism, there's no economy. You cannot grow. So therefore, as a businessman, I export from Britain to 130 countries only because we are connected from here. And similarly with Africa, Africa is a gold mine as far as I'm concerned. The economies in Europe, in America, are not growing as fast as they're growing in Africa. We have always ignored Africa, but now the Chinese are paying a lot of attention to Africa, and we have to wake up before it's too late. So therefore, as our club aim to lobby to the government in United Kingdom to make sure that we look to Commonwealth after Brexit, because that is our historical ties. The citizens of Commonwealth are no stranger to British product, British services, or everything which Britain has to offer. So, and coming back to the African countries, there is a huge potential because European people look for warmer climate in winter especially, and they go to Dubai. You can imagine Dubai was a desert a few years back, and look at it now, it's a hub of activity only because people focused on tourism, because tourism every time, they are customer. We should not think they're just visitor. They're not visitors. They are actually our customer. They come, they will buy airline ticket, they will stay in a hotel, they buy some bits and pieces, go in bars, club, restaurant, and everything. Each tourist can spend thousands of pounds, and they generate wealth and employment for the country. But what we have to do is we have to treat tourists with respect. You know, I started my business with practically nothing because I realized the customers have a choice. Similarly, people have a choice. When they hear about crime and killing or murders or things in a country in Africa, that puts people off. So I think what we need to do is to treat our countries so special that people should come. They are safe, they are well looked after, they will be protected, and especially because we don't have to be penny wise, pound foolish by saving a little bit money and losing huge potential of the tourism which our country can offer. So South Africa, I've been there a few times, is one of the most beautiful country with all the nature reserve. One can come, this is experience you can't get anywhere. Even in Sierra Leone, where I export a lot of product, and it's another beautiful country. But I think what we need to do is the government have to pay attention to the infrastructure and treat tourists as their customer. And like supermarket, they do everything to welcome their customer. They make sure that their visits are pleasant, their environments are good. So all I can say is the Commonwealth has the future, a lot of potential. If we can look to Africa, which I do. I export to South Africa, ShopRite, Checkers in South Africa. They buy our product. It's a huge market in Africa. So therefore, these are oversaturated market in Africa, in Europe.
So Lord Rami, what you're saying is just get the fundamentals right and give the tourist choices and they will respond.
Best news should come from the country. The people should come and, every tourist become your salesman. They should come and sell your country to their fellows, friends, or family. I think the future is bright for the Commonwealth. After Brexit, we will be looking to develop more trade with Commonwealth country. But all I request from the representative from South Africa and other countries, just please make sure those who come to your country, they are protected, they're well looked after, and when they go back, they want to come back again.
Absolutely. And Jack Soifer on the chat line has also raised the same issue, saying South Africa has gorgeous national parks. When considering investing, my partners question the issue of security and safety. What can South Africa offer as a concrete action to stop it? And Minister Kubai Ngubane did speak about a raft of measures that they've been piloting around tourism safety. She even mentioned drone airplanes as well. Lee Hayhert, I'd like you to lead us now in the conversation as to what a tourism economic recovery strategy needs to look like. Because the one thing about COVID-19 is that it's indiscriminate. It's affected multinationals, huge hotel chains and airlines as adversely as it has affected the mom and pop tourist operator as well. And the question is, when investors are looking for yield and opportunity, where do they look? At the big companies, at the small ones? How do you go about getting things right again?
Well, I think, it's all about reconnecting, isn't it? And I think that's what travel and tourism is all about. It's connecting to somebody or something that has a meaning to you. So if we're talking about the Commonwealth as we are in this session, there's lots of those countries in the Commonwealth are going to take there's a long haul flight to get to them. So that's going to take a large business to get you there, because that tends to be the airlines. And once you're there, that'll connect you with the local smaller businesses. And so I think tourism going forward, particularly after COVID-19, needs to rediscover that authenticness. And of course, the reason why you're going somewhere, and if there's a connection to that place, all the better, because the welcome is more understanding and better, and you as a visitor get more out of it. And I want to give just one example, I think, from something I came across when I was a few years back, having been in the industry. And it was an education to me, and it actually got me thinking about the Commonwealth, particularly in the realms of what Lord Rami said to do with Brexit. I went to a trade event put on by St. Lucia for travel agents in the UK. And in the evening, there was a black tie gala dinner and awards, and I sat next to the St. Lucian tourism minister. And we got chatting, and it was before the referendum, I think, but it was a big debate at the time. So we were chatting about Brexit. And he said to me, the St. Lucian people will never forget the fact that when the rules around the European Common Market were being negotiated in 1972, whatever it was before we joined, Britain alone stood up for its Commonwealth partners, including St. Lucia, who at the time where their entire economy was based on the banana trade to the UK. So we had some sort of an exclusive deal. All the bananas that came to the UK came from St. Lucia. They realised during this negotiation that the rules of the European Common Market would mean that they would have to open up to competition from mainland Central America, and therefore, their trade was under threat. And so Britain went into the negotiations and negotiated a 5-year transition period, so that these economies could reactivate and change based on what was going to happen. And what did St. Lucia change to? They changed from farming to tourism. Yeah. So I felt, and that was a complete education to me. And I'm a Brit. I feel as I should know this, but the way he was talking to me about it, I couldn't believe that there's a country, in the Caribbean where the people still remember this kind of very obscure little bit of politics that happened in the 70s. But they remember that and think that this was really important to them, because it really saved the country from economic ruin. And I just think that those kind of connections are really important when people decide maybe where they want to go, particularly as a lot of people in this country will have family ties to those destinations, want to go back to rediscover where they're from and where their heritage and where their culture comes from. So I think there's a real opportunity there to just take COVID and go back. What are the things that bind us and tie us together, and rediscover that a bit. And so the economics will flow from that, because that's what the travel and tourism industry is all about.
So back to basics, human connection. So let's talk about those connections within the Commonwealth, made up of 54 nations, from the Caribbean to Asia to the Pacific, Africa, the G7 countries of Britain and Canada as well. Ian Liddell Granger, MP in the British Parliament and chair of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, as well as you, Sir Mobin Rafiq. Please enter the conversation now. We'll start with you, Ian. And my question really is, how do we recognize the Commonwealth brand. We've heard the name spoken over time, but how do we really leverage that brand in the way in which marketers talk about brand equity, that what the brand represents, what its values are, what it stands for, actually begins to generate tangible revenues, real value that you can see?
Well, thank you very much. And it's a fascinating question, because, I mean, I think, through the BBC and organisations like that, which we do use, dare I say, shamelessly, to get the message across, but also Lord Rami and Mobin, who are ambassadors to the Commonwealth. We are blessed, because you quite rightly say we've 54 countries right around the world. Some are very large, some are very small, but we are one family. We've now got a new Secretary General called Stephen Twigg, who has made enormous inroads already into the way we operate on. Lord Rami's point about Brexit is the right point in the future. And the family is enormously important. When you hear from South Africa and Sierra Leone, it is incumbent on all of us to encourage people to go to South Africa or Sierra Leone or wherever it is in the world, because it is an amazing ability, the Commonwealth, not only to reinvent itself, but to take an issue. We can sit down in a room with lots of tea and coffee, and at the end of it, we come out with a solution. It can be a bit bumpy occasionally, but the brand is a brand of tolerance, it's of diversity, it is of understanding, it is of that sort of feeling of family without it being a family, but also being able to get things done. And when you look at the Entrepreneurs Club under Lord Rami and Mobin, I think it's 50, Mobin will shoot me for this, but I think it's 15,000 entrepreneurs. It is a huge resource. And each branch of the Commonwealth, and I'm just chairman of one of the branches of the 54, work very well together. And we have continuous conferences, which are incredibly interesting to project what is a remarkable organization. And you made the point, somebody made the point about, Sierra Leone going from fruit to tourism. Well, we've got to be able to do both. We all want to go to each other's countries, but we also want each other's products. And it doesn't matter if it's fruit, it doesn't matter if it's textiles, it doesn't matter whatever it is, IT, pharmaceuticals. It's all part of this sort of collective family. And Patricia Scotland, who is our Secretary General, has made, again, huge inroads, and especially in the Caribbean, in encouraging countries which think, well, we can't compete. Yes, we can. We're all together. And if you ask me, to sum up the brand is the ability to make quick decisions of 54 countries from all over the world, united by a common cause. It works, and it works very well. And people like Lord Rami and Mobin exemplify why the Commonwealth matters.
Mobin, let's bring you in. And I know your passions are skills development, poverty alleviation. And when we speak about the diversity of the Commonwealth, we do see that some of the world's wealthiest nations are in the Commonwealth, but also some of the world's least developed nations are in the Commonwealth as well. The fact that we're all part of this fraternity called the Commonwealth, the rich, the poor, how can we build on the strengths across the platform so that the richer nations and the entrepreneurs in the richer nations can see the opportunities in some of these least developed nations, and vice versa. And we start having not just cultural exchange, but greater trade, greater investment. And as we're talking about tourism as well, getting people from within the Commonwealth to see the opportunity for themselves to travel within this footprint called the Commonwealth. And in fact, it must be even a priority for them to want to visit a Commonwealth member state.
Well, greetings to everyone. Thank you very much, especially to Lord Rami and Ian, especially to be here. The story starts in 78 when I was looking for machinery in Midland. And that was a time that I probably during the 78 to 84, I must have purchased more or less 1,800 machine tools and exported these machinery to my part of the world. So that was a time I was literally bleeding. I just couldn't believe it, why Commonwealth was being ignored. And the most of the people I was dealing with the industry, they all said, well, goodbye to manufacturing. We want to get back into the service industry. So I just couldn't believe it, because in our part of the world, we were actually developing. So my advantage is because during all this time period, I visited around 72 countries. So I can really visualize where we were going wrong. So first of all, I'm very, very happy that at least from January, we start working on a war footing and start talking about going back. And I think we owe an apology to the Commonwealth as well, countries, that we were missed out. So anyhow, it's a good celebration that, because there's so much potential in UK industry. So during the time when I was going around, I cannot tell you, because being from an industrial family background wise, so I was born into it. So I could see the industry, the potential, the technology. And I was just thinking that if this technology can be shared with the Commonwealth countries, but that time now, there's a very big difference. Now Commonwealth countries are not that poor. They are now reasonably established. They are not poor. They are good. All they need is basically technology, collaboration, joint ventures. So this is where, when this thing happened, I just realized one thing, that we need to find like-minded people, and we have everything. All we need is conviction and passion. Timing is good. And so this, and going back to the tourism potential, each and every country has its own story. Each and every country has its own potential. You've got Pakistan, you've got India, you've got Bangladesh, you've got Africa. So right now, the advantage which I see right now is everyone is having problems. They all want to think out of the box. So the timing is good. And I think Britain can do quite a lot, because they still have great industrial base, which can really help Commonwealth. So I think the sections where the UK can help, there are so many things like healthcare, you've got social skill development, you've got low-cost housing, you've got public-private partnership. There's so many, they can help in youth development because of the progress. So I think it's a very big question you've asked me. If you can be specific, then I can tell you more about it.
Right, so I'm going to be specific, but because of time and in the interest of time, I'm going to ask that every panelist answer this question and answer it as briefly and succinctly as you possibly can. So 30 seconds. We're going to begin with you, Honourable Minister Pratt from Sierra Leone. As we talk about harnessing and building greater cooperation amongst Commonwealth states to the benefit of all Commonwealth economies, the richer, the larger, the smaller, the least developed, how can we use what we call the tourism tools or the cultural tools? And this would be things such as cuisine, music, arts, crafts, textiles, fashion, induce them in areas of the economy that makes it more creative, more colorful, and more exciting for visitors to then want to come and visit a country like Sierra Leone, South Africa, and any other Commonwealth nation. What are some of those creative things that can be done to pair up that part of the economy with the hard, more tangible economic and financial discussions that are taking place at the moment?
Yes, to be very specific, I think I should first of all say that already the Commonwealth have got huge values in terms of promotion of cultural diversity. And the Commonwealth itself have got many, many different activities and programs, which if those programs are exploited, then it creates an environment for the exchanges and the sharing of cultural values, which has existed for many, many years. What has happened over the years is that over the past 10 to 15 years, the Commonwealth has not been able to explore that level of diversity and value that it brings to country when it comes to social values, when it comes to governance, and then when it comes to sports, and then many different things. So I think we need to say that there has been some amount of lagging behind in terms of what makes the Commonwealth, that inherently what it has forms the basis for tourism. The second point I would like to say is that there are many areas wherein we can get Commonwealth countries in terms of trying to look at tourism needs and using that as a vector in terms of promoting diversity and good governance. For instance, when you take aspects that has to do with music, that has to do with culture, that has to do with events, that has to do with pageantry, because these are the real areas now that tourism is moving into. So how can Commonwealth come on board and get 54 countries for us to be able to engage in all of these kinds of activities, which in itself can bring revenue and at the same time can create jobs and at the same time creates the cultural diversity. So the point I'm making is that the Commonwealth of Nations itself is embedded with what it takes to promote effective intrinsic tourism. So what we should be talking about are policies and programs that are innovative in terms of building entrepreneurship, innovation programs, bringing the youth, because if you're talking about Commonwealth, it's the youth and everything together, in order that we can just propagate that in terms of giving a dimension in which tourism can be the hub, wherein it may not only mean promoting the values, but then also giving the jobs, giving the revenues, promoting the innovation, the ICT development, and all of that. So I think that's really what I would say. And I should say again, it's the best opportunity now that we have in terms of the 54 Commonwealth countries. That once we start these discussions, I think the relationship between the public, the private sector, the public partnership development programs in terms of leveraging on those core values, those core issues that can bring business, that can bring entrepreneurship. I think that is the way I think we should be going.
Mamaloko Kubai Ngubani, culture, tourism, and the economy, how do those elements come together to make members of the Commonwealth aware that South Africa is alive with possibilities, as you say?
I think for me, mainly around the economy, I'll come to the cultural side, that we should be able to leverage on, is that as Commonwealth countries, we should be able to see opportunities that exist amongst each other in terms of investment, in terms of partnership, and I think Lord Remy spoke about it, that we should be able to leverage and support. There is quite a lot that we can be able to learn from each other in terms of that. For example, you'd find within the Commonwealth that there are countries that has huge opportunities in terms of tourism investment. For example, in the country in South Africa, while we do have quite a lot of opportunities that exist, we do have a pipeline in terms of investment for entrepreneurs that are looking at opportunities within the African continent, within the Commonwealth. And I think because we've done business again within each other, we've been able to really assist and understand how we can be able to. We've known each other's politics, the friendship has been there, and the working relationship. So it's easy to do those business transactions. It's easy to move from Commonwealth countries to come, for example, to South Africa. If somebody's in Europe, to come to South Africa in terms of ease of access of doing business and even in terms of movement. So I think that is the cultural side. I think we've been able, for example, in South Africa, been able to enhance, because if you look at in terms of between the countries, either in Europe and in South Africa, for example, and the continent, either it's in terms of cuisine, you are able to feel comfortable because the cultures have almost find a way of being able to diverse and complement each other. So I think where we need to take advantage of each other's relationship and the work is around inculcating the spirit of entrepreneurship and sharing of opportunities that exist in each country. And that for investment, I think we remain really committed. And this is part of our work as we do recovery for the country.
Fantastic. Ian Little-Granger, your views very briefly on the way forward.
Well, I'd love to say we could have a Commonwealth tourist information body, and I think we could aspire to that. But I think the most important is that we keep talking. We have a lot of conferences. They are very well, dare I say, officiated by people like yourself and others. But the most important is, and we've heard it from Dr. Pratt and also Minister Kabay, is that it is the ability to talk. It's the ability to understand each other naturally. You know, if you go to a Commonwealth country, you'll be looked after. It'll always be interesting. And some of our very smallest countries are the most interesting in many ways. Some of the islands in the Pacific are stunning. And I think that's what we got to celebrate. We aren't always good at getting that message right. So we really need each branch, and that's UK and everyone else, and people through the entrepreneurs to say, look, go and visit these countries. They're all available. You can find out the information you want because it's easy. And actually, let's just go out there and see each other, which is always the best way. Certainly from our point of view as a British Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, we go and see as many Commonwealth, well, not at the moment, but when we can, as many Commonwealth countries as we possibly can. And members from the House of Lords and the House of Commons always find it invigorating and wonderful.
And you can watch travelogues on TV if you can't go.
I think there's an opportunity for the Commonwealth to make the case for two key things here, and that is make the case for the Commonwealth, because I think in a post-colonial world we are seeing that being critiqued, and there's a case to be made, and it's a dangerous time potentially because people want to change the narrative around our relationship as a post-colonial country with those countries we have that relationship with. So there's clearly an opportunity to recontrol the narrative there and put the positive case for it. And then I think the other thing is to put the positive case for travel, because equally travel is under threat, because a sustainable future for travel for some people is less travel. And you know, that could be a dangerous thing for a Commonwealth fraternity of nations, where moving around and visiting each other, as Ian said, is really key. So there's an opportunity really to put those two cases for those two key things. This is what this is all about. And you know, I think the Commonwealth's in a great place to do that, but it really has to go out there, that positive message, because there are very strong political movements out there which look to be swimming against that tide. So there's a danger there if that's not done.
Interesting point about climate consciousness not necessarily requiring you to stay home. You can still travel. Let's get a view from you, please, Mobin Rafik, very briefly.
Well, you know, I mean, in tourism, what I have noticed is, frankly, in Commonwealth countries, most of the countries don't have a strong platform for tourism. The reason is because of not having infrastructure, not having enough hotels. But the most difficult thing, which I've seen, and a lot of people in tourism are actually missing the point. And the point is, we all talk about alleviating poverty. And how do we alleviate poverty? Because to alleviate poverty, you need to create jobs. And when you need to create jobs, all of a sudden you need to look into, do we have the skill? So the most important thing, even in tourism, if you really look at it, it's the skill development. So we are all talking about tourism, but I'm telling you seriously, most of the Commonwealth countries, this is something which is really missing out there. Now, when I talk about skill development in tourism, because you see, you go to the rural areas, say even in Pakistan or in India, Bangladesh, or even in Africa, in Nigeria and all that, problem. So they're all talking about building hotels there, but they're not talking about that once you have a hotel, you need to have a good bed sheet, you need to have a good tablecloth, you got to have a good napkins and towels and stuff like that. But how do you, what is the quality? So I want to conclude here that I think where UK can play an important role is into skill development, because it's and in skill development, because see, tourism is big thing, because in tourism there are so many divisions. But I personally feel that without having an institute everywhere where you can educate people on tourism, you can't do without that. So I think I've noticed in a lot of these programs, conferences in tourism, I really realize now is the time that they need to start talking about more skill development, because majority of people in Commonwealth are youngsters. So,
okay, Mohbin Rafiq, unfortunately we have to leave it there. Lord Rami, very briefly, literally 30 seconds, what do we do with the skills we have, the culture we have, the footprint we have within the Commonwealth to just create a new world?
You know, there are entrepreneurs like me who made business from nothing, just from a shed. So if you have imagination, vision, and commitment, you can create something out of nothing. That's what the entrepreneurs are. They make something out of nothing. The Commonwealth countries all have their missions all over the world. Those missions can sell their countries by inviting people, having little exhibition, showing what the country has to offer. And on top of that, I will request the Commonwealth Secretariat must insist on student exchange. Just imagine if each country sent 10 students to United Kingdom for just to study together with other people, and the people from India, they send students from India go to all over Caribbean, Commonwealth countries. Can you imagine how much understanding will develop with this exchange program? So that is very, very important that we find a way to cooperate, collaborate with one another if we are to move forward.
Lord Rami Ranger, thank you so much. Also to Honourable Mamoloko Kobai Ngubani, to the Honourable Memunata B. Pratt, to Ian Liddell Granger, to Lee Hayherd, and also to Mohbin Rafiq, the convener of this conversation. We've run over time, but I hope that for our audience that's been listening in, you've got a sense of what tourism opportunities exist across the various African and also Commonwealth nations, how to harness those relationships, and where the investment opportunities lie. My name is Lerato Mbella. I'm from BBC World News, and thank you for your time.
Thank you to you for hosting it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Should I turn on my PowerPoint now or later?
You can, after you're introduced.
Okay.
Okay, Rajan.
Hello, thank you so much, Lerato, and a fascinating panel just there about the Commonwealth, about potential tourism growth within that. Certainly interests me from my own background as well, actually, with my parents being from India. So I think that is definitely something to watch, the culture and creativity coming out of the Commonwealth in this post-colonial world that we're in now. I think there's got a lot of possibilities. Okay, let's change topic here to China outbound investment. My guest is, or the panelist is more than a panelist, is actually a speaker, is a leading figure in China outbound investment and tourism. He's called Marcus Lee. He joins us from Shanghai. He's a Wall Street trained investment banker. He's currently the chairman of China SME Business Owners Association and CEO of CBISN, who engage investment and tourism out of China. It consists of several companies with 15 offices in China and Asia, supporting investment and tourism authorities from around the world, both online and offline. So today, Marcus helps us, or will help to explain how to reach China outbound investment and tourism during and after COVID-19. Welcome, Marcus. We're delighted to have you here.
Thank you, Rajan. Let me start by sharing the screen. Okay, here we go. All right, that we are good. Excellencies, Excellencies, exhibitors, buyers, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the China sessions. This is Marcus Lee presenting from Shanghai live on how to attract China outbound investment and tourism during and post COVID-19. In the next 15 minutes, I'm going to share with you on the strategies, what can be done, how to attract China's investment, what are the travel intent, what are the key to fight recessions, what are the products that Chinese travelers are looking at, how they select destinations, how to reach Chinese market, and some recommendation. As moderator mentioned, we don't have 50 companies, we have 15 companies across China and Asia. We started as a forum in 2002, just with a few hundred companies. And over the past 18 years, we have grew to become 11,000 corporate members, SME Business Owners Associations. And for those who are interested, you can check out the portal, China Invest Abroad. On the left, CEO Asia is our subsidiary that focuses in organizing seminar, conference, and we own 6 large-scale exhibitions that could attract thousands of visitors to your destination. This is followed by the third subsidiary we have, Digital China. It's a digital marketing agency based in China. This is very popular right now. We help clients to reach Chinese consumer and corporate online. And then on the right, Welcome China is the largest tourism marketing agency with 9 major offices in China. Our China radio program is recognized by UnionPay, the world's largest credit card. Last but not least, China Travel Online is the only China travel portal that focuses 100% on B2B, and more than 100 destinations is listed here. The website is choosing you, literally means outbound travel. China outbound travel reached 80% of outbound tour operators, 35,000 corporate organizers, and 74,000 travel professionals. Without further ado, I'd like to bring you to the first topic, which is China outbound investment attraction. Something very inconvenient fact for a report came out by the IMF last month on the World Economic Outlook that Americans don't want to hear or accept. China is now the world's largest economy, or the global's largest economy. This is measured by the yardstick that both IMF and CI believe is the single best metric, the PPP, or purchasing power parity. If you look at the chart on the right, China economy right now is 1/6 larger than America's, is 24 trillion versus 20 trillion. I'm sure everyone glued to the TV to watch US election last few days. The new US president-elect, we were going to see how it changed the course of China-US relationship. Now, going back, I'd like to share with you a case study. We don't just market a destination, we actually execute it. We bring investors to destination. This is, for example, International China Investment Forum that we launched in Peru in 2009. and repeated in 10, 2011, 2012 for consecutive years in partnership with China Petrol. China Petrol is one of the largest Chinese company by market capitalization, actually bigger than Alibaba. So this is, we partner with the Interbank Peru, which is the largest bank in Peru. So those are the deals that completed during our forum. This is not just a case study we copy and paste from the news. For example, our partner CMPC purchased oil blocks from Brazilian Petrobras for 2.5 billion. One picture tells you 1,000 stories. If you look at the picture on the right, there are 6 figures there. On the left is the Shougang General Manager. Shougang is the top 6 minerals company in China, followed by the next gentleman is China Petrol President, and the taller gentleman, that's Marcus Lee, if you know him, followed by Ambassador of China, and then the next is the Natural Resources Minister of Peru, and last but not least, the niece of the former president of Peru. This is 6 of 250 CEOs attending International China Investment Forum in Peru, and half of them are Chinese. This just shows the execution capability. Next, if you follow the money, the distribution of Chinese ODI in 2018, 40% went to Europe, followed by Asia, North America, Africa, Latin America, and Oceania. So if you look at the global investment tracker, where China invests, take Africa, for example, the top 5 are Nigeria, South Africa, Zambia, Ethiopia, Egypt. But don't just look at the trade number, look at the newly signed contract amount to 50 billion in 2019. If we move closer to WTM, which is in London, the European Union, China investment to Europe increased 50 times in 8 years and signed and acquired 350 EU companies in the past 10 years. And if you ask me what are the sectors we look at this year, the focus will be in consumer, financial service, TMT, and the deal value focus in advanced manufacturing, especially in digital technology integration with the real economy. I want to bring your attention. More and more companies that Chinese invest is now currently outside United States. We are exploring more other countries. Some of the success projects completed included, for example, Sri Lanka, Colombo Port City, 1.4 billion, 83,000 jobs created. Indonesia, Jakarta, Bandung High-Speed Rail. In Chile, Punta Sierra, wine farm, Africa's largest free trade zone in Djibouti, 3.5 billion. So this is the last slide in the first part about investment. To how to fight recession caused by COVID-19. Well, the government have 2 choices. You can cut tax cut or you can increase spending, but the best option is actually investment. So why we look into China? Because China is now currently ranked number 3 in the world in accumulated investment of total 2 trillion, just behind United States and Netherlands. China have invested in over 188 countries. If you ask me for a summary of, I would say, how to attract Chinese investment in 3 steps. Number 1, do the minimum. When I say minimum, means create awareness. Let's say if you're a new destination to China, you need the minimum of marketing or minimum of public awareness, public relations. Number 2, have a contact point. Open the China office. Embassy and consulate is good, but not good enough. You need a specialized office that focuses on investment. That's why my company created Overseas Investment Center. And number 3 is execution. This is the most important point. I think you can do very well in marketing. You can open China office, but if you cannot do the execution, bringing the right investor to your destination, you will not be successful. The second most important part I would like to share today is tourism. China outbound travel market. If we look at the photo, this is a photo in Great Wall just last month. How many people visited during the China national holiday? Over 600 million Chinese travel. We don't call it Golden Week. We call it Super Golden Week with 637 million tourists with significant spending of 70 billion in terms of 4 sectors that have increased. For example, flight is increased. Attraction in terms of museum or theme park increased. Remember, Rajan, I talked to you during ATM Dubai in June. Chinese moved from group to FIT, from private tours to FIT, and this is a big trend. In terms of hotel booking, another 100% increase, especially focused more on 4 and 5 star with new strategies like hot sale strategies, midnight strategies, long stay discount, etc. It's very interesting. If you're focused in outbound source market, and China is undoubtedly the largest outbound source market with 155 million tourists in 2019 and the largest market since 2002. It's not just the number, but in terms of spending, China ranked #1 according to UNWTO with 277 billion, double of American, 3 times of Germany, 4 times of British, 6 times of French, and 10 times of Aussie. Another case study I'd like to share with you is tourism year could be the biggest campaign, bigger than digital marketing or offline activities. It's more a combination of media, PR, government relationships. For example, the China Pacific Tourism Year we did for 10 countries in Pacific Island last year created about 498 million search results in the search engine. And another good news I want to share with you is connectivity. More international flights now resume from China. According to China's Civil Aviation Authority, about 300 round trips per week, access to 55 countries, and more than 105 airlines is now operating in China. And what is the travel intent post-COVID-19? And 60% Chinese said, yes, we will travel, but what is deterring them from travel? For example, they are worried about spread of virus, income, discrimination, and health. So what are the top 10 or top 5 overseas travel product preference? In terms of #1 will be tropical islands, followed by culture, food, family travel with kids. And for those millennium adventurous and outdoor activities is preferred, followed by lung washing, that means wellness, and then shopping. As this chart also mentioned on the left, it shows you FIT overtook group traveling at the moment. How Chinese select destination? I think what is ranking #2 is the promotion by the destination. And in terms of length, it's very interesting. Now Chinese tend to stay longer than pre-COVID time. For those who are reopening their borders or thinking of reopening, I have just a few keywords for you to consider. For example, what is a good timing to open, and what is a good timing for marketing, and how effective of your marketing. Don't do it because someone do it. And how to reach Chinese market. There are various ways of doing it: roadshow, exhibition, digital marketing. What is the most effective way? Let's look at digital to start. We have a great firewall in China. China just have a different internet system known as China Wide Web. But what is convincing for you to explore Chinese market, because our internet user is now 940 million as of this year, 2020. So according to UNWTO 2019 report, website and online community ranked #1, more than word of mouth. So in conclusion, the most effective way of penetrating Chinese market at the moment is through digital marketing. I would like to share with you eight strategies. #1, you must have an official Chinese website, not just PC, but mobile, listing in Baidu, which is equivalent, the largest search engine equivalent to Google, and listing in B2B website. #2, have video marketing. For those of you who watch Netflix, and in China, we have our own version. We have ITIC, don't worry, we can't mention it, ITIC, Tencent, Youku, each averaging at 120 million subscribers. #3, Weibo. Weibo is the equivalent of Facebook in the United States. This is one example of Samoa tourism. We created a Weibo for them. Now they have 1,000 viewers per article. This is all generic readers without promotion. Look at the article written there. They found a pyramid in Samoa, and who will not be so? It's very interesting. So how do you find out? Read Weibo. #4, social media, WeChat and mini program is 1 billion users. It's like Twitter in the United States. For example, we do it for Sukhothai Bangkok Hotel, introduce them to China about travel industry. WeChat mini program also allow you to receive payment, and you can view the full database who visited you. And now especially important is online training. You can do it through live webinar. We did for 20 countries in a couple of months. But more importantly, I want to introduce you, it's called something called e-learning with a 3.0 technology. Previously, in the 1.0 technology, you download PDF, you can still do online tests. 2.0 technology is what's happening now. You have built-in content tests, you do give reward, exchanging points. But with 3.0 technology we are rolling out right now, we have locking system, means you do not go into the next chapter before you're completing this chapter, which motivate the tour operators to do more. And we also have cash reward aside from gift reward in multiple format, PC, mobile, and WeChat. Introducing China Travel Training is the largest online education platform for travel trade with over 110,000 members, over 25 courses launched. It's simply online training. And my last two slides is CBSN Media Center. If you want to reach C-Trip, for example, with 400 million subscribers, TikTok, 400 million subscribers, Sina, 200 million readers, Baidu, 1.1 billion, all can be included into our one-stop CBS Media Center coverage. We can provide you the services. And last point I want to mention in this strategy is called e-roadshow. This is a real photo that we did for India tourism last November in 3 cities. Over 200 Chinese companies attended. We have to hire hotels, do lunch, dinner, seminars, but now you don't need to travel to China. No geographical limitation, no need to hire hotels. You can do appointments like what we're doing now in WTM virtual. So in summary and recommendation, if you are doing digital and especially timely right now during COVID, number one, my recommendation is to have a Chinese official website. Number two, social media. Number three, e-learning, e-roadshow, and media center. But if we go past COVID, when this is over, of course, we can go back to offline activities, for example, roadshow and sales call, China ready training, exhibition service, market research, and survey. This is my last slide. In conclusion, my company have been doing this since 2002. We are the first 3 organizations to promote China Go Abroad in 2002. And we launched China Ready worldwide in 2003. 2006, we launched China Travel Online and China Invest Abroad. 2012, our members hit 11,000 corporate members. 2018, we were awarded China Outbound Travel Portal and Best China Ready program by Quota. And last year, we awarded to organize a tourism year for 10 countries. And currently, we are the partner of multiple exhibitions, for example, WTM and CITM, etc. So with this, conclude my presentation. If you have a question, this is our contact in 126 and Yahoo, and the website in both tourism and investment. So Rajan, this concluded my presentation. If there's some question I can take, thank you.
I should, of all people, I should know how to unmute, shouldn't I? I was just saying, Marcus, if you want a comprehensive, detailed explanation of how a country like China operates in terms of business, I will always go to you. But that's a fantastic exposition there, Marcus. Thank you so much. Some of those numbers are eye-watering when it comes to tourism, numbers of tourists going outbound, the amount of money being invested outbound. I mean, China means, and you clearly mean business. So can I thank you for that? There aren't any questions at the moment, but that is a fantastic and fascinating little talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
Okay. So next up, and we're in the kind of world of business here, we're looking at challenges and opportunities for mergers and acquisitions in the post-COVID stage. And I will shortly be handing you over to the moderator for that, who is Ibrahim Oster, who is Chief of Party, USAID, Bosnia and Herzegovina. See you soon.
Thank you. Well, welcome everyone from around the world, morning, evening, and night. Thanks to the organizers for the event. Quite an interesting session coming up, looking at mergers and acquisitions. There's a saying that in real estate that the best time to buy is when the house is on fire. This is today's discussion. Is this true? Is it not? We have a fantastic panel of experts with us today to tackle the subject. And we're looking at some big business and cross-border investments and how COVID is impacting the mergers and acquisitions posture. The industry has come almost to a screeching halt. International travel has been hampered. Profitability, even the very survival of large investors has been threatened, particularly in the hotel sector and large real estate investments in the tourism industry. But the question right now for us is this an opportunity for mergers and acquisitions? We have an excellent panel with us today from around the world. But I would like to begin with a video that comes to us from China, from the CEO of High Seas Tourism Group, Duma Wang. Couldn't be with us today in person due to the time difference, but we do have a video from him. So please play the video.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor to speak at International Tourism and Investment Conference. High Seas International Travel Group is a leading European destination management company dedicated for Asian market with the biggest market share in mainland China. Every year, High Seas Group provides our services for over 300,000 Asian travelers. In Europe, we have 8 offices like Brussels, Paris, London, Madrid. The COVID-19 impacted greatly on the worldwide travel industry. As our forecast, Chinese outbound market will be restarted around October 2021. The globe will still face uncertain situation and problems. High Seas is changing our focus in China domestic market, so we set up new business models. First, tourism plus education, provide educational tour for students. Second, tourism plus culture, cooperate with European cultural brands to land in China. For example, based on the partnership agreement between Ibiza government and Hainan province signed in 2004, High Seas is working on introducing Ibiza's entertainment brands to Hainan. Potentially, one of our projects is to co-invest with Pacha Group and open a music club in Hainan. I would like to take this opportunity to get to know more friends in this industry, showing interest in China market. Meanwhile, we plan to make mergers and acquisitions plans in 2020. So High Seas is keeping looking for good asset project in Europe. Finally, we wish International Tourism and Investment Conference a great success. I wish everyone a great time today. Thank you.
Nick, should we talk about assets in distress?
With pleasure.
Or would you like something else?
No, absolutely. Assets in distress or fine companies in distress.
Yeah, everyone's in distress these days. Thank you. Well, now for a completely different perspective, I'd like to bring in Nicholas Mayer. He's a global industry leader for PricewaterhouseCoopers. and he's working with over 60 clients, some of the global brand names, and he works with private investors. His hands are all over the planet. And I'd love to hear from him what he's seeing right now in terms of the impact of COVID. We have lots of distressed assets. You have investors wondering what to do with idle properties. What are you seeing?
Good evening, Ibrahim. I'm seeing a lot, and I would say I'm not seeing a fully consistent picture, right? So what is really interesting looking at some of the clients or other industry contacts that I have that usually at this point would say, well, let me find an opportunity and deploy some capital to basically value invest and then ride the wave up, is usually when an investor does that, they have a plan because they say, well, I can do it better, or I have better access, I have a better network, better distribution, I'm more efficient in operating, etc. Whereas this one is right now very different, right? Because the one thing that nobody knows is, well, how from a timeline will I come out of this one, right? So compared to like previous, I would say, crises or other regional events that led to a sudden drop of property values, for example, and then to an acquisition splurge, I see a lot more caution. There is plenty of analysis going on, plenty of pre-deal due diligence, plenty of scenario playings, but it tends to very often receive a damper when somebody in the room says, well, what if COVID goes on for another 2 years, for another 3 years, for another 4 years, and when there's no answer for that. So seeing a lot of interest and comparatively little action so far.
Very interesting. Let's hear from Michel Talib. Michel, you come from long years with global companies. Hertz was your one of your key experiences. So you're quite familiar with the transport sector. Are we seeing the downturn as potentially a catalyst for more and more acquisitions than the past? In the past, you had potentially maybe overinflated assets that 2019 was the best year for the tourism sector in history. And while profits were going up, also asset prices were going up. And did that deter investors? And while we're in a downturn right now, are we seeing an appetite potentially for either mergers or acquisition?
So two things. I agree with Nick that there is caution because no one knows, as he very well said, how long this crisis is going to last, and you got to sustain the crisis. But on the other hand, it's very clear that assets, the value it's a complete reset. Actually, they're very discounted. If you look at car rental, including Hertz, but Hertz is now Chapter 11, but other car rental companies, their valuation is probably not even a 10th, even 20th of what they were pre-COVID. So it's very attractive. I've seen already a few acquisitions of companies in distress where investors can, this is a trend I'm observing. Financial institutions come and actually refinance a company in distress and convert that financing into equity. And of course, they can buy the debt at a discounted price, and the valuation of the company is also very discounted. So, certain funds, it's not the majority, but I see some private equity have actually reserved funds that they dedicate to distressed assets like this. So that's a trend. And I've seen myself, even was, helping on a couple of transactions where they had to decide very quickly because the company was burning cash to a point that they were short, they didn't have any runway anymore. They had to make a really quick decisions. That's where experts like myself came into the picture to, advise them whether the model was viable, how it looks like pre-COVID, is the technology up to date, can that business model transform? Those kind of questions that they ask and they need to answer really quickly. And that, I'd say, in phase one of that crisis. And I'll be short, but I see we have three phases here. One that was Q1, COVID hits, and companies has to stop the hemorrhage. And sometimes there is M&A activity that's the one I just described. I didn't see much happen in Q2 because when it was the summer, people were trading and they were starting to reshape and resize the company. But I think now we are entering a third phase where it's about getting out of that crisis. Hopefully the vaccine, if we, will help. And I think now we're going to see a spike in M&A under different forms. Debt to equity, consolidation, and SPACs.
Thank you. Mr. Ki Chong.
Casey. Call me Casey. Call me Casey.
All right.
Yeah.
There you go. That's much easier.
Easy. Yeah.
I've been practicing.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. You're chairman of Union Pay International, one of the largest payment companies in the world, 178 countries, I believe, last count. What are you seeing in terms of maybe the cross-border transactions? We just heard a bit ago about the resurgence of the Chinese tourism market. Is that a barometer for where investment may be headed in the future, or potentially the source of investment?
Yeah. To start with, let me make a slight correction. I'm not the chairman of Union Pay. I'm the chairman of Union Pay International for Africa. So I'm Africa-based. Though I look Chinese, I'm an African. I'm based in Mauritius, and my market is Africa. Right? And I serve as a bridge between Asia, China specifically, with Africa, right? But
wonderful, I'm also wonderful perspective. We look forward to hear from you.
Yeah. But I'm also an independent director on board of Afrexim Bank, which is the trade finance arm of African Development Bank, right? So trade finance, as you would have guessed, has suffered tremendously with COVID because of the disruption of logistics and supply chains all over Africa, which is already poor in infrastructure. So that's for background. Now, in terms of China, right, the Chinese, as you know, with the war with the US and all the standoff with some European leaders, right, is
I think we lost the connection.
Yes.
Casey, can you hear us? Well, until we re-establish the connection, let me go to Nick. Nick, are you seeing new maybe tools for mergers and acquisitions, any special purpose vehicles or otherwise?
There's a fair amount of discussion and new buzz again that comes around SPACs, right, which are these special purpose acquisition companies, which I think Casey is back. Do you want to hold this question?
Casey,
so you can
yeah. Nick, don't forget the question. Casey, we'll go back to you. Yeah.
Okay. So as I said, a lot of these transactions got cancelled or postponed. And with a crisis going on, and also with all the big hype during the pre-election period in the US, the slowdown in these potential transactions has been accentuated. So from the perspective of China, we can see there's a big interest from the buying side, but because of the sell side showing some resistance, so there has not been much things going on. This is what I can say about China. Now, with regard to digitalization, we heard, I forgot the name of a guy, Mr. Dong, I think, Mr. Wang, yeah, talking about the process of digitalization and all the web-driven promotion that is being done in China. So with regard to the travel industry, China is still very well developed. And we can see more and more development in terms of strategic partnership and acquisitions going forward, because China is well advanced in its digital tourism development. And I think there's a big future in M&A activities with China in terms of travel tech, right? Now, with regard to the African perspective now, I must say that this has been very, very, very severely hit. I think tourism has fallen by 70 to 80% in terms of turnover and in terms of its contribution to GDP, and also in terms of job losses, right? And this is going to create a huge problem and big impact, not only in terms of income levels, in terms of inequality, but also in terms of preservation of nature. Because what do they do when they have no jobs? You know, the forest ranger or the conservationists and all these people working in the tourist industry, in the nature-based type of tourist destinations. I mean, we are very, very wary of the impact of tourism. And this is where I think there will be big consolidation, big time in Africa, right? And this is going to accentuate the problem, because then it means that the big boys will eat up the small one. When the time has come for actually a diversification of the tourism industry, where people are looking for, you know, life experiences, looking for, you know, new ventures, and you have a big surge in the traveling of millennials. So there would have been big opportunity for this either management buyouts or for, you know, medium-sized, more innovative type of travel players, operators coming into Africa to do businesses. But I think now, because of a lack of visibility, because of the impact of this pandemic, I think all this is stalled. And I fear that the picture is very, very bleak for the coming 1 to 2 years. So that's how I see the opportunities. As we say in Chinese, any crisis, you know, have its challenge and its opportunity. The opportunity is still there, but I see more challenges than opportunities for Africa at this stage.
Not just for Africa, for a number of destinations. I want to go to Michelle and discuss maybe small businesses and medium enterprises and even startups in this new ecosystem. But before I do that, let's go back to Nick. We started discussing the SPACs. If you can just, for those who are with us today, just a quick definition of the SPACs, how they're different, and tell us how maybe they're increased prominence or maybe not. Please.
I didn't know it was going to be a quiz. So let me see if I can get it together. So a SPAC is a special purpose acquisition company. Basically, the way the mechanism works is the following way. It's a mechanism that allows you to basically raise public funds ahead of doing an acquisition, rather than first trying to do the acquisition and then trying to go get the money. So the way it works is you list your SPAC on a stock exchange. Usually there's a management team that has the initial idea and then places 80% of the shares, and usually a warrant as well, of the SPAC in the market, just like an IPO, just like an initial public offering. But at the time where people buy it, the target is usually not yet known. Usually a geography may be known, or an asset class, but even that is often relatively vague. Then the management team has a predefined period, usually between 2 to 4 years, I think is what I've seen historically, during which they can search a target, make the acquisition. You need the approval of the shareholders. And then if you successfully do this, you've automatically listed it through the SPAC. Then there's a so-called de-SPACing, which is one of the cooler words in finance, which is basically when you convert the SPAC into a regular listed entities, and then it's cruising as normal. So that's what a SPAC is. And the reason why people talk a lot about it is because it's a way for private investors to get into the private equity game or space, if you so will, because that's the kind of behavior a SPAC usually does. Now, you asked, so that was the definition. Sorry for that, roughly.
You passed the quiz.
Thank you. Is it a, so I think that I read more about them than I actually see them in action. They do exist, of course, and they get transacted right away. There is a history also of them being used in hospitality and real estate acquisitions and mergers. They're neither good nor bad. they're just another way of raising capital and giving people access to a certain transaction. If you ask me how are they being used in the current time, I mean, the one issue that I see with them, which is a quite important issue, is this definition usually of a time frame. Now is of acquisition. Now a SPAC can be extended, right? And then you need shareholder approval, etc. But investing in a as of yet determined object, acquisition target for an indeterminate time, in a time where there's an external crisis that you don't know how long it lasts, for an outcome where your asset may or may not still be attractive, you simply got to realize that, as most private equity, is a very, very high risk investment. And during the time during which you have invested your money in the SPAC, waiting for the acquisition to happen, that money is also not available for you to ride up a normal stock market raise that you may have. So there's an opportunity cost to it as well. So I would say, I'm definitely not giving investment advice, but where I've seen SPACs be successful is where the management team was very, very good. That's this initial team that usually already, of course, has a gut feel. They tend to come out of this industry. Maybe they have a few targets in the back of their mind already. They really are able to read the market, the product, the geographies. If you have a good management team that has relevant experience for the type of acquisition target you're going to do, then that could be very cool, right? And that's where I've seen it succeed. But again, it's a complex topic, and I would not sure that I would be able to recommend or not recommend it. But it is having a resurgence here, quite definitely.
Oh, it has its uses. It sounds like you need certainly an experienced management team, as you say, but probably the asset is being sold at kind of a fire sale price in order to make that almost speculative description worthwhile for the risk. We'd be looking at a deep discount.
You ask me? Sorry. Right? Yes. Well, look, the thing with the fire sales always is, I mean, often things are on fire because they were built out of very flammable material, right? So not everything that dropped in price is only a victim of COVID. Often it is an acceleration that happens because of COVID.
Right.
And for many, many objects, be they companies in the travel space, be it assets in travel space, you simply don't have a guarantee that value will come back. But that's the nature of investment, right? I mean, especially value investing. But I think one discussion I had at an earlier panel is I'm not sure that I subscribe to the general certainty that everybody has that travel will come back in the same way it has been, to the same level it has been in all the places where it has been, right? That is certainly a desirable wish, mostly, but that's not the most likely outcome. I mean, places like China are going to come out booming. Places that cater to business travel may actually never recover to the full levels again because some of that travel may go away. Right. New products may have a boost, etc. So I'm just, you gotta, when you talk about fire sales or distressed asset sales, and there's certainly a lot of this going on, this is a crisis that is perhaps slightly different than some of the last ones because it's probably not just a bump, but it is a bump that is followed by different curves for different segments of the industry.
Right. Michel, there is now a resurgence in the, or I should say, a bigger intersection between technology and tourism. We're moving into e-commerce. We're moving to touchless technology. We're seeing a great deal of VR and other technologies being used in tourism. Are we going to see more IT firms maybe entering the tourism sector, or the other way around? The tourism companies that may see it as an opportunity to come in and maybe invest in some innovative tech firms, not just for their own use, but potentially for sale to other companies?
I think we're going to see both. Before I just start, in fact, I'm getting involved into a SPAC. So what Nick said is absolutely real. it's I'm on it, and it's a SPAC that is being floated. The IPO will take place very soon. I can't talk too much about it because you got to keep it confidential, but it will be a SPAC in travel tech, which will be public in probably a matter of weeks. That's what
wonderful.
I can say.
Looking forward
it's
to
an
it.
interesting formula. It's indeed 2 years. It's almost like risk-free for investors because they got to approve it. And if a deal doesn't happen within 2 years, they get their money back with some interest. And what I like about SPAC is very focused on one target. And you look for a target and you effectively merge it into a SPAC and then you unspac it, as Nick very eloquently said. But yes, it's real. I would just say this, it's very prominent in the US. We are at record levels of SPACs right now. It was a few years ago, then it went down a little bit. There's been a few failures and learnings, and right now it's booming. And recently there was a SPAC where $5 billion was raised by a hedge fund manager quite well known called Bill Ackman. You can see that on YouTube. And because I'm in transport, you said that in mobility, there is one which is Nikola. It's like a truck. They just raised $1 billion. So yeah, it's interesting. So we can talk more about it in the future. Now, coming back into tech, I work a lot with startups, and startups are good because they are run by millennials and sometimes older guys like myself. But they show the trends, and the trends in travel are a lot of, and I will come to what does it mean from a technology standpoint. I think we're seeing a lot of aggregate. I think Casey talked about that. Millennials want experience, local experiences, and therefore the issue with experiences is beautiful, but it's very fragmented. You have thousands of experience providers around the world, and you got to aggregate those experiences and make them available online in a simple way, B2B or B2C. So technology can solve that issue through APIs and AI a lot, because experiences need to be tailored to one's desires. Second, I see slow travel. I see family travel. It's not easy to travel as a family, so I'm involved with a startup that does that. Sustainable travel, and certainly, excuse me, from an operating standpoint, digitize the experience. That was already going on, but now there's no choice. It's got to be accelerated. In my former world of car rental, we were working already on having a fully, to use your own word, touchless experience. This is now coming. So it means that, I think a lot of tech companies are now going to go into travel because certain businesses are not as advanced as others. I think in even airlines, car rental companies, obviously, even a seamless journey. I'm an ambassador to the WTTC. There is this, this pilot around seamless journey. How do you go from your home to your point of destination, not even showing your passport? So right. The data, health data, and ID need to travel seamless. So that's where technology come into the picture. I think AI and AR and VR are also very prominent. For example, I'm involved with an AI company that actually was very strong in telecoms and now is going into travel. That's why I said I think both are happening. Right. And when it comes to acquisition, I think companies and funds will look for technologies that are transferable from right. travel to other industries, because it's true that sticking with travel right now it's a little risky. Who knows what's going to happen? Will there be another virus or another shock coming our way? So I think technology can be used in different verticals. That's what I observe, essentially.
Thank you. Casey, we have 2 minutes left, and I would like to get your views on the potential mergers or acquisitions for maybe vertical integration between and the hospitality sector, or do we see potentially mergers and acquisitions between hospitality and airlines? Are we going to see some of that, you think? You're muted, Casey. There we go.
Sorry, you see, technology, eh? Right. Okay. So I think we're going to see more and more of that, right? especially through now everything is very tech driven. But also I see that there's going to be more diversification in the industry, right? Because although there will be on one side big consolidation between aviation, travel, and tours, but on the other side also there will be more fragmentation because people are looking for niche, niche compartments. So this is where tech will come in a big way. This is the trend that I see. Let me quote just one example. I know a Mauritian guy, Mauritian being a small country, right? A Mauritian guy who has been to Japan and who had tried to travel. He's a millennial, and he has found that it was a problem, taking one train company, because in Japan, the rail system might be national, but the train companies are privately owned in different companies. So it was difficult to get a ticket from one place to another place to change to another train and correspondence. So he worked out a system where he could integrate everything, and with one ticket, you can go everywhere in Japan, right? And he's made a fortune, right? So I see more and more of this going, and now he's merging it with other activities like with coffee shops and others for millennials. So this is going to be a big trend going forward. This is one side. The second thing that I see is the role of China, right? China is exploding, right? Now after COVID, there's nothing worse than getting a Chinaman, close up within his country or within his one business, because he wants to see the world, he wants to conquer the world, he wants to buy the world, right? So the one who can is very good talking about SPAC and others, which is for all the institutional investors in China. But you also have some very big, high net worth, big business tycoons in China who are looking for this type of new opportunity, because China has moved from manufacturing, heavy engineering, now to soft tech, to lifestyle living, and to leisure. So I can see more and more possibilities and opportunities now for Chinese to go into Europe, into the Americas. And this is where we need to have this bridge. Wang has given a very good presentation. We need to have a bridge because the Chinese don't understand the culture, the business customs overseas. So he comes here as a big boy and he wants to buy, the Empire State Building, Waldorf, and things like that. But I think there are other ways to try to see how to match this buying frenzy that is going to come up from China with what is needed in the West, right? Because the West need to be rebuilding its tourism, reinvent its tourism, and the Chinese are so keen to go out. And you have UnionPay, you have WeChat, you have all these technical devices that can help them. So that from his country, he's already downloaded all his information. He knows where he wants to go. He chooses what he wants to do. And so we need to have this seamless experience with local parties. And this is the most difficult part for the time being now, because you don't find a local party who can match the desires of the Chinese and the offerings of the West.
Thank you so much. I want to thank all of you for a fantastic set of perspectives on investment. Some of it might be a bit more difficult to forecast given the fluid situation we're in. What I can sum up my understanding from what you said is that investors, just like tourists, just like policymakers, are looking for the light at the end of the tunnel. However, when you exit the tunnel, you do not exit where you started. So we're looking at a new tourism industry. We need to look at the reinvention of tourism. Tourism economies need to plan differently. We need to take account of the need for technology, the differentiated experiences. How can we deliver these while at the same time finding the distribution channels to reach the individual consumers, the FITs that are looking for niche experiences, yet at the same time, they have a channel to learn about them and to actually book them. But for investors, are there opportunities to somehow aggregate these different experiences and provide these platforms, just like Airbnb did, selling homes, selling apartments, and even beds? Potentially that could be the same thing for a variety of other areas. Again, thank you so much for your contributions, Michelle, Nick, and Casey. We look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to moderate this section of our ITIC WTM virtual summit. My name is Paul Hoskins. I'm a director of the ITIC company and also of Invest Tourism, a sister business. We not only specialize in organizing these international investment conferences, but also introducing investment partners to those with projects and development opportunities. And this afternoon, we're very fortunate to have one of our supporting partners with us from Brazil, from the Brazil Ministry of Tourism. And it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Carl Heisenberg Santos, who is the General Manager Investment of Attraction for the Ministry of Tourism. And Carl, I think you've got some interesting developments there down in Brazil. I shouldn't say down in Brazil, but in Brazil, which is, of course, South America's largest country with a vibrant economy and wonderful, diverse people, and expanding tourism opportunities beyond the cities of Rio and Sao Paulo and so forth. So over to you, and thank you very much for being with us today.
Good afternoon, Mr. Paul Hoskins and colleagues. I would like to thank WTM and the International Tourism and Investment Conference for organizing this webinar. I think it's very important. Like Mr. Paul said, my name is Carl Heisenberg and I'm General Coordinator of Investment Attraction of the Ministry of Tourism of Brazil. Everyone knows the tourism sector has been directly impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. Several countries adopted some travel restrictions measures. Brazil is part of that. Although the duration of the pandemic is uncertain, science has advanced in a very fast pace, and finding an effective vaccine is a matter of months. The tourism sector is resilient and has proved to endure the profound crisis in the past, like 9/11 and 2008 financial crisis. But I'm really optimistic about the resurgence of tourism post-COVID, especially here in Latin America. In that sense, investments on the tourism sector will be crucial to restart tourism as countries and regions are slowly, carefully lifting confinement measures. Here in Brazil, in contrary of Europe, the cases of death, they are going down, luckily. To discuss some aspects of the Brazilian scenario, let me briefly present some slides I have here with a few tourism projects, initiatives promoted by the Ministry of Tourism and the Tourism Investment Attraction. I will share the screen, just a second, please. Can you see?
Yes, we can see your screen, Mr. Santos.
Okay. So we've picked a few projects, the most concrete we have here in Brazil. Our coordination is, the main goal is to attract and to capture foreign and national investments in tourism for our country. What do? We have two main specific goals. Here is the concession in public-private partnership and the investment attraction in the tourism sector. We have projects all over Brazil. We are talking about a country has continental measures. It's quite big. It's the same size as Europe, so you can imagine. And I would like to start with our capital. Brasilia is located in the heart of Brazil, in the Midwest. It's a modernist architecture city, and we have two kinds of public here. The most potential tourist here is the civical tourism and the cultural tourism. We have two projects. One is in partnership with the Arena Brasilia, is our national stadium. We're gonna have a largest boulevard in the sports center by side with gyms, offices, shops, and medicine and clinic center. At this time, we have Mexicans and Dutch investors so far. We have another contacts to develop the area as well. Another. I'm gonna speak fast because I don't have a lot of time. The other project is called BSB Waves, like Brasilia Waves. Is a theme park, as you can see, to the lovers of surfers. At this time, we are a country who is really interested in surf. We have world titles. We have the last world champion in this sport. So this project is going to be at the beside the airport, the Brasilia airport, and as you can see, it's going to include clubhouse, events, restaurants, hotel. So in Brasilia, we have two projects. The main projects we can call like this is the Arena BSB and the Brasilia BSB Waves. When I go to the Rio de Janeiro, one of the most visited cities in the world, Maricá, just an hour drive from the city, we have a huge project. One of the best hotels, one of the best resorts in the world is going to be here. So far, we have investors from China, USA, and Spain. This is going to be a AAA resort. The boutique and sports hotels. Marae is the project, and I would like to inform this is going to start this month. They're going to start building the resort by now. When I moved to the northeast of Brazil, I have a place called Fortaleza. Is visited by a lot of people from Portugal, Italy, Spain, and Americans as well. Fortaleza has a gastronomic and sand and beach kind of tourism, and we have an aquarium to be built in the next year. So it's located in the capital, Fortaleza. Here in Brazil, we are divided by states as well, like the Americans. And we're gonna have this aquarium. This is gonna be one of the biggest aquariums in the world. 7 million liter ocean tank, 1 million liter shark experience tank. So if you can imagine, you can think we have different kind of projects here. You can mix the nautical tourism, the experience tourism, and the cultural tourism. When you go to the south, to Balneário Camboriú in Santa Catarina, in the south of Brazil, one of the cities most visited by the Argentines, our brother here. So we're gonna have a restriction of a port that is really important for our cruising lines. If someone of the cruising lines enterprises are watching us, I would like to invite to know this project. This is gonna impact the south of Brazil for something that's never shown before. We're gonna have a marina, a shopping mall to add to this experience. When the cruises pass by, they stop in Santa Catarina, and you can have an experience in the local region. When you go up north again, you can see as the picture here in the picture. I'm sorry. You can imagine the kind of scenario you will expect. This is one of the most beautiful places in Brazil. We have white sand and warm water all over the year. The minimum temperatures in degrees is about 19-20, so you can imagine. And we're gonna have one of the most and the biggest projects when we talk about six senses. We have at the moment an investor from Poland. They are looking for partnership as well. This is going to be a resort with all the sustainability and the environment protection. By the sea is about 500 meters from the sea, and you can have experience among the oh, it's got it. Okay, sorry. You can have an experience here by the sun, and you can have like a environment experience as well. When you go to the center of Brazil, Minas Gerais, you have a cultural, history, and gastronomic attractions. Here is more a tourism for academic and scientific people. You can travel around the historic teams and historic cities we have in the center of Brazil. We're gonna build a geopark that projects integrate several educational, scientific, environment actions. This is going to be something revolutionary for the state as well, because can mix the schools and the academic environmental, but at the same time we can attract the people interested in visit this kind of tourism. When we talk about big city, I can not left behind. São Paulo is one of the biggest cities in the world, but here we are talking about the coast of São Paulo. It's about 1 hour and a half drive from the capital. São Sebastião is one of the most beautiful places from the state. And here we are going to build a public marina and port. So we want to have an experience from cruise lines. At the same time, the tourism port, the people want to see the sea fish and to see the way they work with the fishes and the way they work with the exportation of this domestic material. So here, public arena in São Paulo, São Sebastião, but when I go to the center, to the capital, São Paulo city, we don't need introductions. It's one of the biggest cities in the world, as I said, and I would like to mention this fantastic project. It's an eco project, as you can see. They will build a urban park with more than 10,000 Brazilian Atlantic forests, so you're gonna have a florist experience inside one of the biggest cities in the world with a lot of concrete, but you're gonna have experience with landscape, with trees, with the forest. I think this is gonna be something new in our country. All the projects here, we look to the sustainable measure. Here, if you go to the north of Brazil, Belém, Pará, is really well located because it's about 5 hours travel to United States. We have here one park. They want to build a real estate fund. They call Park Amazônia. This is an investment from the state, the local state, but they are looking for partners as well to invest in the real estate fund, and they want to bring the theme parks, zoos, hotels, to develop the area as well. They have a fantastic gastronomy. They have nautical tourism, fishing tourism as well. So this is a place of Brazil they like to develop. Cabo Branco, if I can translate, is called White Cape, is located in Northeast, and this is the last project we've put on the vitrine to the people who want to invest in Brazil. In Northeast, for example, is located in the seafront, and João Pessoa is the capital of the Paraíba. At the moment, we have 3 projects from people from the Spain. They just announced them 2 weeks ago. So this is a project that goes to the second phase. We have the opportunity to build resorts here, to build a surf and water park, and like I said before, this is located in the seafront. I would like to thanks and to appreciate all the efforts and the WTM and ITIC for the opportunity. This is our contact. We can send the presentation as well. And I leave here the presentation and the contact of the difference of the context of the different projects we have here, and I would like to appreciate. I'm sorry about the time.
Well, not at all. Thank you very much indeed, Carl. Such fascinating developments that are ongoing and upcoming in Brazil. I must think that there are plenty of opportunities for business partnerships, and the value of all those developments run into many millions or hundreds of millions of dollars. And you're looking for partnerships with international investors for these projects. We'll be very happy to include these details and put out the contacts for you following close of the conference. And I think now you have a video which you'd like us to view, which our office will now show. But thank you very much indeed for joining us today and for your participation and showing us such an interesting number of developments. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Tourism, the wonderful industry of happiness. Leisure or business, the motivation to travel is always the search for positive feelings and emotions. The tourism industry has proved throughout history to be one of the most prosperous global business activities, where it's possible to create jobs, wealth, natural preservation, and human development while searching for and achieving happiness. The global tourism market grew significantly and created great destinations. However, the destination the world is waiting for to enjoy and invest in was not really available until now. Brazil, the perfect destination to invest in right now. Seize the opportunity. The closure of the Brazilian continental tourism market in past years created the greatest tourism market reserve on the planet, but is now ready to embrace the visionaries and will make history with us. The world is about to testify the unleashing of our awesome tourism potential through the market opening the Brazilian people asked for. Brazil will soon be the #1 destination on Earth. And to meet this demand, it is planning aggressive infrastructure concession programs, as well as new legislation focused on red tape reduction and economic freedom, creating countless investment opportunities. Strong anti-crime measures have already been enacted with amazing results. The enhancement of legal certainty and environmental sustainability, in harmony with development and poverty reduction, will provide better living conditions for our people, while showing respect to our investors and business partners. Brazil is open for business, and the time for tourism is now.
Hello again, ladies and gentlemen, and it's now my great pleasure to present again ITIC's chairman, Dr. Talib Rifai, who in conversation with Nick Mayer of PwC, who we've seen in previous sessions, and also Mr. Haitham Mattar of Beyond Tourism, to discuss the opportunities which are now being presented by the tremendous developments and opening up of Saudi Arabia. So, Dr. Talib, over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Paul. You've done a great job. And thank you, Santos, for the very interesting presentation that you did. Okay, let me start like this. This is a very informal conversation about potential of tourism opportunities in Saudi Arabia. Our big sponsor and our really good ally in this ITIC endeavor from last year to this year. Now, what I'd like to say about Saudi Arabia is the following. The most important part is that Saudi Arabia now is wiping the grape of its seeds that it had put 20 years ago. I believe that Saudi Arabia has done a great job in raising appreciation and understanding and head of its people now appreciate tourism. You know, there was a time where tourism was associated religiously with anything that's bad. A tourist was seen as somebody that's either drunk or laying naked on the beach. That's all. Saudi Arabia has moved from that concept to the concept of appreciating its culture, its own people, and moving really into a completely different realm. I give the credit of that to Prince Sultan bin Salman, who was the head of the Tourism and Heritage Society before. Today, we have a new leadership in Saudi Arabia. This new leadership is building on what was done before. What is now happening is very, very important, because now the people are seeing Saudi Arabia as a new destination. The people of Saudi Arabia are very important at this. They have come together as a society to become proud of their own country, which is something new that was not there before. So culturally speaking, the raising of awareness amongst the people is a task. I believe that the leadership of Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman now is very important in this regard, because what he's done is he's drafted the Vision 2030 and is responsible for following it up. In this regard, he is really building on tourism because he believes in the diversity it brings to the economy. Economy cannot be only dependent on oil. You know, there are many, many examples of countries around him and in the world. For example, look at Dubai. Dubai had nothing really. What it had is the political will. The political will created a very important tourism industry. It's not what you have, it's what you do with what you have. Always. Las Vegas is something similar to that. Built in the middle of the desert, nothing. But it became now a very attractive tourism destination because there was a will behind it. So what if you have much more than what Dubai or Las Vegas has? You know, Saudi Arabia has so much to offer. It has history, it has culture, it has diversity. For example, many people think of Saudi Arabia only as desert. It's desert, it's beaches, mountains, trees. In the southeast of Saudi Arabia, southwest of Saudi Arabia, Asir area, on the border with Yemen, there are mountains, and beautiful, beautiful mountains there. I've been there myself. And in the north of Saudi Arabia, there are the extension of the Nabatean culture that is started at Petra as its capital in Jordan. So there is tremendous geographical and natural diversity. There is also cultural diversity, because what happened is that Hajj and Umrah has brought in so many people to Saudi Arabia. Throughout history, they have become more and more part of that society. They brought diversity. Anywhere around Jeddah, Mecca, and Medina is a very, very rich area in this diversity. But thirdly, the people of Saudi Arabia altogether are very, very mature people, very warm people. That's the most important asset, because when we think sometimes of places, we think as if they are not occupied or not inhabited with people. The people there are very welcoming. They open their eyes, their hearts for you when they come to receive you. I wanted to say this so that we can start a conversation, Nick, on this. I am familiar a bit with what is on the table now regarding the Red Sea project. But I think what I wanted to stress here is the political will and the leadership behind this. The issue of visas, for example, couldn't have come from there. It came because there was a will and political will to do something about tourism. They believe in tourism, and that's the most important. In my role as the UNWTO Secretary General for the last 12 years, I've recognized that the political will is the most important element in trying to move a country from a place to another. There are countries that have so much, that know nothing about it, and countries that have very little and are doing so much about it. So it's not what you have, it's what you do with what you have. That's what I want to say at this point, and I'll turn it to you, Nick, now. You can
You've
come back
almost
again.
taken away everything from me.
No.
No, you know, it's. I echo a lot of what you say, and I think to you talk about the political will. I think what I have been able to observe, and which I would invite our audience to take a look at as well, is the strategic will and the execution will that stands behind these projects. I mean, I can't help myself for being a management consultant, and what you just described and the way I've observed it, which I find both interesting professionally, but also in what it will produce, for the population of the kingdom as well as for the visitors to the kingdom, is how strategically and how, I would say, seriously tourism is being developed. I mean, I'm a tourism consultant for the last 20 years, and I've often lamented that governments don't take tourism sufficiently serious as a strategic industry, right? It's serious. That's right. Yeah, it's often hidden in the middle market segments. It's sectioned. The definition is vague. It doesn't show up in the national accounts, and very often in countries that otherwise were very good at developing industries, they kind of totally overlooked what is the fourth largest industry in the world, where somewhere between every 8th to 10th person in the world is basically employed directly or indirectly. And the kingdom has certainly learned from that omission from other countries and has chosen a distinctly different path, which is this very strategic way of going at it. And I think earlier today we heard some really good summaries also from some of the representatives of the Ministry of Tourism. It was, I think, from the investment attractions or investments team, and the sheer magnitude of everything that is going on, and at the same time the very, I'm not sure if strict is the right way, but the very empowered but high-paced rollout of these projects is something that I've not seen to this extent, certainly in my professional lifetime. You have a few extra years on me, not many. Have you seen something like this somewhere else before?
No, not really, not as big as Saudi Arabia. I want to also share with you a story that happened with me last year when I visited Saudi Arabia. It's the first time I see Saudis, men and women, behind reception desks, which is something I have not seen before, because there was a rule, there was a regulation now that is issued by the leadership there to say that nobody can work on reception unless you're a Saudi national. So that's a good start, because that's the first thing you see of any hotel when you come into the hotel. And the idea is that both men and women are getting, Saudi men and women, nationals, are getting into the tourism, and they like that. They like that, and they're doing a great job. They're very courteous, very, very attentive to all our needs, which is very important. In the past, you used to see all expatriates only there. In Saudi Arabia, I have to say, you have to admit, it's a country that's very dependent, like many other Gulf states, on expatriates. But when it comes to tourism, it's really going the right way. And that's because of the vision of the Crown Prince, I would say. He knows what exactly needs to be done. And yes. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to react to this. You're right, Ismail. Tourism is really only justified as an industry if you manage to generate basically benefits for your population, right? And not just for a few people within your population, but for your population at large, right? So
yes,
what you just said is this Saudization program that has taken place at different parts of the industry, and presumably, I suppose, will continue to other sectors of the industry, it has really started generating a lot of the benefits, in delivering the benefits into the ground, right? Into the regions, into the remote regions, also into professions which were easily accessible to female talent and so on. So I think what you just said before, and I like to take a look at it from the strategy again, is ultimately the tourism strategy is one of the vehicles that I understand that the kingdom uses to deliver the Vision 2030, which ultimately
that's right, is
aimed to deliver benefits for its own population, right? A vibrant society, and these elements, I think they do really well through the tourism element. Sometimes I'm not sure if you have the same feeling. Sometimes you got to be careful that this doesn't sound the wrong way. So the giga projects are obviously very impressive, and by their sheer magnitude and size, and also by the very professional marketing and they receive a visibility which I think they deserve, which sometimes almost camouflages what happens in the other 7, 8, 9 regions of the kingdom, where there is, as you said in your introduction, brilliant spots, be it in Essir, in Taif, and in other places, where I sometimes almost feel the giga projects shines so brightly that you don't see behind it to see what else there is. And there is a lot, as you said before. And I really enjoyed discovering those areas in the past.
There is a lot. There is a lot. There is a lot, but I'm counting on the awareness and the leadership of the Saudi people themselves. They are going to start developing some of the ideas. That's the whole thing. The thing is that I prefer projects that are not advertised outside first over the projects, the big projects that you're talking about, for a simple reason. I'll share with you a little experience that I've seen in one of the Asian countries that I've visited. It's an island country in East Asia. When I went there once, the minister there, which was a lady minister, was in love with a certain project there. It's in an island. It's away from the capital. So she wanted me to go see it. I was still Secretary General at the time. So what I did is we took a helicopter that was arranged by the investor to take us from the capital to that island. When we went to that island, we landed, we saw the project. It's a beautiful project, of course. It's a project that occupied a big piece of land, and it had a lot of hotels and restaurants, each one's of a kind. It's like Disneyland for adults. A hotel built Mexican style, a hotel built Chinese style, a hotel built French style, and so on and so forth. Now, the investor that was there waiting for us at the landing of the helicopter told us at the time that he had to buy the entire island to be able to control that investment. And what they didn't tell me at the time is that there were 90,000 people living on that island. So I got curious. I asked, what happened to these people? He said, don't worry. I'm like their father. I take very good care of them. I'm employing all the people in my hotel are from that community. He said, I open hostel, I open schools, I open clinics in their community. So I asked to go see that community. He was hesitant a little bit, but the minister told him he has to go. I went there, I spent 2 hours only. I came back and I saw him having dinner with the minister. He said, what did you say? I said, you're right. People are very appreciative of what you've done. But, he said, oh, there's a but. He said, there's a big but there. He said, what? I told him, I'm not sure that the children and the grandchildren of these people are going to continue to want to live serving the rich people of the world. They go back to their own community and see the difference in their lifestyle and economic income. So the moral of the story is that's happening in Saudi Arabia now. People have to interact with the tourists. You have to break down this barrier, make walls between tourists and the people there lower. You have to do that. You can't just treat tourists as if they're gods coming from Mars or something like that. These times are gone. So I'm waiting for the Saudi people to initiate their own projects there, own little, middle, and small size projects. In these areas, in the southeast, southwest, in the desert, there are so many imaginative ideas. Because the best way of making employment is not to make big projects to employ people, but to have people employ themselves. Self-employment is much more important than big employment.
Well, I think you start seeing it a lot in the small 1, 2, 3 people, enterprises that start springing up around where the initial tourism activities happen. And I mean, but I think to your point, right? I mean, so often people talk about sustainability, and what they really mean is environment, right? The term sustainability, and if you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, of course, has many more dimensions of areas that you want to address than only the environment. I'm not suggesting you don't address environmental issues, but a lot of them, of course, have to do with community, right? Of creating good jobs, of allowing people to stay within their regions, in their social environment where they are comfortable, rather than all migrating towards the 1 giga city, which leaves the countrysides empty. And again, and I'm coming back to the strategy, what I do like, in fact, is that when you look at the national tourism strategy in Saudi, and at the way also that investments are being evaluated, there is a very large and serious component of sustainability that goes beyond the environment and says, okay, well, what are you going to do for job creation? What are you going to do for access for females to the workplace? How are you going to create indirect jobs? How are you going to engage the community through transacting or procuring or supplying yourself from them? and you start really seeing that. I mean, to those of you that are actually attending this this chat we're having right now, I mean, you got to go see it, right, to really believe
yes.
it. And I think many of my colleagues that I tell that I work a lot in Saudi Arabia, indeed, still have an image of Saudi Arabia that is rooted somewhere of 20, 25, 30 years ago, as you said. And
at least, if not more. Yes.
For some egoistical reasons, sometimes almost wish it stayed like that, because now it's very exotic, right? And you can actually discover sites where in 10 years we just know there's going to be 1 million people there. So, you know, we cannot do it now, but it's really exciting to see this. But I tell all my friends, like, you know, got to go see it. If afterwards what you see you don't like, then we can talk again. But you will like, because it's just very, very exciting, right? So I'm very curious to see what's happening next.
But seeing it, Nick, means interacting with the people, not just seeing the place. It's the experience you have with the people there. You have to go see the people, visit them, eat their food, listen to their music, listen to their stories, listen to their dreams. That's what's important. Because as you said, sustainability is not just about the environment. Sustainability, in essence, means to sustain life on Earth. That's what it is. To sustain life on Earth is much more than just protecting the environment, as important as that is. Because sustainability is about social and economic sustainability as well. There are 3 pillars of sustainability: environmental, social, and economic. And the community has a lot to do with the social and economic sustainability. We need to make sure that the community embraces this industry and feels proud of its own country. That's why it was important in the last 20 years. All the travel that happened by Saudis to Saudi sites galvanized that spirit. And then after that, now when anybody comes, these people are coming to a place that's welcoming them and proud of what they have. We show the best.
One of the best way I do that is take Uber rides in Riyadh. So especially when you arrive late at night with a late flight, you often have actually, you know, quite young drivers that have a day job. I have a gentleman, for example, that is studying dentistry. That's not that young, and they drive Uber amongst other things also just to have work.
Talk to them.
Right, to talk to them. That's brilliant. Very brilliant. Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah. So I think we agree is lots remains to be done. It's maybe a small window. I believe Hamad said this morning from the investment attractions office from the ministry, that there is a short period left to see undiscovered Saudi Arabia before it will perhaps become mainstream.
That's right.
So we have what?
This is an opportunity. This is an opportunity.
He said 2020. I think he said 2023. Sorry.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, there is an opportunity here for Saudis and for foreigners to come to Saudi Arabia, because you have to uncover what's not covered, to discover what's not been known before. I think that there is a divine force there that is now opening up to the world. And this force is an unstoppable force. People are curious. You travel to places, you want to know more, you want to learn more. That's what a new tourist, that's what a new traveler is all about. It's not about just seeing things. You could see that in a movie, you could see it in a video, you could see it in a virtual reality. But to go and experience it yourself is something else. Saudi Arabia is ready for that. And I believe that that's now why Saudis investing in Saudi Arabia is timely, very timely now, definitely.
I mean, they have created a very robust welcoming structure, right, for investment. Right. We've had some of the representatives this morning. I mean, between those directly charged with attracting investment to those facilitating it by basically onboarding foreign investors into the Saudi business environment, to the tourism fund that we've heard this morning that can support with infrastructure and other elements. I mean, it has become relatively quickly now. I'm not sure it was difficult before, but more efficient right now to basically get to the right investment opportunities much faster. I think we had some people on the panel this morning that made it clear.
Look at the way they developed their visa system. They opened up their visa system.
But I think if somebody said this morning, look, we're open for business, and I think that that's really true, right? I mean, I got asked earlier in my panel, how to choose your investment. So amongst other things, you may wish to invest in a place that may come out of COVID much stronger as others, simply because they have a freer playing field, right? That's something that I also find that I look forward to observing in the kingdom. Is many of our countries that come from more traditional tourism, we are almost to some extent doomed to try to reactivate our existing asset base as quick as possible, right? Because there's jobs and investments and buildings, etc. Whereas the kingdom has certainly started, but is at an earlier stage. So should they discover post-COVID that one aspect of tourism has suddenly become more sought after, whereas another one perhaps slightly less sought after, then you have all the freedom in the world to still readjust and hit that sweet spot very efficiently. So I think that's
absolutely right.
It's a sad reason,
right.
but it is an interesting outcome.
You're absolutely right. It all takes a political will to do that, because you want to believe in tourism. Yes, and the strategy, and the people to do that. I was listening very carefully this morning to all our Saudi representatives, particularly Mr. Majid from Ministry of Investment there. Mm-hmm. And they were all very convincing. What I should also attract attention to is language is never a problem to them. You can speak Arabic, you can speak English. Their English is excellent, as you well know. So nobody feels a foreigner there. That's a good thing about Saudi Arabia. Yeah. Okay. I guess we've exhausted our time here. Right?
I think we have.
Paul, how are we doing with time? Paul?
See the Golden Gate Bridge.
Yeah, I'm back again.
Paul is in San Francisco. Yes.
I'm back again. I think the message has gone through to the control center that we're closing the session now. So thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you very much indeed.
We're going to move now to
thank you
with Mr. Greenberg, Peter Greenberg of CBS, and there'll be a short interlude while we make the connections. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Of course. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye, Nick. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody, wherever you may be. Obviously, good evening as well. Welcome to our panel on tourism resilience. My name is Peter Greenberg. I'm the travel editor for CBS News, and I'm joined today by a legendary panel, if they say so themselves. Talib Rifai, of course, the former UNWTO Secretary General, and of course, the chairman of ITIC. Edmund Bartlett, the Honorable Minister of Tourism of Jamaica. Nikolina Angelkova, former Minister of Tourism of Bulgaria, and member of the WTTC as well. And of course, our old pal, Christopher Rodriguez, who now holds the distinguished post of the head of the Port Authority in London, among many other things he's done travel related over the years. Let me just start off with just a very easy concept that everybody talks about resilience. It really is crisis management. It really is anticipating and then recovering. And all of us in the service industry or who cover the service industry known as travel and tourism would be the first to say that the key is not the delivery of the service, it's how well, how quickly, and how sensitively you recover when something goes wrong. I'm going to start with Talib for a second and then go to Christopher and then Edmund and then Angelkova, Nikolina, excuse me. Talib, in your days at the UNWTO, I think it's safe to say in the last 20 years, we've had our share of disruption, whether it was 9/11, the recession in the United States and globally in 2008, 2009, even the volcano erupting in Iceland in 2010, and now COVID-19. What lessons were we able to learn
and SARS as well in
that we could actually apply now? Talib?
Thank you so much. In introducing us, you missed something between Edmund and I. We're both co-chairing a very important center. They're called the Center for Resilience. Yes, Center for Resilience and Recovery. And this center is a very important idea of Edmund that he very kindly brought me in to share it with him. So I think that's an important thing, because I think I'd like to respond to your question by talking a little bit about that center, what it does.
Sure.
Because what we are doing is we're trying to start from the Caribbean. You know, the Caribbeans are a very, very unique case. In the Caribbean, every year they're hit with a hurricane or they're hit with a storm. And every year they start all over again as if nothing has been done before. So that's how it started. It's a global center, of course, now, but it started from the Caribbean because whether it's a natural disaster, man-made disaster like economic or political, or a medical disaster, which is man-made as well in some ways or another, depending how you define it. All of these disasters, you have to be prepared for them, to be very well prepared for them. And you need to collect all the data that's necessary. And that's what the center does. The center is connected to the University of West Indies in Jamaica. And what it does, collects all the information about that particular time. And then it devises a way of having everybody in the community join in the recovery efforts. For example, you need to know if something like this happens, what do I do as a citizen? What do I do as a teacher, school teacher? What do I do as a policeman? What do I do as a politician? What do I do as a minister? What do I do as a garbage collector in the street? Whatever you are, whoever you are, you need to know exactly what your role is. So this center is a perfect example of how we do this. We made it now global, of course. So I believe that what you're saying, I just respond to by saying the center is the answer, really.
Well, it's certainly an answer. And since you already brought it up, Edmund, I'll go right to you before I go to Christopher. When you came up with this idea, it's something that you and I have talked about at length. It's about communication and getting the message out from the right storytellers. So that there's a clear and concise and uniform message so that it avoids unnecessary confusion and additional disruption.
Absolutely, Peter. But it also calls for a level of rigor and invites a level of research, because one of the things that a center like this has to help countries is to identify disruptions, to determine when disruptions are looming or about to happen, to track disruptions and to be able then to mitigate and to manage them when they come, and then to recover quickly, because especially tourism dependent regions like ours. And just by the way of information, the IDB just sent out its latest report on the level of dependence of countries on tourism in the world. And the Caribbean has 11 of the top 20, Jamaica being 17 of the 166 countries of the world that are dependent on tourism. So when you look at a region such as ours with that high level of dependence, operating with resource constraints, but with great vulnerabilities, it is important that we have information, knowledge, and an understanding of how to track, how to manage, how to mitigate, how to recover, and do that quickly. So that's a key role of the center. And while we're talking about the center here, Peter, a big part of the whole recovery exercise must be to be able to have institutional capacity to deal with managing the whole process and creating instruments for management, such as a barometer, a resilience barometer, for example. And we've been talking about that a little bit, and Talib and I have been pushing it as one of the outcomes from the center, to have a basis on which we can measure the level of preparedness of countries for shocks of this nature, and to give guidance even to tourists in terms of their own choice of where to go, investors in terms of where to put their money, and also to give guidance to countries in terms of how they prioritize and plan to be able to manage and to operate. So I think the center overall is filling those roles. And just to close my little note on it, is that we have practical responses too. Like when Bahamas had the hurricane recently, we were there ready with cash support, as well as to provide study arrangements to determine how we can mitigate in small island states that are hugely vulnerable. So just to make the point, it's not just theoretical, it's not just about communication, it's also about some practical responses.
You know, Talib brought it up before, the fact that there are weather issues in the Caribbean is not exactly new, it's generational, it goes back hundreds of years. And those you can sort of, on an actuarial level, say, okay, we think that in any given year, in terms of hurricane forecasting or severe storm weather forecasting, we're going to have so many different crises. This particular crisis is something that no one really anticipated to the extent that it has, that it's global, not just regional, not just in terms of one particular continent or another. So how does the center act on that level? Because you mentioned you were global, Edmund. How do you do that and get that message out on a global level?
Well, just to indicate that over the last 2 years, since we've been putting things together, we've managed to establish satellite centers in a number of other countries across the world. The Kenyatta University, we just in fact had a professor appointed responsible for the center that is there. And the president of Kenya, President Kenyatta himself, is an honorary chair of the center. In Malta, we're doing the same thing with our friend Muscat, and he's putting that center together. And in Nepal, we have a similar arrangement. So what we're doing is we're looking beyond ourselves to enable a wider appreciation of what needs to be done, cross-pollination of ideas and practices, and also to build capacity. And this is a big part of what the center is about, is helping to build capacity across the world to manage, but before even manage, to identify, track, and mitigate. Very, very important.
Nicolina, you're in a country that doesn't get the most amount of visibility, but you have the impact here, just along with everybody else, of COVID-19. So what was your response? How quickly did you respond? And along the lines of what both Talib and Edmund are talking about, how have you implemented some of those lessons from the past to allow you to respond quickly now?
Well, COVID-19 crisis is really one that nobody expected, and it hit a lot tourism everywhere. Nobody could even imagine that tourism practically will be closed because for a certain period of time in March and April, everything was closed due to the uncertainty and the impossibility to travel. You know how this affected the air companies and in the entire industry. And Bulgaria being member of the European Union, of course, was strictly following all the common rules, because here the most important rule, according to me, is coordination with all the other countries. And as regarding the lockdown that was happening back in March and April, and including now when certain countries, in particular here in Europe, are taking decisions to lock down for a certain period again. This definitely affects the entire industry. Bulgaria, as a member of the Union and part, of course, of all this family, was trying to have coordinated health protocols when tourists were visiting our country, also to coordinate the reopening during the summer, because Bulgaria is mainly known for summer tourism, although our target is to convert the destination into four season and all year round. But it was really very tough on one side to attract tourists to travel again, to guarantee their safety, to have the airlines that were flying, because also this is extremely difficult planning the tourist flow, and on the other side to guarantee that the losses of the industry will be at the minimum, which of course is such a difficult combination. Now we in the parliament, because currently I'm a member of the parliament and member of the Committee on Economy and Tourism, we are planning again under the Recovery and Sustainability Plan, some 6 years ahead, on one side to support the industry, and on the other, all the heated industry, but in particular tourism as the one most affected, plus transport. And on the other side, to guarantee the labor and the employees that are working in that sector, because this is also a challenge to keep the most professional people, because tourism is about people. And really very, very challenging times ahead we have in tourism, and the recovery will take approximately between 2 and 4 years, depending how fast people will start traveling and again, and be confident of traveling. And this is our job, to let people continue believing in tourism. And this is how we are aiming also at the governmental level, because now the most important is, as also Talib and Edmund said, to have a risk management plan. Because this challenge that we all face today, it might happen in the near future, hopefully not as a pandemic, but we have to be prepared, because all the restrictions are hitting tourism, and all our efforts years back are now grounded. And we need to start again and to recover and reach, in particular, talking about economy and numbers, and reach the numbers back in 2019 that we have achieved maybe in 3-4 years. And we will be lucky if we manage to do that, considering the current situation.
Well, Nicolina brought up a very interesting bad word called airlift, which I'm going to get to in a second. But I'm now going to go to Christopher, who is essentially locked down right now. The United Kingdom shut down essentially for a month. France doing similar moves. Portugal, Italy right behind them. This is not the first time we've had a lockdown there. But when you have a lockdown there, there's no ripple effect. It's a wave effect, isn't it, Christopher?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, building on what's been said already, the one thing that we have to recognize is this is a repeating event. It just happens to be global this time round. But those of us, I remember early days in my involvement with the government of tourism, we were worrying about foot and mouth disease, which shuts down a country. Well, you can shut down a region, but shutdowns come with travel. It's inevitable. So the resilience is important. I think the really interesting opportunity, and it's exciting to see what Talib and Edmund are leading, is the old phrase of never miss the opportunity to take advantage of a crisis. Mm-hmm. The tourism industry, because it's SME, in many markets is, as we've said many times, is not fully recognized for its importance in the economy and its employment factor. I still remember after the financial crisis, trying to persuade the Prime Minister Cameron that tourism was important. And the one thing that persuaded him in that crisis was when he heard that 1/3 of the new jobs in Britain after the crisis came in tourism. So tourism has the ability to unwind quickly, but it has the ability to wind up very quickly. And we have to be realists. We're not going to convert all the people who are working in hospitality into nuclear scientists. Thank heavens, we need human beings on the front line. But they have to go back into similar sorts of jobs. So you've got to get tourism back. And I think the one thing I would add to the debate already, or the common view already, is that this has to be done at multiple levels. Mm-hmm. Individual businesses, be they SME or large multinationals, have to have their resilience plan. And in most cases, that's cash. I mean, what hemorrhages, as we've seen this time, is cash. And if you're overgeared and have too high fixed costs, you're just going to crash. So you need to be recognized that it will come back and you need to be prepared. Don't overexpand, don't over leverage, keep some spare cash. I know it's easy to say, but actually that's a rule that you have to apply in this industry. I think catchment areas are really important because as we are seeing, and as I think we hope to see, local lockdowns as opposed to national lockdowns are an attractive way for those who are in the less affected areas to operate. So you need to be able to deliver alignment and resilience in a catchment area. I'm in the Cotswolds, you need to be able to persuade people that the Cotswolds is safe to go to. You then go to the national level. Am I allowed in and out of the country? Hopefully that's not going to come back again too frequently. And then there's a global level. How do we deal with health certification? So we actually have to make progress on all 4 of those levels. And while we're doing that, we have one remaining thing I would bring to the party. We've got to do that thinking about how consumers will change their consumption of travel going forward. Because it's very easy in this industry to not be joined up and to have a supply side mindset. I'm going to put it on the loading dock. People take it, that's great. If they don't take it, it's their fault. Consumers are changing in their views, domestic versus international experiences. I mean, this might be the thing that no one ever thought was going to happen. This might begin the hollowing out of the 70 cities that were going to have more than 50% of the people in the world. So there are going to be changes. So we got to, but it's dealing at multiple levels, and don't miss the opportunity of 140 million people being out of work, tragedy, to make the point to governments around the world that you have got to think in advance about this industry, and you've got to join up the work of government and the sector and the front end workers.
Well, Christopher, one of the things you brought up, the changing customer behavior is got to be part and parcel of the resilience program as well, simply because the one 4-letter word we haven't talked about in this session starts with F, is fear. People afraid to go, people worried, people not having trust in their governments, people not having trust in their airlines, for all sorts of different reasons that have nothing to do with the pandemic. It has to do with getting a refund or getting proper travel insurance, or being stuck in a country and not being able to come home. All of those have to be, I think, part of the work that Edmund and Talib are doing. And then we bring up what Nicolina brought up, which is airlift. There are right now 34 airlines around the world that have completely failed. We're not talking about operating under Chapter 11. We're talking about out of business. We have a number of airlines right now that are not getting support from their governments, that are claiming they could be out of business by January 1st, that they only have enough cash to get them through Christmas, and Santa Claus isn't coming. So this is not a one-prong approach. If you don't have the airlift, I don't have to tell Edmund this, being an island nation, you're in trouble. And by the way, what Nicolina said before, the one thing I miss is one of the best ski destinations in the world happens to be Bulgaria. So it's not just the summer season, okay? But the bottom line here is, how do you come up with a comprehensive approach in the private partnership with public sector and figure out a way to deal effectively with the obvious, right? Confidence, trust, and fear driven by already things that have happened, the optics that they're seeing, right? Look at the cruise industry, right? People will come to me today and say, you couldn't pay me to go on a cruise, but they've never been on a cruise.
Yeah.
People who have been on a cruise can't wait to go back. I mean, that's a fact, right? We still have to figure out how they're going to get
That's
back.
right. Very true.
Right.
Very
So that's
true.
number one. Number two, I know that Edmund's done some work on this, and I'm going to ask him about this, is dealing with that fear factor in terms of travel insurance and giving people peace of mind that should they contract COVID, they'll be taken care of and not abandoned. Edmund?
Thank you.
Jamaica cares.
Jamaica cares. And what we want to eventually say is the world cares. And I think that, destination assurance, Peter, is going to be a huge driver in terms of dealing with safe travel and giving the comfort to people from across the globe that they can move from their home to other people's home and feel safe and secure. And a big part of it is that they need to know that the capacity to manage this crisis is equally distributed and evenly distributed across destinations. And it won't work if we have to rely solely on the capacity of some of the small island states in particular, who are truly dependent on tourism, but who sometimes offer the best experiences. And who are at the point where unless the tourism offers a comfort and a support, they will not be able to survive. And I made the point against the background that it's a hard call on, for example, a small island like Jamaica to manage a crisis with 2 million people and then assume the responsibility for also managing the safety and security and health of 3 million people who come in our space.
To visit.
And this is where tourism, Peter, takes a global role in a far more defined way than simply being a driver of economic activity. It is also a manager, a part of the process of managing this pandemic across the world. So the insurance Jamaica Cares, as we are talking about, is an end-to-end logistics insurance cover that not only deals with COVID-related illnesses, but almost any disruptive activity that would happen to a visitor coming into your destination. It enables us to, with a single fee, have coverage from the day you book onward to the through the port of departure into the airline that you choose, then to the destination
until you come back.
Of Jamaica, and everything that happens to you while you're here. But more importantly, it takes the responsibility of your health care and your own security away from the destination and onto all of us. Everybody shares in it. And then if something really goes wrong with you now, Peter, repatriation, and you can be sent back home in a healthcare arrangement. And in our case, with a Johns Hopkins University medical arrangement. So a visitor comes to Jamaica, he gets sick, whether COVID or anything else, has to be repatriated. It's not a burden on himself. He has no issue with refunds. He's not required to make a payment. He's done that already with the insurance cover, and he's taken care of fully. That, in my mind, is destination assurance. And that is the strongest element of security that a visitor can hope for. So you could leave your home with the comfort and knowledge that when you go to the destination, whatever happens, you will be fine and you will get back home in safety.
And what Edmund's talking about, I've seen happen in a similar way in Costa Rica, in Panama. A number of countries are adopting similar programs. I guess I throw this to Christopher and Nicolina. What is going on in the United Kingdom and in Bulgaria that somehow matches or tries to accomplish what Edmund has done in Jamaica?
Not enough.
Good.
To be brutal, I think we are still some stages away in tourism in particular There is certainly a lot of lobbying from all of the interest groups, but the good fortune of Jamaica is that they've got a leader who understands holistically what is important for the success of their country, both the domestic residents and the tourism industry they've built. We are still working on that. I think we've seen the gaps. We will see, but the government is, to my mind, more hand to mouth and not enough planning. It's sort of inevitable, but if you look at what Edmund's talking about, if you look at what Jacinda Ardern has done in New Zealand, act quickly, communicate clearly, be tough, but then come back to a nation that is firing on nearly every cylinder already again, and can, providing Air New Zealand doesn't go bust, will get another state loan, will get its tourism back. I applaud Edmund and Talib's global solution, but it won't be global. It will be leaders, people on the fence, and people who don't get it. And I think we need to recognize that we mustn't be, the convoy mustn't be held back by the slowest ship. It's important to demonstrate. I still remember David Cameron being a little uncertain about tourism until the West produced its annual scoring, and Britain came down with in the same category for government support as Sao Tome, which sort of worried him slightly. And suddenly, because people don't like to be left behind. And I think we've got to get the people in the vanguard and give them all the encouragement we can, and get the people sitting on the fence to see what is going on and start to build national responses that are similar. I'd love to believe it's going to happen with a click of the switch, but it's not. But it's a journey that we have to stay on. And my objective would be that the UK should get on the right side of the fence pretty quickly.
Nicolina, what side of the fence are you on?
Well, I'm really impressed of what in Jamaica was done, and congratulations, Edmund, about that. We also, as in UK, we need to fulfill this gap as well. I have started a discussion about setting up a guarantee fund when we talk about tour operators and tour agents. But again, as part of the European Union, there is a package directive that we need to follow for the entire trip that in these current days, according to me, needs to be amended. And this is what I was also raised as a topic in a question to the Commission some months back. But definitely when the tourist is really secure and confident that when he arrives at the destination, he will receive the entire care regardless the problem, then he will feel much confident to book and stay for a longer period. So my lesson from this particular current discussion will be really to take the good example of Jamaica and what Talib and Edmund are doing entirely for the Global Resilience Center. And really to try and convert it here in Bulgaria, and of course some of the topics translate into the to be translated within the European directives. Of course, this takes much more time in terms of legislative process. But I think we are now living in a different times and a new normal for tourism, and a strong leadership is required. Exactly, tourism to be understood not just part of the economy, but as a global industry that brings people together, not just a simple economical sector. And really, we need to do much more in this perspective.
So let me ask everybody this question. Have the metrics changed on how we're gauging success in travel and tourism these days? Have the metrics changed in terms of, and Talib and I talked about this earlier today, going from 10 people to showing up in one place for a day versus one person going to one place for 10 days, and having a deeper dive and having that opportunity to do that now in an era of social distancing. I'm speaking to you now from New York in Manhattan, where The occupancy of apartment buildings has dropped 20%. People are moving out of the cities. They're moving out of Chicago. They're moving out of LA. They're looking for other locations where they can be outside, where they have space, where they're not all bunched in. The travel industry wasn't always built that way, physically or psychologically. So what is the industry doing to deal with that change in behavior and still be able to be resilient at the same time economically? Who wants to answer that?
It's all about leadership, really. Yes, I would like to, please. It's all about leadership at the end of the day, Peter. It's all about leadership, really. Because if you have the right leaders in the right place, taking the right decisions, everybody would be feeling good about it. Now, you all remember, you mentioned the days of the Icelandic ashes stopping over. Remember those days. In those days, what we had is a complete shutdown of airlines traffic from Europe to any part of the world. Shutting down Europe means shutting down the whole world, because the connection between airlines and the world was that. That was the only time where world leaders began to understand the value of tourism and travel. So now what we have now is a blessing in disguise. There's a silver lining to this crisis, which is the recognition of the importance of travel and tourism now. It's been 10 times bigger than the ashes of Iceland now. And this is very, very important. Now, what do we do about this? What Edmund has done is just to think about one thing, which is bringing the private and the public sector together. Private sector in the form of insurance companies that have never been approached before. Insurance companies did not recognize before COVID as part of their responsibility. But make them an offer, tell them, come, I want you to solve the problem with me. That's the way to do it. You buy peace of mind. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
And Peter, I wouldn't underestimate the power of the best competitors in the tourism industry, the national, local level, taking some of the lead here. As we've been talking, I've just had my latest email from Trailfinders, which you will know is been going for 50 years, is well capitalized, has just gone through a process of returning any money to customers in 14 days, however long it took the airlines to give them the money back. Wow. They now have COVID insurance. I don't know if it's going to be as competitive as Edmunds, but nothing wrong with a bit of competition. They've responded. Yes. They've responded. And I think it's really important that the industry, in addition to making the comment that joined up thinking is what winners do, joined up nations, joined up regions are what people are going to win. We've always said that. I think it's going to be even more the case going forward. And if you want to be competitive, Jamaica's making a case to be the destination of choice in the Caribbean. Now, because you're bigger than that, Edmund, you're trying to hit the whole region. So that's brilliant. But the point is, in the eyes of a consumer, heaven help us, the consumer's coming back into this. Knowing that you trust the destination to deliver on what it's saying, knowing that it is consistent, knowing that you're not going to be out there and 5 days later find you can't get back home, will all change the way people buy. The other thing I think is, Florence in August, which I never much did care for, much as I love Florence, is even less attractive now. So people are going to have to respond to human beings wanting more experience, more distancing, great for the countryside, maybe a little challenge. I mean, I think weekend breaks in Europe, as people flown, a huge amount of business is people doing 3-day trips, weekends one way and another. You'd have to say that's difficult. And if it remains as it does at the moment, that you have to have a PRC test before you go, which is in London, £300 if you want it within 72 hours, and you want an answer before you get on the plane. That makes for a very expensive weekend and
That's
a very difficult one. So I think there is, what you said, Peter, I think is going to be true. There are going to be changes in the demand patterns. And until we get more certainty, this is going to bunch up to be a last-minute destination. And that's another thing that people have to worry about. I met with someone at the weekend who had decided the week before that they wanted a week's sun And it was, where can I go? Greece, I can go into and get out. The travel corridor's open. I made the decision on the Friday, flew on the Saturday. We're seeing that across the industry, that this decision is being concertinaed, which obviously makes a big challenge for a destination. If you're sitting in Bulgaria and you don't know whether you're going to have 10,000 more people or 10,000 less people next week, assuming that airlines flying, as we said earlier, that's not easy to manage. So we're going to have to be on our feet and agile.
Well, we are seeing right now airlines that normally publish their schedules 3 months out, publishing their schedules 3 weeks out, and then changing those. They've lost control over projecting demand. They've lost control over projecting price. It's a free-for-all. And at the same time, as an embarrassed American, I'm sitting here in New York saying, I can't go see Nicolina, and I can't go see you, Christopher, because you don't want me right now. And so we have our own problem about moving large numbers of people because they can't go. So what we're seeing in the United States, whether they plan to or not, part of our resilience, given no other choice, is we get a chance to rediscover our own country. And I think in the short term, that may also be the case within the United Kingdom, certainly within Bulgaria, where people are actually rediscovering their neighborhoods because they can't go anywhere.
That's right. But Peter, sorry, go ahead, Edmund.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Edmund.
Edmund?
Well, thank you. But here in Peter lies the real problem of inequities, that this system is preferring if you don't get it right. And this is what forces leadership to think outside of the box and to find new ways of ensuring that this inward-looking tendency that COVID is conjuring does not really become the new norm. Because the minute we begin to say, I can't go, and yes, it's about time I explore myself. It's about time I find out all the wonderful glories that I have, which other people have been consuming. We begin to differentiate, and then we begin to put small countries at risk and larger countries at an advantage. You take, for example, domestic tourism, which is where the tendency is for us to go. For small island states like Jamaica, it will not work simply because of sheer capacity, sheer lack of critical mass. So we're going to find that tourism for us is not going to be the driver of the economy that it is, and we have nothing else. Larger countries like the UK, fine. The United States, absolutely. China, totally. India, of course. But let's go to St. Lucia. Let's go to Cayman Islands. Let's go to some of the smaller islands in the Pacific and so on. There are real problems. So we have to find a way to ensure that in all of this, destination assurance is the standard. And how do we help to build that in small countries as well as in larger countries?
Well,
Edmund, and for that, I want to ask you to give me half a second, because I think this one has been on my mind a little bit. And when we started talking about global resilience and how to build capacity, we thought of how could we establish a fund? How could we set up a fund that will enable access to small countries that are ill-resourced to be able to build capacity? And it comes right back to how do we get these markets to be back on track and be back on track in time to make tourism recovery happen and happen properly. So the large countries will be able to take care of themselves. They have oil or they have minerals or they have other attributes. The smaller island states have nothing but their people and the wonderful hospitality that we offer. And so we need to engage a global discourse on this matter. And here we are talking from different parts of the world, but I'm not being critical, and Talib has heard me say this before. The WTTC, the UNWTO, the global constructs must come together as one, begin with one voice to advocate a new tourism that is really going to be more inclusive in this period of COVID and post.
Well, what I'm hearing from you, Edmund, is what you've done in Jamaica, and the whole concept of destination assurance is the plan B for the small countries. It's the plan B for the small European countries. It's the plan B for the small Asian countries, because without that, they don't have a unique selling proposition that mitigates the fear and gives travelers the confidence they need to get back out and travel.
Perfect.
That's right.
Peter, you could not have said it better. I hope you coin that, can it, and have it distributed all over the world.
Okay, that'll be $5. But the bottom line is, I'm amazed. Basically, look, you just explained what you've done in Jamaica. It didn't take long for anybody to get their arms around that and understand it. So how have you been successful, or have you, in getting those other island nations in the Caribbean, just from a regional perspective, to embrace what you've done and do it themselves?
Well, firstly, I must admit that my communication is still in its infancy, and we're getting the ideas out. And already, however, 2 islands have called to inquire of the public sector providers, the insurance providers, as to how the system is being constructed and whether or not they could hop in. So it's beginning to catch on, but we need to communicate more. We need to get this information out. We need the help of people like you, Peter, and all our partners in the media, so that a better understanding is had as to why and how, but more importantly, to give the opportunity for it to be more cost effective. Because the more countries that embrace it, it's the cheaper it will be for everybody.
You know, Christopher, I'm reminded of a program that you've had in London that I wish we had in the United States, which is an insurance program for the tour operators that if they go under, Great Britain will fly me home. You used it with the Thomas Cook failure. You use it with a few others. The concept is already there. Why not just adapt that to health and welfare and do exactly what Edmund's doing?
You need a government fund. The government's got to decide it wants a fund to do this. But the parallel point I would make, and this is not being disparaging a smaller nation, I have sat in enough government development funding discussions talking about the way they're going to deploy money to make people happy that Britain exists because they've given money overseas. Helping tourism establish itself and be secure in these smaller islands is a perfectly legitimate way to spend development funding.
Yeah.
And we need to get that into people's heads, because that opens up a different pot of money to start to do what Edmund is doing.
Nicolina?
I wanted to agree with what Edmund was saying about and as you rightly sum up about also the small countries, because Bulgaria also is a small European country. And yes, this summer we were depending on the domestic tourism, but we can't really fulfill all our needs in the sector only with our domestic tourism if we don't have international tourists and visitors. So it is very important, as also Edmund and Talib said, the leadership here and the coordinated approach from WTTC, from UNWTO, because we need a common or protocols regarding travels and regarding health certificates and also insurance, because otherwise, even if as Jamaica has the perfect Jamaica Care product, but others don't, how you can plan, and I mean the airlines in particular, because without transport we really can't be reachable. So how everyone could plan cost effectively its business without really having a coordinated manner in this critical situation. It will be a chaos, because in the summer we experienced that. I mean, we had some bookings from some airlines, then the day before they were canceled. Then people, they were wondering what to do, because they have their holidays, so they can't really say they are in their company companies, okay, our flight was canceled, so can we postpone our holiday for when it's reopened? So it was really quite a mess during the summer, and it's something that we have to take into consideration and to have it in this risk management plan and the resilience one, because otherwise it will be really very difficult to manage, because we are all connected. And on the other side now, having this situation, digitalization in tourism becomes more and more important, and this can be a very good tool to use it to show what everyone is doing, to have a common website for reopen, rebuild tourism or whatever on this organizations like WTDC and UNWTO, really to direct and guide, because this is critical in this moment to avoid chaos, as it was the feeling some months ago with all different destinations.
You know, Nicolina brings up an interesting point. We tried to put something on our website to list for all of our audience which countries are open, what the rules were, which countries weren't. To update that list every day is a daunting task, because rules change every 5 minutes. And there's no, as Talib said, where's the leadership?
Yes. Peter, I'm going to say something that may sound a little bit provocative, but I think the entire international system is breaking apart now. This is one of the results of COVID. Each government is acting on its own now. You don't hear any voice of the UN. You don't hear any voice from the EU. I mean, even the EU, look how late it is to bring people together. AU, the same thing. The Arab League, the same thing. So I think now we have to really start thinking of rebuilding the international system brick by brick from bottom up to do it again. Because what's happening now is that it uncovered the failure of this system to be able to bring us together. It's not, doesn't make any sense at all that each government on its own now is taking its own lead and doing its own regulations, as you said. But it's happening because every government is doing it on its own. Now, if you look at the mix of us here, Edmund is from Jamaica, I'm from Jordan. We both can speak in more convincing tone than can Christopher and Nicolina, although they are more advanced countries. Nicolina is part of the EU. Christopher is the UK. You know what the UK is. Because what's happening now is that and you are from the US, you know, it's about systems. The old system is breaking apart, unfortunately, and the new system will have to come into action.
And by the way, speaking here from the United States, we're not admirable in this case. We are not the United States. We're the fractured states. And every state operating on its own has created some of the problems that you've seen that are still spiking throughout the entire country, which is why I can't come see Nicolina and I can't come see Christopher, because they don't want us, and I understand.
It's an issue of leadership. It's an issue of leadership.
I think a new paradigm has to emerge, and an understanding on the basis of some commonalities that we all will have to come together to create. But I want to thank you, Peter. I'm leader of the house, and the house meets today at 2:00, and so I have to leave you now.
Well, believe it or not, you couldn't have said that at a better time, Edmund, because we are out of time. So I want to
thank you, Nicolina, Chris, and Talib. By the way, Talib, we have our board meeting the end of the week. I hope we'll be able to join.
I'm with you all the way. You know that, Edmund.
And bless you all.
Anything
thank you so much. Thank you.
Let me say goodbye to Edmund, to Talib, to Christopher, and to Nicolina. Thank you all for joining us, and I'll throw it back to Paul. Thank you, everybody.
Bye, Nicolina.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye, Christopher.
Bye.
Bye,
Peter.
Christopher.
Good afternoon, good evening, good day to everyone who's out there watching as a spectator. And I'd like to sincerely thank my panel who have joined us from many different continents all over the world. So good evening. It's very late in the evening for one of you, very early in the morning for another. And I believe for the rest of us, we're on a similar time zone. So I just want to start the session, which is titled Marketing Tourism as a Destination for Employment. And to dig under that a bit deeper, this is about job retention and job creation in the travel and tourism industry. And I want to put a specific twist on this. Well, there are two. This is an investment conference. So I'd like us to think about that from an investment perspective. I'm going to start with a couple of facts, which I'm sure many of us have heard of already. I haven't heard them quoted today so far. A report from the WTTC on the 29th of October stated 174 million travel and tourism jobs could be lost in 2020 if barriers to global travel remain in place. Tens of millions of jobs have already been lost, possibly forever. There was a survey published just late last week by an organization called Travel Gossip and the Advantage Travel Group in the UK, where it said 67% of travel agents will run out of cash by the end of this year. And only 12% of agents and operators will have enough cash reserves to still be in business by 2021. 12%. That's an enormous deficit. With these challenges faced globally, we're going to ask questions of our panel of experts. But as I said before, being mindful this conference is about investment and the possibilities and the positive outlooks that could arise from it. I've been asked to keep the panel's introductions as brief as possible today. So please check on the ITIC website or my other panelists' profiles on other platforms. I'd like to introduce Brian. Brian's a destination development and marketing specialist, passionate about community-led conservation and regenerative tourism. Judy Kefagona. Judy's a founder of Sustainable Travel and Tourism Agenda, a Pan-African organization shaping a sustainable future for Africa's tourism. Dr. Catherine Koo, I got that right, Catherine? Doctor?
Yes.
Dr. Catherine Koo is an international expert on women and children in tourism. Catherine holds a number of senior tourism posts and positions and is an educator at universities in a university in Australia. And unfortunately, Conrad's not with us, but if he joins us later on, we'll introduce him then. Okay, what we decided to do was look at a couple of specific questions. And I'm going to ask the panel to share their thoughts and ideas and have a conversation around these questions. So we'll start with question one. With a significant amount of global tourism talent already unemployed, are there any suggestions as to how we could harness and utilize this experience and expertise as we navigate through COVID? Can I ask that to Brian first, please?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really big question, particularly, Nigel, when we look at the numbers that you quoted to us earlier. And I think what we're seeing is that a number of people are using this time to gain professional development experiences. Others are pivoting and moving into different career paths or diversifying their different income streams with a number of different job opportunities. You know, I'm in a unique position myself, and maybe I'm a good example where I led the Guyana Tourism Authority for a couple years and was asked to work myself out of a job by building the capacity of my team to lead the organization into the future. And in April, at the end of the month, concluded my job. I was then recruited by a couple nonprofit boards to support their governance, recently by a development bank to provide a tourism technical advisory role to a government in East Africa, and have been mentoring others and teaching a group of kids entrepreneurship. So I think it's not one job, but doing a lot of different things to not only pay the bills, but also to continue to grow personally and professionally and meet those personal and professional goals. I've had a number of people contact me too for a startup I'm working on that are looking for internship opportunities. And these are people that have recently lost jobs, but playing to my example of looking for professional development opportunities, there is a lot of talent out there that should be utilized to its best possible ends.
Yeah, I guess it's how we do that, isn't it? Catherine, from an academic perspective, I know you've been an entrepreneur and have started and sold businesses, a multi-talented lady. From an academic perspective, what is it that academia or the ongoing education systems can do to either upskill, reskill the current huge pool of talent, as Brian mentioned, that's currently sitting out there waiting for COVID to dissipate so they can get back to work?
Well, like for example, Griffith, for example, we have collaborated with, for example, the local councils and the local tourism industry councils to provide training. Sometimes these trainings are offered free to the industry players. So there are a lot of free courses now. We can see post when COVID has happened, there are a lot of free courses, there are a lot of subsidized trainings, discounted training, and even one-on-one mentoring sessions. So Brian has talked about him doing all of these different things now. And surely there are lots of these things happening. But yeah, investors should definitely invest in human capital and training and coaching, and pay attention especially to women, because, and I'm going to show you a very quick, some very quick stats. If it works. Yeah, so if we see here, there are 54% of women who are, 54% of people employed in tourism are women, right? So if we're looking at this workforce, then we're looking at 54% of the workforce potentially that have become redundant. So there is so much potential in this workforce, and more than half of them are women. But then, so then the investors now should, then we should look at how we could harness this workforce. So to do that, we need to understand what are the barriers for women showing off their skills or potentially practicing these skills. So some of these, so we know then also that women spend, even before COVID, women spend 4.1 hours per day doing unpaid work, while men spend 1.7. This is talking about, you know, people in the same household that have doing full-time job, but women do 4.1 hours, or, you know, 3 hours more, more than twice more than men. So then what do we do about situations like this? When we offer free courses and training, we have to be really aware that women have the time now, since in COVID, this 4.1 hours would be much more. Then have we invested in, say, for example, resources for women to undertake these upskilling opportunities? Because otherwise it would be redundant, right? So are we investing in, for example, paid parental leave, access to childcare during these COVID times? Are we giving them flexible working hours in order for them to upskill and prepare for when the market opens up? But even before now, even in COVID times, there are so many opportunities. I belong to so many women networks and can see a lot of opportunities happening in the training space.
Great, Catherine, thank you. Judy, I'm very aware that you are a great traveller around your continent, and you see the benefits that tourism can bring, particularly to rural communities. But what are you seeing on the ground when you visit different parts of Kenya and other parts of Africa? Are you seeing the issue on the ground in real time of people that had fairly good jobs in travel and tourism and that are now not working, or what are they doing now?
Thank you very much. There are different scenarios in different places. in the cities where, I'm going to give the example of women who provide different services for tourism, like selling curios and craft for tourists visiting the cities. Mainly this happens in shopping malls, and shopping malls in around Nairobi, for example, have special days where they have mainly women come out with different types of craft and art and traditional clothing and sell it there, because these places were frequented by tourists of different kinds, mainly those who come for mice, who have time to go around, and some of these malls are located close to those mice areas. We have in Nairobi, for example, there is a special market that happens on Saturdays. It's parking lots of the High Court, but it is provided for a market for small enterprises on Saturdays so that they could go here, and it is frequented by tourists, equally by Kenyans, but mainly by tourists. Now, because these businesses have other things to do, for example, if I am that small trader in Nairobi, I know on Monday I am on this mall, on Tuesday I'm on that mall, on Thursday I'm on this mall, on Saturday I'm at the market at the High Court. So they keep moving from one place to another. And then when there is tourism events in the city, they will keep moving from one place to another. So definitely they have been, this business has been affected. But what is interesting about this particular group is that they also have very high flexibility. Some of them are quickly able to shift and start selling different things. The malls, for example, have not stopped their market days. They still have their market days. So you will still find them there. Maybe the sales are not as high, but they're still able to go to these places and sell for the domestic market, because even the domestic market knows that they're in these places in these particular times. In the rural areas, those doing this kind of trade are a little bit different, and they have been affected adversely because they don't have this cycle that those in the city, small, and I'm talking about small enterprises, those who get their employment from tourism. In the rural areas, particularly around the parks and the other protected areas, they rely heavily on tourism. And already, even without COVID, their income was seasonal, because we know in Kenya and in much of Africa, we have seasonal tourism. We have this high season and low season. And there's the low season, some of them are completely off. So the people who already were affected by seasonal tourism are twice affected by COVID, because they have lost all the seasons. They used to rely heavily on one season, and then they had a little bit of a shoulder season, and then no season at all. And now they're totally, completely out of season. So, and the others will sell, the small women groups in rural areas will provide services in terms of stocking of the shops, the shops in the lodges, in the camps and lodges. Now, these places are closed. Where do they take it? So there has been a different, and their ability to adapt quickly is different from the women in the cities or the small traders in the cities who can decide that I am going to shift from selling this art and craft, and I'm going to shift and start selling vegetables, because I can still find a space to do that, or I can find an opportunity to do something different. So the effect has been very different for the small enterprises in tourism that rely heavily on the tourism market for their employment. Yeah.
Thank you, Judy. What I'd like to add, just to round off that question, is a couple of, I guess, practical examples that I've been shown. One of them was from a very good friend of mine in Zambia. When tourism stopped, they became a fish wholesaler. Now, they're having a good time as a fish wholesaler because people still need to eat. And my concern and their concern, because they were a business owner and they employed 5 people, is if they make more money or see a job as more reliable that's now not in travel and tourism, they may not go back. So we potentially stand to lose a great deal of experience and expertise in this industry. And I have a number of friends who are similar to me in that we're all over 50. I know I don't look it, but we are, who are concerned about not being able to be re-employed again, because employers are looking for younger, fresher talent that may come through. So what one entity in the UK did was a couple of entrepreneurs got together and they have started to collate a database of anyone in the travel and tourism business, specifically in field sales or account management, from any sector, so whether it be aviation, cruise, tour operating, whatever it happens to be. And as travel and tourism starts to come back, albeit slowly, they will be finding those people work for the travel and tourism products that need the demand, but don't need to pay full-time staff until things get back to some form of normality, if that indeed is the case. So a couple of very different but real examples. I want to move on to, because this is actually an investment conference, and I've been watching many of the previous panel sessions, and I want, you've given all of your experiences, you've all worked in different parts of the world, either own businesses, run businesses, work in academia, work for not-for-profit or entities. This is your opportunity to tell investors what the long-term benefits are for them in creating employment in the tourism sector, especially in developing destinations. Brian, can I bring you in first, please, Brian?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Nigel. I think we would all agree that we're moving or have moved out of an era of volume-based tourism to one that is increasingly going to be focused on visitor quality and value. That is the value that each visitor represents. And we know from the previous panel and from myriad sources that more and more travelers are looking for that travel assurance. They want to know that they can go to a destination and be able to return without any problems and have safety and hygiene protocol at the highest standards in place, et cetera. They're also, no matter what data you look at, increasingly looking for those destinations that are clean, green, and pristine. That is, those destinations that have adopted sustainable practices. So I think the main long-term benefit is just a move away from a strict focus on return on investment, that is shareholder value, to one that at minimum drives stakeholder value and at the maximum drives systems-wide value. I think the term that resonates with me is ROIII, which basically means return on investment with integrity, as investors look to build deep, meaningful, mutually beneficial relationships with host communities, because I think host communities will increasingly become the heart of tourism, where those businesses that partner with those communities can offer vibrant, immersive, meaningful experiences along with high quality services. So I think historically we've looked at tourism as what's available inside the fence or inside the building versus what can be offered externally. So I think the move will basically move towards not only generating a profit, but in the process improving the well-being of residents, the community as a whole that people are working within, and the environments that they rely upon, looking at more as a living system.
Sure. Catherine?
Yeah, I do agree. I do agree with Brian. I was going to say the same thing. I just want to also focus on your question on developing countries. I think in developing countries there is a danger in short-term goals, investment goals, because in those countries the priority is more to create employment. But this is a short-term look, and I think there is a difference between creating employment and creating a skilled workforce, and it's the latter that will give that long-term benefit, because an investment in education pays the best interest. And so we have to get investors to look at socially responsible investment into, like Brian says, the community, the social capital, and the human capital, because we have seen in research that these kind of investments that look at the long-term benefits always have increased the average growth for investors.
Thank you, Catherine. And I'll leave the last word on that to Judy, please.
Yeah, I want to agree with Brian and Catherine that if we're focusing on investing in developing countries, we know that tourism for countries that are dependent on tourism as an economic driver, which many developing countries are, then the type of tourism must be very important. And what Catherine has said is very, very significant. We cannot do what I always call hit and run tourism. Hit and run tourism will not transform developing nations. It must be for the long term. And it's just not about creating employment. It's about creating shared values. There has to be, it has to go beyond the room, like Brian has said. We must create shared values with the communities where we do tourism. And that goes beyond creating employment. This is about building the entire human capacity, the employee capacity. It's about not just employing them to be able to work for your facility. It's employing them and skilling them to be able to develop themselves and develop the communities as they work within the tourism industry. So if we're looking at investments at this particular time, let it not be investments that are taking advantage of the times and saying this is the time where we can go in and get everything and invest at the lowest because every destination is desperate, especially the developing countries. Some of the developments that are on pipelines for hotel chains, some of them have been put on hold, some of them are picking up and they're going up slowly. We have seen big hotels closed down. We saw in Nairobi, in Kenya, we saw big groups, big hotels that are now closed down and are on sale. And when we're looking for new investment in these places, it can't be for the short term because it will not help these destinations if it is for the short term and if it is not for shared values. If the investment has got to benefit the concrete walls in which this enterprise exists, that is not the kind of investment that is needed for the developing countries at the moment. And we are all talking sustainable development. So even the investments must be sustainable. They must be for the long term. And this starts not with the investors. Unfortunately, this starts with the destination policies. Countries and developing countries must be very intentional about the kind of development that they want. And when they're so intentional about that, it will show very clearly in their policies. And this will guide every investor. So it's not a free playing field for investors like it has been in the past, where tourism has reached, and with the kind of discussions that Brian has just said, we've got travelers who are looking for value. And so we are looking for return on investment with integrity. I love that, with integrity. So destinations must begin to be very intentional about tourism investment. They cannot leave it as an open field and say, you come in, provided you bring in tourism development, provided you come in as an investor, we will receive you with open arms and we will take every term that you have given us. It has to be a very, very fair playing ground.
Judy, thank you so much. I think we've reached consensus. I wish we could talk about this for another while, but I've been asked to wrap up. So what I'll end on is I certainly have heard all the very positive and constructive comments, and thank my panelists for that. A great deal of expertise on display this evening. I guess if I leave people with one thought, it's that governments all over the world have undervalued the benefit of travel and tourism to their respective nations for far too long. Now they don't have it, they see the value that tourism can bring as a GDP contributor. But it should be seen as a contributor to the health and wealth of the nation, of the peoples of those nations, wherever they happen to be. I think to create the best possible return on investment, you have to give a proportion of any investment over to education and the ongoing upskilling and training of the people who you are expecting to deliver those authentic, genuine products and services that you will rely on, that customers you're looking to attract will be prepared to pay for. So people, community, and integrity. I like that's going to be my buzzword of the evening. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. It's been a pleasure, and I look forward to talking with you all again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Nigel.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Hello from Bournemouth. Good afternoon. Wonderful to see all colleagues, and I've been watching this marathon of presentations from very early in the morning, and I think this is probably some of the most serious panels we've heard from the last few months, and the optimism that's coming out. And now we're kind of realizing that COVID is here to stay, and somehow we need to kind of deal with that, especially before we get the vaccine and to get the escape card. This is the panel that we are talking about digital tools and how digital and technology are going to help us get out of there. My good friend Ismail has left me right at the end, so it's kind of a few people are watching us, but we've got an extremely well-informed panel that we're going to have a nice conversation. Let me introduce colleagues. Jeneth Kola, from founder and a partner of Convergent Catalyst and Sensei Technologies in India. Diego Fundes Diaz, chairman and founder, Tourism Optimizer Transform. I guess, Diego, you are in Spain?
Yes, we are in Spain.
Fantastic. Cuthbert Nkambi, who is the chairman of the African Tourist Board and the chief executive officer of Quella Group. And my good friend and collaborator, and I miss her dearly, Daniela Wagner, who is the director of the International Partnership for Jacob Media Group. And also I've got to mention your Pata role as well. So wonderful panel. Thank you very much for joining us. We are running a little bit out of time, so I've asked you to be sharp and to the point with all the answers. I think a lot of people have been looking into technology during this period to help us restart the tourism industry. And if I can have your initial statement on which tools have you seen operating, or which tools have you brought to the marketplace to support the restart of tourism. Jenna, can we start with you?
Yes, one of the most important digital tools that we have seen are the contact tracing apps, right, which use mobile and GPS and advanced data analytics for heat maps. I mean, these apps have helped in containing the spread of the disease. And one other, advanced technology tool that we have seen is computer vision, artificial intelligence algorithms, where the CCTV cameras in the resorts and hotels, running computer vision AI algorithms were used for, identifying if people were wearing masks, and also including, automating social distancing, right? People being 6 feet apart. So these are some of the tools that we've seen. We've seen ultraviolet disinfectant lights working with sensors, being used in hospitals and various manufacturing facilities and hotels. So these are some of the digital tools that we've seen that were used in the last few months.
Thank you. Diego, I hear that you brought some very interesting technologies to the market. Would you like to explain to us?
Yes, of course. Yes, of course. First of all, I want to thank the organization for giving us the opportunity to be here today, and especially in these difficult times for everyone and for tourism. Probably travel and tourism never faced a challenge like this before. So let me highlight something. As you may know, for the last 5 years, we have been studying and creating tools for government and suppliers, for all the stakeholders of our sector, which facilitate the organization of these complex trips, so different from the rest of the travel and the rest of the clients. I'm talking about, as you know, about the governmental and institutional travels. I'm going to give you the perspective of the specific tools that in our case we have developed for the ITIC sector, and that can perfectly be used in these complicated moments. And for our end, we have created a complete ecosystem of solutions, such as software monitors in these trips in real time. We had to create from the start a broad training or certification program with technological support that today can be accessed online. But what I mean is that in our case, we have always, from the beginning, bet on technology, on creating digital solution. And therefore, we have a long way advanced already. In general, during the last few months, technology has been present, especially by video conferences, to which somehow we all had to get used to becoming a key part of our daily lives. In any case, in these complicated moments, what is really important is that the people must be aware of the fact that technology and remote solution had come to stay, and they must coexist in every job, in every sector, whatever it is. So where we must work on creating sustainable and much more digital model, and I'm sure that we will make it. But especially tourism cannot be waiting for a miracle vaccine, because we are not sure if it will finally arrive, and overall, because when it does, it may no longer a sector to save. So we must work now and seek for solution for the present and work for the future, more sustainable and resilient.
Okay, let's keep that on the technology, Diego, let's speak to Cuthbert to see what's happening in Africa, and okay, we'll come back and have some more discussion on. And I'd like you to be specific on what kind of technology, because a lot of people are asking us, what do we really want? How can we really support them? Cuthbert? I think we cannot hear you.
He's on mute.
All right. Okay. Sorry. That's technology, Prof.
Exactly. That's the first test, right? There's always an exam with a professor. What do you expect?
But thank you so much. We really appreciate, and it's an honor once again to have me on this session, and also conveying my gratitude to my panelists. Look, we're looking at digitization in its holistic appreciation. We need a total digital transformation, the total mainstreaming of ICT in all social economic development sectors. We need to apply technology to radically change the process of doing business as we restart the sector with a driving force for innovative inclusion and system growth across the value chain. May I hasten to decry that if there was a time we need to synchronize our approach in enabling conducive environment and workable policy regulations, it is right now. Our governments should take full responsibility to create an enabling environment that will actually assist us, environment that is friendly, policy regulations that promote digital transformation. We now totally dependent on Internet of Things. As we start or activate the sector, our machine-to-machine ends, the 5G, which actually will assist in driving the digital transformation and easy accessibility and seamless approach in conducting one's business. I believe, therefore, that on the broad priority as a must in what we are doing business in terms of managing technology and responding to its digitalization. So the priority, Prof, and the must is to make sure that the internet continues to function in its absolute, increasing the bandwidth that is available as to avoid and reduce the levels of congestion that we experience in networks, especially during this COVID-19. We have seen global increase in internet traffic of more than 28% just beginning of this year. And some other countries, the rise has been as high as 50%. So therefore, surely technology is playing a pivotal role in our activation of our travel and tourism sector.
Thank you so much. Daniela, I know that you have been traveling during this period, and I'm a little bit envied because I really want to travel with you. What kind of technologies have you used, and how can you see technology helping us restart tourism?
Thank you, Demetrius. I miss you too, by the way, and greetings to all of you on the panel. So yes, I think for me, there's like three layers to this. I think there's the things that have been developed as a result of COVID. So the track and trace apps that Jayanth is talking about and all the kind of quick fixes that we've got. Then I think there's a kind of business as usual layer, which is that actually lots of companies, I think this hasn't been spoken about very much, but lots of companies have actually used this situation, however bad and dramatic it is, to actually review their own systems and look at how they can fast track their development. And we've seen this a lot during the Travolution Summit, where we were talking to OTAs and online operators who actually used this period to kind of implement the changes that they were thinking about doing in the next 3 to 5 years and have actually implemented them now, because this is quite a good time to do it. If you've got no clients, there's far more risk to look at your front end, to look at your back end. So I think there's a kind of business as usual transformation. And then I think there's a sort of future looking transformation about what's going to happen when we come out of this. The world was already moving into a world of smart travel, contactless travel, smart destinations, implementing strategies, and actually technology hopefully will not only be the tool to get us all to where we want to be, which is to relaunch a tourism which is much more sustainable, much more green, much more future looking, if you like, but also to deal with the short-term problems. So I think it's these three layers that we're working on, and they're all working at the same time, and they're all basically quite disruptive.
I really like your structure, because it kind of engages in the short term and the longer term, and I think you're absolutely right. I think we shouldn't be complacent. We have been working in tourism and technology for many years, but I think especially this year the situation was quite dramatic because people were constantly looking for information. And I think we failed to provide the right information. Let's be honest with ourselves. We didn't provide the right information at the right time, and the information was changing all the time. So context-based information and real time was absolutely critical. And I think a lot of people were taken by surprise. I think they went into the business as usual, and instead of actually understanding the anxiety of the consumers, they were not in a position to progress some of those things at the speed that was required. And I think one of the most critical elements, especially when we start looking to bubbles and corridors, and we were looking to all these kind of techniques that people were looking, they were looking for specific information. And when I'm talking to both industry and colleagues, we find that they need more accurate information, more up-to-date information, and they need exactly to have the right information, the right response. How can you see the industry responding to these things and bring them forward in a way that we can support travelers, and also we can support the industry?
Sorry, go ahead. No, please.
Let's start with Diego, and then we're going to go to speaks up a little bit.
Come on, Daniela.
Okay, no, I was just going to say that I somewhat agree with you, but I think that actually lots of companies did do the best that they possibly could to communicate under the circumstances. So, for example, with one of my hats on Travel Weekly Group, we launched a restart and recovery hub early on for destinations, because one of the things that we saw was that destinations had all these changing rules and regulations. Nobody really knew what would happen. How were you allowed to visit a country? Were you allowed to visit it? What would happen when you arrived? How was the immigration process? What were the social distancing norms, and so on? So we actually launched specifically for destinations back on the beginning of June, a restart and recovery hub where they could explain to travel agents, who at that time were the only people that consumers actually trusted, what the situation was in that country. And we've allowed those destinations to continually update their information, which sometimes changes on a weekly basis, as we can see from the news.
Or
on a daily basis. And that, I think that's been very helpful. And, we've had huge online demand for news and information throughout the group. So I think you're right, and everyone could have done a better job, but a lot of people were taken by surprise. And look at the way that operators were able to deal with things. There was so much pressure on companies who were having to deal through call centers, which had 120 times the volumes that they had before. People were dealing with a very difficult situation. And
Absolutely,
I think,
and nobody come out that. But I think those people who were prepared to understand the real time and the need to actually respond in real time and have an agile and smart system which was using all kinds of artificial intelligence, whatever else, to collect information and relay information, those people did much better than others.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, so I agree with you and with Daniela. So I think that we must work hard to implement technological tools that apply and solve the needs and each sector, and as you say, to find real-time solution. I really don't think that we can generalize and the use of just one key tool to help us to move forward. Obviously, the video conferences and as we have mentioned before, will be part of our lives, but we must keep in working to find which tools are the most suitable to our needs, to the needs of each sector. For me, it's time to change. Training and technology will become the perfect vehicles to get adapted to the new reality. But it's time, this is my opinion, to reinvent ourselves. For example, in our case, we have already done it, adapting our products and our business model to a new reality. We are not talking about theory, we are talking about reality. So without leaving, and we have created product that helps countries directly. For example, this is my sector, a program to help governments on the COVID situation. Tools to help governments in real time. We must get adapted to the situation,
okay.
and need to reinvent ourselves.
Let me ask Jan to contribute to this discussion.
Bye. When you talk about the tools that are required for context-based information, right? The tools, already exist. I mean, a combination of mobile, GPS technologies and data analytics. Okay, if they work in sync, they can actually provide real-time context-based information at every individual traveler level. But having said that, there also exist challenges, and the challenges are at the enterprise software levels, right? I mean, each of these industry players in the value chain themselves, okay, work on, they have their own individual software platforms, okay?
Yeah. Maybe, Prof, if I could.
Jens, we lost you for a minute.
Okay.
Okay. Cuthbert?
Yes, Prof. If I could just come in, look, we have seen a disintegrated approach, especially within the service providers. We have realized that the tendency of operating and working, they are working in silos, whereby they view digital knowledge as a competitive advantage rather than a public advantage and an opportunity to transform the whole tourism value chain. So we have seen the enhancement of cross-border trade through the value of economic transformation enhanced by the digitalization, new opportunities for digital as new growth sector. That COVID-19 is opening up as one of the traditional leading sectors. So therefore, there are more opportunities to apply digital technologies to supply chain management within the economic tourism space. So we need a well-coordinated approach within the service providers.
Thank you. Cuthbert, I think you almost summarized it for me, and I got the note that I need to wrap it up because we're running out of time. But I think what is really critical is to realize that this is actually not a technological problem; it's a leadership problem. And I think you absolutely emphasize that it's a matter of how can we get together and understand what technology can do for us, but actually drive from the front. And I think it's leadership from governments and leadership from the tourism sector to understand how we can engage with all the tools that we've got available and develop resilience and develop the ability to actually deal in real time with all of those things that they're doing. Alicia, who is on the background, actually is doing her PhD with me in Bournemouth University on real-time resilience. And this is exactly what we're looking at. We're looking to how different actors can come together and enable us to work together and using technology to address all these challenges. I wish we had another 3 days talking about these things. I think we'll have another opportunity. I promise you we'll organize something else that will be specifically on technology at some stage, and you'll all be invited to contribute to that. Thank you very much. We need to leave it here. Stay safe, do good, and take good care. Thank you.
Thank you, Dimitris. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, there we go then. What a day, a marathon day. But you know what? Well worth it. I've got to say, I've got to thank a brilliant array of speakers talking about such a wide range of topics as well, with the authority. I think Dimitrios said this, that he hasn't seen a conference in a very long time which had this level of intelligence, insight, really, which and I've watched every session, and it's been very hard to tear myself away. I mean, literally, I've been absolutely flabbergasted by how much I've learned. I've been humbled, really, by the people contributing their time to be here for this. And what I think occurs to me is that these people are all seeing the bigger picture. They're all seeing that there is a bigger value chain, that we've all got to cooperate and coordinate together to make this work. There's this amazing kind of understanding and optimism that we can get through this, that on the other side it will be different, because things will be different, because consumers will be different, and we're going to find that the kind of landscape has changed a little bit, but tourism will thrive. That's the main thing. Just looking at some certain highlights that I saw today, Tim Clark saying that this is actually a good time to innovate, a good time to invent, a good time to invest as well. I love the Commonwealth panel, because there you had this notion of actually, you know what, branding Commonwealth tourism. That's a really interesting idea that I hadn't really thought about, and should definitely be more kind of developed, I think, in the coming times. I'd sensed this frustration with the lack of coordination. I'm talking about testing at airports, but I'm also talking about governments. I'm talking about the big organizations. The lack of leadership, I guess, is a big feeling that's going on here. The recognition that Talib definitely points out, which is that sustainability isn't just necessarily about environment, it's about people, it's about communities, it's about making sure that culture is preserved. The session that Marcus Lee did about China just told us all, didn't it, that China is going to get on with it and do it and make sure that things happen, and that everyone is going to keep up. I think that was a great lesson in making sure that we are all on the ball. Edmund's point about small island nations depending on foreign tourism, that we can talk all we like about domestic tourism, but ultimately for countries like that, Jamaica, they need international tourism. And just to finish, that mergers and acquisitions panel, which for most people may be something they wouldn't even think about, but actually, again, the insight that you got from them as to how the moneymakers, the business community will look at the future, and that they will always be looking for opportunities. Ultimately, I think a very optimistic day. I will now hand over to Talib to perhaps give us his quick sum up of what you thought about the day. Talib.
Thank you so much, Rajan. I want to start by thanking you. Without you, this would not have been possible at all. Truly, Rajan. You've done a great job in trying to keep us on time, although we're a bit late. I know we are. It's been a long day. It's been a marathon, like somebody has described it. I also want to thank Simon and WTM for bringing us together. Thank Ibrahim, of course, for putting all of this together. I saw Ibrahim yesterday. He didn't have his beard shaved at all. He wasn't looking good at all. Today, he's looking handsome and good and strong. I think we all tried our best today. Now, why is this important? It's important because for the first time, we're not talking to ourselves as tourism people. We always ask for recognition and identification, but we don't recognize others. This is the first time we speak to others from other disciplines, particularly the finance and the economic sector, finance and money sector. That's important because without reaching out to other sectors like the finance sector, like the education sector, employment, aviation sector, technology sector, without doing that, we'll never be able to get anywhere. We can't be shouting, recognize us. We're important if we don't recognize the others. That's how we become relevant in this world. I wanted to just sum up with 4 things that I think we came out of this, which are the 4 elements that the HOPE project at ATB, that I'm very proud to be part of, ATB African Tourism Board, with the project HOPE came up with, are the sum up of everything that we said today. First, the importance of domestic tourism, and how important it is. because domestic tourism, as we said before, is not just an alternative, it's a must. We have to get to know our countries before anybody else gets to know it. We have to get pride in it. Secondly, it's technology, especially digital technology. It's changing our lives. It's not just us meeting here together digitally. Everything in life is going to become digital from now on. I have had my daughter get married via Zoom that day, 2 months ago. I was sitting with her father, the father of the groom, next to me in Amman. She was in Dubai with her husband, and the priest was on the third night. She got her married. So even that's going to become digital. Third thing is safety and security. We all talked about security and safety. Feeling safe is more important than the safety itself. It's a feeling that we can communicate to others. All of this needs the fourth element, which is training and retraining. We can't really go about our lives without training our people to the new norm. There's a new norm that's coming. COVID is not going to go away. It's going to change our lives to the better, because optimism, as correctly Rajan said, is the overriding theme of this conference. Optimism. I'm very much looking forward to the future, but we must be part of it. We must be very active in it. Thank you all very much, and I apologize again for those that didn't get a chance to speak much more, because we are all here. I really have very big, and I'm also humbled by the minds and the discussions that we're all in this conference. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a good night, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Talib. To you, Simon, thank you. And you've been here for the long haul too. What have been your impressions of the day?
Well, Rajan, thank you very much. Before closing this incredible and necessary summit today, I'd just like to thank ITIC for its continued support and partnership. During the difficult global crisis, we cannot wait for a vaccine to get back to business, although it appears that we are making steps to already having one. The time to invest in travel and tourism is now. The industry needs investment and we need to get back to business. At WTM Virtual, we're staying focused on the future and the future of the travel industry. I'd just like to highlight and repeat a few quotes from today's summit. Dr. Talib Rifai, you said earlier on, the crisis has taught us that we have to travel very, very responsibly. The idea of over-tourism, which was so prevalent before, will disappear. Some governments were preoccupied with growth and business that they didn't listen to us. Now they are listening to the consumer. The consumer wants this. Travel is going to come back very strong, but it will come back in a new way. Simon Vincent from President Hilton, the EMEA, said 60% of our global network closed beginning of the pandemic. Now we're 85%. Q3 saw a start of return of leisure business. There's clearly a lot of pent-up demand, but travellers need that confidence. Another interesting point by Tim Clark of Emirates is that the airline is offering COVID insurance for passengers, which will cover the medical expenses. It's also changed emphasis from flying passengers to flying medical equipment and PPE around the world, looking at doing the same when a vaccine is approved. So, and as I said, all these points show that the travel industry is resilient and will recover. Just like to say, stay safe and look after each other. And thank you for a wonderful session.
Thank you, Simon. Okay, to the man who's basically put it all together, Ibrahim, some final words from you, please.
Okay. Thank you, Rajan. I would start by thanking you, Rajan, first, because you have been with us for, you've been with us for now since May last year. That's how we all started with Bulgaria. And then you've been with us for all the number of conferences we have done. So thank you to you. Thank you to the BBC as well, because we're starting to work a little bit with the BBC. Lerato and Bailey has done a great job with the Commonwealth. So I was very impressed with the Commonwealth panel, but all the panels were great. I mean, all the content that we worked, very insightful, and starting from Jan Golding giving his global economic outlook, with Sir Tim Clark, listening to Paul Griffiths from Dubai Airport, what they have been doing, what have they been implementing things there. and especially now, Dubai will become a global, distribution hub for the vaccine. And, it has been extraordinary well and very insightful, very good content. And when we're looking about Rwanda becoming a financial center in Africa to channel investment throughout the continent, when you look about the development that is happening in order to invest, finance, and rebuild the travel and tourism sector. And now we are feeling also that the travel and tourism sector is becoming an important pillar of the economy, because often we hear that tourism is not that important. It's always at the bottom of the priorities, or and this industry contribute one of the biggest driver of the economy, and around 8.5 to 10% of the global GDP, which is very important. So we have been working tirelessly to organize this virtual conference. I would like to thank the WTM for this fruitful partnership. We started last year, we are continuing. I think there are a lot of synergies together. We have been working together. Thank you, Simon, and your team. I would like to thank my whole team also. Elisha, who has been on the back end, controlling, all the speakers, managing connection. We started running a little bit of time. And when I said it this morning, technological challenges, we are talking about digital travel. We're talking about technology, right, which is going to drive everything what we're doing. But it's a simple touch. You can't get connected, and it doesn't work, right? So we need to make sure that I need to work very well today. Thank you. To the team of Digital Event, I have to say you have been really fabulous. Sotiris and Costas being from the back end, working tirelessly, I would say, from morning, for several days, and having a non-stop 10 hours of conference. We could continue tomorrow, Rajan, can we? Can we start again tomorrow?
You might need some sleep.
No, we need some sleep, correct. And I would like to thank also all the sponsors, Invest Saudi Brazil, who have been with us. We had some interesting presentation by Brazil, interesting conversation, and listening to what Saudi Arabia has to offer, and a lot of projects going on in Saudi Arabia. Thanking our supporting partners, WTTC, Fin Partners, Jacobs Media, and all the other partners who have been working with us. Also my office from Mauritius and from London, they all have been working together. Our board of directors, our chairman, who has been very supportive, Gerald Lawless, Paul Hoskins, we have been working like a great team to make this happen. Thank you to you all. And let's now prepare for our next conference next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibrahim. Gerald, Paul, anything you want to add? Are you okay? You're happy?
It's been great. Thank you very much, everybody.
Fantastic. I want to thank Alicia as well, who has been unflappable. Oh, sorry, Gerald, you wanted to say something, did you?
Yes, I do actually. I'd like to, first of all, as well, thank everybody for the incredible efforts, and I'm very proud to be associated with ITIC and indeed our subsidiary, as Paul mentioned earlier, Invest Tourism, which I think is really important as we try to grow investment in the industry. I really wanted to give a call out for the the workers of our industry. We talk about investment, we're telling, how do we ever get governments to actually listen to us as an industry, to take us seriously, is when with the WTTC, the UN WTO with Talib, that we really started to talk about the fact that we create jobs, and jobs create prosperity, and jobs keep politicians in their jobs.
That's right.
I really think that we need to understand and appreciate that the biggest investment we can make is in the people who work in our industry. Because unlike most industries, most of our frontline junior workers are the ones who actually interact with our customers. And they're the ones who make us guys look good. And this is particularly the case in the hotel business where I come from, and also in most of the other sectors as well. So as we talk about investment, let it be totally understood that the biggest investment is in our employees, is in our staff. And also, as Golden said this morning, you know, there are countries, lots of developing countries, they can't afford to put their staff on furlough. They can't afford the helicopter money. And we've got to think, how is the developed world going to help the developing world to get through the aftermath of the pandemic? And for us to understand, people are our investment, not just our customers, but actually our employees. That's all I want to say. Thank you very much, and congratulations on today's events.
Thank you. We're all in this together. It's basically what you're saying, and the strong must help the weak. And that is obviously the whole point of tourism. There's one other group we should thank, which is the audience, who have been here, obviously, in different times throughout the day. Without them, we could not have existed. And what we all hope, we all love the technology, we all love Zoom, but what we really hope, come on, let's admit it, is that we can meet in person quite soon, maybe even the next one, in some lovely place where we can talk and actually make things happen.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you to the moderators as well, who do such a fantastic job all day.
Yes.
Included you and Paul.
Yes. And
especially our friends, friends from China. Our friends from China, particularly. It's past midnight now. They're in China.
Exactly. Yeah. At which point, maybe we should let everyone go to sleep wherever they are. Thank you all, and here is to the next time.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you very much, everybody. Bye-bye.
What does travel mean to you? Exploring the world? Creating memories? Meeting new people? Disconnecting from it all? But what about making a difference? Because our travels mean so much more than we realize. And those memories we've created together in travel, they're even better than we thought. Remember that restaurant where you'd never felt so full? Know that when you paid your bill, you helped feed your waiter's family of 4. And that time you stared open-mouthed at that incredible dance. You maintained jobs that keep important cultures and traditions alive. Travel is not just life-changing. Travel is world-changing too. That photo you took on safari, the one that hit new levels of likes, your trip supported the tireless fight against the illegal wildlife trade. Remember that spontaneous city break? It helped maintain schools in the local area. And your tour guide, the one who made you laugh so much, she is one of millions of women employed in a sector leading in gender equality. Remember how you made a difference when you traveled? Remember how much your travels meant to others. Now, just think of all the good you can do in the future. Travel the world. Make a world of difference.